All right, so we're getting ready to begin our Śrīla Prabhupāda Vyasa Puja for 2021. And what I was really hoping to have for this Vyasa Puja was a meeting of devotees from all over the world, some very leading, important devotees, some maybe not so much, and just discussing from their own heart what they feel, whether they wanted to read a Vyasa Puja offering that they made earlier, whether they wanted to offer a prayer for ISKCON or for themselves, or take a vow, or even give a memory of something that they lived through with Śrīla Prabhupada. So that's the idea here for this Vyasa Puja meeting. I had thought that it was something like the stone soup story, where, you know, these soldiers are very hungry and there was nothing to eat. So one of the soldiers said, well, we'll make some stone soup. So they put a big stone in a pot and began to cook it. And then somebody said, well, I can bring a couple of carrots. And someone said, I can bring a couple of potatoes. And before it all finalized out, then you had a nice actual soup going there. So I think this is like this, you know, you've got me, which have nothing. I'm like the stone. I've got nothing to offer. But by inviting all these wonderful Vaishnavas, then we'll move into a Zoom, which kind of takes us around the world a little bit. We've got devotees from a number of different places. Some of these will be recorded presentations, but most of them are going to be live. So this is live television, and we'll see how it goes. Our first guest today, because we're starting at 4 here, is Yogeśvara, who is, of course, here in New York. He's written several books, one on the Holocaust, one on the Beatles, one on Śrīla Prabhupada, and he's a professor with Hofstra, and he teaches, usually he does an outreach to people who are interested in yoga and that type of activity, keeping the body healthy and doing various exercises, and people who have an openness to the Indian way of doing things. So, you know, he's a gifted lecturer, and he's amazing to hear speak about so many subjects he can speak about. So let's see if we have Yogeśvara on our line here yet. Yogeśvara, are you there? Yes, yeah. Looks like you are.
Hare Krishna, Mars. Thank you very much for the invitation. Anuttamā M Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Nami Namaste Saraswati Devi Guruvani Pracharam Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pastatudeshakarani Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Rama Hare Hare. Welcome everybody to this year's Vyasa Puja celebration of the life and mission of Śrīla Prabhupada. As I was grateful for the opportunity to again speak at the Vyasa Puja here in New York. And as I was contemplating this, I was thinking about all the amazing services that devotees are doing around the world. And it reminded me of a letter from 1971 from Śrīla Prabhupada, the original letter. I just want to read a couple of lines to you. You write, he's answering a letter that I had sent him. He says, you write to describe me as a loving servant of the Lord. If you believe me so, then kindly help me in my service. That will help both of us. I want your cooperation fully. Lord Chaitanya, although Krishna himself appealed to his friends and helpers to help him in his mission, and what to speak of me? I am just an ordinary human being. So I need your help. I need your help. That was in 1971 when need your help had a fairly obvious meaning. Open temples, publish books, distribute books. And a deeper meaning emerged for me as I observed him over the years, interacting with dignitaries and heads of industry and heads of state and so on. The way he would begin with guests is as follows. He would inquire about them, where they came from, where their family is, what's their vocation. And after some pleasantries like that, he would ask their opinion about an issue from their particular field of expertise. And my impression was that doing that was his way of looking for ways these people could bring Krishna consciousness into the larger world from their skill sets, from their careers, their fields of influence. For example, he asked an official in Geneva from the International Labor Organization about free trade. And then he described how free trade was a spiritual virtue from the Krishna conscious perspective, since we're all children of the same God and entitled to share in his creation equally. Another time at Bhaktivedanta Manor, he's meeting with Donovan, the famous singer from the 60s. He started by praising Donovan's musical skills. And then he suggested ways they could work together to write devotional songs. He said, you should do like your friend George. I'll give you the subject matter and you can write the song. So with each of his guests, he first inquired about where they were in their life and then suggested ways of connecting their life with Krishna consciousness. So what was my takeaway from that? My takeaway was that one of Śrīla Prabhupāda's great contributions was moving the state of enlightenment, of self-realization, from a place of being to an act of doing. So he was teaching us love of God, but he was very pragmatic. His mission was to engage people in service that would have an impact on the larger world. And he came right out and asked people to help him. And because the world is changing over time, that was 50 years ago. The world's changed. And so does the shape of how to help him. Because devotional service is organic and it's sensitive to the needs of the moment and the environment around us. It's interactive and it's very personal. At least for me, in my time with Śrīla Prabhupada, I never heard him say, well, don't worry about the world. We'll chant Hare Krishna and go back to Godhead and, let the world be damned. He wanted practical programs. Here are a couple, I thought of some examples. This may not be the best, but on short notice. From a lot of the communications I've been receiving lately, it seems to me that our members are confused about vaccinations. So in ISKCON, we have hundreds, if not thousands, of devotee physicians. And so why not call upon them to make a joint recommendation with regard to healthcare in the current pandemic? That would be a very practical thing. I think people would be appreciative of hearing from someone who is both a physician and a devotee. Or here in New York, for example, we have thousands of elderly people who are homebound and they're in need of meals. So why not consider a program of reaching out to them with prasadam? Then I was looking at today's newspaper, and here's an example from the headlines today. There are more than 100,000 Afghan men, women, and children who have been flown to the United States in the past 3 weeks or so. And many of them have no money, no home to go to. They have no contact with their families now. Could we perhaps, in each of our temples, offer to shelter one Afghan family? So, this is a little bit of a different kind of Vyasa Puja offering. And I asked one of my godbrothers to read it and comment. And he said, quite frankly, he said, how do these kinds of exercises glorify Śrīla Prabhupada on his Vyasa Puja, and here's my answer. In years gone by for Vyasa Puja, I told Prabhupada stories. Everybody loves Prabhupada stories. So that was an easy way of getting positive feedback and feeling good. This year is somewhat different. The world's been going through some rather incredible challenges. And I felt compelled to connect our remembrance of Śrīla Prabhupada with his mission to address the needs of the greater world. Meaning what? Well, meaning that in addition to yoga classes and organic gardening and Ayurvedic cooking, maybe we could have some discussions about how to create a deeper impact around the larger issues confronting humanity. Environment, we've got covered. That one's relatively easy. We see Krishna in nature, so we respect nature. It's a bit harder when you're dealing with the Taliban, with the other kinds of extremism. That might require taking a political position, as Arjuna had to do. His fighting on the battlefield may have been a spiritual duty because Krishna ordered him to do it, but the cause of the war was political. The goal of the Battle of Kurukshetra was to overthrow what today we might call insurgents or extremists. So environment is easy because trees aren't trying to take over the government. But other issues require some discussion. And I was reading some early Back to Godhead magazines from 1944 when Prabhupada first began. This was World War II was still raging. And in one of his editorials, he quoted President Franklin Roosevelt, who said that the strength of the world consists in, I'll get this right. The strength of the world consists in the moral fiber of citizens to lessen the dangers of armed conflict. So then after that, he, referring to the Nazis killing Jews and to Lenin starving his own people in Russia, the editorial from Prabhupada said, "We Indians are feeling disgust at the behavior of tyrants in the world." And then he quoted Radhakrishnan, who was not yet vice president of India. Radhakrishnan said, "We have to defeat tyranny in the realm of thought and create a will for world peace." Create a will for world peace. Now here's the kicker. Prabhupada then wrote in his editorial, these movements, meaning peacemaking, peacekeeping movements of the leaders of these many countries, combined with the orders of my divine master, Sri Srimad Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati, have led me to start a paper under the name Back to Godhead. Wow. Knowledge of the concerns of the world combined with the teachings of the spiritual master. Now that's an exciting idea. So what I know now that I didn't understand when I was only 21 and received this wonderful letter from Śrīla Prabhupada is that when he wrote, "I need your help," it doesn't mean to treat his teachings as though they were engraved in stone to be passed down unchanged generation to generation. From my time with Śrīla Prabhupada, I believe that my progress, our spiritual progress, is connected to the contribution we make to the world around us. Of course, the fundamental principles, they remain engraved in stone. The basics have to be there. But their application, that's a river in motion. Well, that's it. Thank you. Well, glories to Śrīla Prabhupada.
Jai Yogeśvara. So you're feeling that your connection to Prabhupada has to do with how ISKCON deals with the world, and not just in certain spiritual aspects, but also to some extent here in some general physical and political aspects. Do you think that ISKCON itself is too aloof from the politics of the world, or aloof enough, or too much involved? How would you say that?
Well, that's our challenge, isn't it? To be aloof and yet engaged. I think Śrīla Prabhupada intended for his followers to evolve his movement, to grow his movement, to become even creative in how to apply his teachings to the issues of the larger world. I'm totally convinced of that from the way I saw him engaging with world leaders, religious leaders, heads of state, heads of large corporations. I truly believe that he intended for us to go deep inside the issues of the world.
Oh, all right. If you could speak to Prabhupada today, right now, what do you think you would try to convey to him?
What would I try to say to him? I'm so sorry. I've messed up so bad. Please forgive me. Well, first of all, I do that exercise every day, so it's not a new thing for me. I do talk to Śrīla Prabhupada. At least that's my preference, is to think that he is here and that I can talk with him. And I talk with him almost every day, I think. I ask his advice. I tell him what my thoughts are. I ask him what he thinks. I don't know whether that's sentimental, or sometimes he'll appear in dreams. But I think I'd like to believe that connection is still there. It's real. It's not just imagination, that he's guiding us personally.
How do you experience his feedback? Do you feel it as a feeling? He actually hears some words, or the world seems to move in a particular direction that gives you an indication, or all of the above? How is it?
Well, remember, I'm one of the lucky ones, Chandrasekhar Maharaj. I actually got to be with him for a long time, for weeks at a time. And I was shameless. I mean, whatever came to mind, I asked him about. And sometimes people were shocked, but I had no control. No compunction about asking him whatever came to mind. So I have the experience of observing him responding to my questions, of him chastising me when necessary. That was scary, but deserved. And the most important thing was watching him interacting with people. So when I speak with him now, I'm able to extrapolate from those expressions and moods and questions he would throw back at me. So it's an active dialogue. All right.
Okay. So thank you very, very much, Yogeśvara. I really appreciate your offerings. And we're going to, I think, see a very interesting bouquet of different points of view and of different approaches to Vyasa Puja and how devotees think of Prabhupada. And for our next time slot here, we have Atītaguṇa, who is, of course, Pañcaratna's wife. And she told me that she is originally from, Australia, and she joined in New Zealand, or was she originally from New Zealand, joined in Australia? Get it backwards. I'm going to get... here I'm starting already creating offenses by doing things in a clumsy way. But she, went from one country to the other, eventually wound up in New York City, and now is, back in New York City for at least a little while with her husband, doing some deity worship, while Pañcaratna does things with increasing the attendance and the communication. Atītaguṇa, are you there? Can you unmute yourself? I can see you, but I don't hear you yet.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to thank you for allowing me to say something about Śrīla Prabhupada on this special day. I actually didn't join until 1975 in New Zealand, but I am originally from Australia. I didn't have much personal association with Śrīla Prabhupada. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pastai Bhutale Śrīmati Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nivishesha Shunyavadi Paschacha Desatarane Om Agyanatimananda Sya Ganandala Salakaya Chakshuran Milatam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Śrīla Prabhupada, my dear spiritual master. On the 125th anniversary of your appearance, I'm reflecting on my journey that you are taking me on. I was in the position of being totally confused about the nature of existence, and you have brought me to understand that these material bodies are received as terms of imprisonment for our past karma. They have nothing to do with our real selves, as we are spirit souls temporarily inhabiting material bodies. You've told me that Krishna is God and we are his servants. You are a pure devotee helping us separate spirit from matter. You are teaching us pure bhakti. Our Vaishnava philosophy teaches us that if you please your spiritual master, then Krishna is also pleased. My dear Śrīla Prabhupada, you are trying to deliver our spirit souls from two types of entanglement, subtle and gross. You are our preeminent guru of ISKCON. We have a personal relationship with you through your books, chanting, and inspiration. Your Vapu was an inspiration, but your Vani is the real thing. Your heart is as soft as a lotus petal. You taught us how bhakti dissolves the subtle body of the living entity without separate effort, just as fire in the belly digests what we eat. A couple of years ago, I went to Ujjain in India for treatment and could see how you, Śrīla Prabhupada, had revitalized the understanding of the Supreme Lord Krishna in so many places in India. Śrīla Prabhupada, you could understand the message of your spiritual master, that if the message of Lord Chaitanya could be taken to the West successfully, then India would follow. How ecstatic that this sublime peace formula is now flooding the world. I want to thank you so much, Śrīla Prabhupada. You have made the unbelievable believable, the impossible possible. You would stay up every night translating the Srimad Bhagavatam for the benefit of mankind. You made a miracle in our lives. We owe you everything. We can't repay you. You taught us that the spirit of engaging everything in Krishna's service is Yukta Vairagya. This is what Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Maharaj wanted to teach the world, and you, Śrīla Prabhupada, was his emissary, the one designated as his agent to spread Krishna consciousness around the world. You took the order as your heart and soul. I have no special talent, but I'm passionately curious. I'm setting up my world according to your desires. Most living entities want peace, and you showed us how Harinam makes the devotees and the whole world peaceful within themselves. I remember Śrīla Prabhupada in 1977 in Gopanim in Mayapur. The ladies were able to have darshan with you. Śrīla Prabhupada, we lined up outside the door to your room in the Lotus building. 2 ladies were able to get your darshan for 2 minutes at a time. Before I left for Mayapur from Australia, I asked a friend what I could personally take as a gift for you. She said, full cream powdered milk. I was startled because in Australia, that's such a common commodity. I found that only in Australia, not everywhere else. I brought a tin of it along anyway. In those days, every Australian devotee would bring you 2 kilos of ghee each, and I also brought the tin of full cream powdered milk. I was so embarrassed to give it to you. I was thinking, this is such a common thing for us. How can I give this to my revered spiritual master? I thought you were going to say, this is so far from milk, etc., etc. But when you saw the banged up tin of milk, your eyes lit up and you said to your servant, Make all my milk sweets out of this. I was so pleased, so happy about this. Then you talked for 30 minutes on cow protection and the incredible value of milk. I thought that the reason I was born was to please you, my spiritual master, like this. You explained that if you have land and cows, you can become free from sin and be attracted to devotional service. Otherwise, you go to the city and work in a factory instead of adopting a non-violent way of life by agriculture and cow protection. You explained that this will control the mind and senses. You went on to explain that a person who is not austere is not attracted to the charming form of Sri Krishna, the cowherd boy. Śrīla Prabhupāda, we need you to help us with our bhakti by talking to us within our hearts to nurture the bhakti lata beach. I also pray every day to you that you can help me in my devotional service. We nearly all came from the counterculture, and we were on a revolution against material culture, and you showed us the correct path to travel. You taught us the real revolution is within our hearts. You blessed us so that we wanted to reach out to the fallen souls in a compassionate way. Śrīla Prabhupāda, you opened Vedic culture to the modern world. You are the real hero. Śrīla Prabhupāda, we all want love. Those fortunate souls who had the opportunity to associate with you in some way have an inkling of what real love is, divine love. Not just your radiant presence in person, but your radiant presence in the form of your purports will always inspire the conditioned souls to reach out and cast away preconceived ideas and attitudes and want to touch Krishna's lotus feet. That is real love. And that is the platform that you wanted to bring us to. We needed to give up our childish notions concerning material love, which is ultimately selfishness, and grab your golden lotus feet to become spiritually situated. How to know divine love? You completely know Krishna and want us conditioned souls to realize our real position as spirit souls and learn to love Krishna through chanting Krishna's supreme name and by doing devotional service. With my heartfelt gratitude and thanks, will it be enough to pay you for the gift you have given me and all of mankind? I rejoice in your selflessly coming to the malicious shores to try and enlighten and inspire us about Krishna consciousness. Oh, happy day when you arrived in the Western countries. What would have been our fate if we hadn't met you? It's hard to say. The spiritual process is austere, but so relishable. Thank you again for your compassion and willingness to help us suffering individuals. Thank you for helping situate us on the path to learn to love Krishna. Śrīla Prabhupāda ki jai. I thank you again and again from the bottom of my heart. I just want to say one little pastime, okay? One little pastime.
Please.
Śrīla Prabhupāda. Okay. So, I was in New Zealand, and then we had to go to Australia. There's anyway a story about that. When we came to Australia, all we heard is Śrīla Prabhupāda is coming. Śrīla Prabhupāda is coming. So we were all so thrilled that Śrīla Prabhupāda was going to come. And one devotee said to me, hey, don't go to the airport. Stay back and make Charnamrita. And make Charnamrita up and sandalwood paste, chandan. And I was told that I'd be able to apply it to Śrīla Prabhupāda's forehead. Okay. So anyway, the person that told me, I said to him, if it's such great devotional service, why don't you stay back and make the sandalwood paste and put it on Śrīla Prabhupāda's forehead?
Touché.
So anyway, both of us got in the car and went to the airport. Okay. And at Melbourne Airport, well, I think it happened in every airport in the world when Śrīla Prabhupada was coming, the devotees took over. They took over the complete airport. There was chanting and dancing, and everybody knew that the devotees were there. So anyway, there were 4 doors that Śrīla Prabhupada could come through. He came through the first, the second, and the third, because he'd been there 3 times. So we all crowded around the 4th one, and he came through the first, second, or third door, because the spiritual master can do whatever he likes. He came out floating and blowing. Then he got into a car and we went to the Melbourne airport. The next day was a day that we were supposed to be initiated. At that time, I was helping look after a 4-year-old little girl. I had been praying formally when I was actually in New Zealand, because I heard so many lectures when they were saying, if you have a spiritual desire, it will be fulfilled. So I thought, okay, this is my spiritual desire. I want to be personally initiated by Śrīla Prabhupada. So in those days, you didn't know if Śrīla Prabhupada was coming or not. It was 1976. It was April. So anyway, Śrīla Prabhupada decided that yes, he could come with his help and everything like that. He could come. The little girl, when I was going to be initiated, the little girl grabbed my hand. She was wearing a rose-colored sari. We both walked up to see Śrīla Prabhupada. We both paid our dandavats. In those days, the ladies paid dandavats. And the little girl said to Śrīla Prabhupada, Śrīla Prabhupada, does that mean I'm initiated now? And he said, no. And then the sannyas that was there, Guru Kripa Maharaj, who was looking after Australia at that time, gave her a Maha Rose. Then Śrīla Prabhupada looked at the paper with my Kami name on and my initiated name. Kṛṣṇarūpā Swami had picked out a name for me, Anita. Then Śrīla Prabhupada said, Anita? Then he said, no, you can't have that name. That's a Mayavadi name. Anita means without a path. And we Vaishnavas have a path. So I will call you Atītaguṇa. Then I realized that Śrīla Prabhupada had personally initiated me, and my spiritual desire had been fulfilled. Jai Śrīla Prabhupada ki jai.
Hari.
There's another story, but I think time's up, right?
Yeah, we're gonna try. Otherwise, I'll tend to kind of stretch things out, but I know that we have Anuttamā and Rukmiṇī, and they both have to be in Potomac to do something. So in this case, I'm afraid we're going to have to call it at this point, but I wish we didn't have to, because this is nice.
So I just want to say that Śrīla Prabhupada, I'll always be your insignificant servant, and please direct me within the heart of anything I can do to help you and your movement. Hare Krishna, all glories to Prabhupada.
Hare Krishna. I'm trying to find your... Okay, now the spotlight's up. All right, so we're back to the normal workings here. I want to take this time right now to introduce our second co-host here with Yadunath, who is going to help me do this so that my poor little brain will not be seared down to a hopeless cinder as this continues on, because I'm behind the scenes, I'm calling to see people are ready to take their place and trying to fill in holes and finding out what to do about cancellations. And so it's a very interesting kind of dance that I'm trying to manage at this point. So Yadunath, are you there? Can you pop on the screen here and introduce yourself, and then we'll roll into Anuttamā and Rukmiṇī. He can introduce both of them.
Okay, Maharaj, thank you. I'm going to keep introductions very brief. Introductions can kind of go on for 40 minutes because the speakers are so exalted. Just hearing about them is exciting. What to speak of hearing about Prabhupada, So please forgive me for brevity, but just to keep things close to on time, I'll just be saying a couple things about the speakers that I'm introducing. And I'm very privileged. I feel very honored to introduce the following two speakers. Anuttamā Prabhu was initiated by Śrīla Prabhupada in 1976. He served on the GBC and as ISKCON's International Director of Communications for over 20 years. He's got unwavering energy and is often referred to as Mr. Rukmiṇī Devi. Here is Anuttamā Prabhu.
Yeah, Anunatha is very gracious because I could feel my ego growing, and then he brought it back down to reality very quickly. So thank you, Anuttamā Prabhu. Much appreciated. If it's okay, I'm gonna read what I written earlier. First, I want to thank Chandrasekhar Maharaj for organizing this. And Washington, D.C.'s Baltimore Temple had their Vyasa Puja ceremony this morning, but DC's having theirs this evening, so I won't be able to stay to listen to everyone, but there's so many beautiful names and friends and senior Vaishnavas to me that are here that I'd like to hear everything, but I'm afraid I won't be able to. Vancha kalpatrubhishta kripasinabhyacha patitānaṁ pavanebhyo vaishnavyo namo namaha. I was particularly just want to mention, I really appreciated Yogeśvara Prabhu's remarks. And I think some of what I've written is in line with that. Not exactly his points, but I think runs parallel to that. So appreciate that. And I'll mention too that this is not so much written for Prabhupada's disciples in a sense. It's really written for ISKCON now and in the future. This is the 125th anniversary, which I think is a very significant event for all of us. And I think it's pretty sure that on the 150th, there will not be a lot of Prabhupada disciples here to talk about Śrīla Prabhupada. It'll be moved on to the next generations. And that kind of scares me a little bit in the sense of, I don't know how significant an event this is going to be in the future. That worries me. So that's what I wrote about. Dear Śrīla Prabhupada, Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pichanane Nirvasesha Shinvani Pashtatari Zitane. Today we celebrate the 125th anniversary of your birth or appearance in this world. 125 is an important milestone. It's a special opportunity for all of your disciples, grand disciples, and admirers to reassess your many accomplishments, to grasp more deeply your teachings, to better comprehend your personal example, and to reaffirm our sense of gratitude and commitment to you and your mission. Śrīla Prabhupada disciples are instructed to reveal their minds before the Guru to seek his guidance. Thus, this year I wish to posit before you my thoughts and a fear that I have. You're writing your purport to the Srimad Bhagavatam 1-18. Quote, these are the miraculous effects of the association of the Bhagavatas. The more progress is made in devotional service under the guidance of the Bhagavatas, the more one becomes fixed in the transcendental loving service of the Lord. The messages of the book Bhagavat therefore have to be received from the devotee Bhagavat, and the combination of these two Bhagavats will help the neophyte devotee to make progress on and on. Śrīla Prabhupada, you are the greatest modern devotee Bhagavat and the giver of the book Bhagavat to the entire world. Thus, your association and guidance are essential for all ISKCON devotees who hope to make progress in spiritual life. But I fear this fact may be lost with the passage of time. As time passes by and as your direct disciples, the respected elders of the Hare Krishna movement, pass on, I fear that your association, your preeminent position, your mood, and your teachings may be minimized or even forgotten. Of course, in one sense, that can never happen. Your murti will always sit in our temples. Your pranam prayers will always be chanted to begin our kirtans. Your books will always be published. But my fear, Prabhupada, is that the worship of your sacred form may become ritual. Chanting your pranam prayers, just thoughtless repetition. Your books, read less and less by ISKCON aspirants, who instead are attracted by the words of contemporary charismatic preachers. That is why today your Vyasa Puja celebration is so important to all ISKCON members. It's a wake-up call for now and into the future. It should remind us to ask, are we keeping you in the center of our lives and our communities? Are we looking to you to set the example and standards that we follow? Are we immersed in your teachings, your mood, and your vision? Are we understanding and applying both your strictness and your flexibility? Are we seeking guidance by regularly asking ourselves, how did Śrīla Prabhupada respond in a situation similar to what I face today? This past year, I've tried to connect with you more deeply by reading again and then again rereading your official biography, Śrīla Prabhupada Lilamrita. It's a lovely book. No one history, of course, can capture the whole picture of any great person, especially one as multifaceted as you. But I implore every devotee who hears this offering to consider the 125th anniversary as an impetus to read as many biographies about Śrīla Prabhupada as possible, especially the Lilamrita. It's not just because your story, Śrīla Prabhupada, is an amazing one, although it is. More importantly, with the march of time, we need to better understand what a transcendental person you were and are. Because we need you to remain a living example for us, not just a historical figure or an idol that we admire. By hearing about you from proper sources, we better comprehend the challenges you faced, the decisions you made, the considerations you weighed in making your choices. Not that we just recite as if memorized. Quote, Prabhupada had 2 heart attacks on the ship, and he didn't have much money in New York City. And he fought for the Juhu temple, and he published lots of books, and he opened a lot of temples, and it all came out okay. And that was wonderful. Jai Prabhupada. That is simply not enough. We need to know more. We need to know that you didn't have 2 heart attacks. You suffered 2 heart attacks. You didn't just face abstract obstacles. You sometimes went hungry. You sometimes went hungry because of lack of money as you pushed on your mission. In later years, out of anxiety, you couldn't sleep many nights as you were worried about the problems your movement faced. You cried sometimes when you were reunited with disciples who left. You laughed and told jokes, the left disciples bursting with laughter. You were excited by new challenges. Your eyes twinkled when teasing your disciples and their children. And you became angry, but never envious of those who were too proud or who had offended the Lord. In short, we need to understand that you are not a silent Murti sitting on your Vyasa-san. You are an awe-inspiring person, a person who demonstrated love and hurt and humor and enthusiasm against unbelievable odds and every other human and transcendental emotion. You faced every type of obstacle we will ever face and more. You showed us how to live in faith and in hope and in joy. You are not just our founder, Śrīla Prabhupada, you are our Acharya. It is essential that all of ISKCON, gurus and GBCs and novices alike, never forget that we can and must look to you as our example of how to live a Krishna conscious life. How to live in the midst of success and failure, in the company of both kings and paupers, in sickness and in health, in wealth and in poverty, in fame and in obscurity, with family and alone, at home and abroad.
What are we doing now?
For example, we know that you got angry, but that's not enough to know. Or we may think, well, Prabhupada got angry, I can too. We know you sometimes said people were living like dogs, hogs, and asses. We may think that I can say that too. But when we study your Lilamrita, we learn that you, unlike us, in our faint attempts to mimic you, you said such things with purity and compassion and love. This is the example that needs to remain alive in our hearts, in our minds, and in our words. Only in this way, in active memory of you, can your society and your followers hope to, quote, make progress on and on, as the Bhagavatam stated, to become happy and to inspire others to adhere to the path of the Bhagavatas. So this is my fear, that unless we consciously strive to go deep in our understanding of who you are and your mood and your mission, although you are our founder Acharya, you may slowly become a silent Murti for most of us. But if we use this 125th year and every year as an opportunity to push ourselves to go deeper, to understand you, to learn about your life with its very human struggles, as well as its divine successes, then you will ever be alive for all of ISKCON. Then when we make decisions, we'll look to your ever fresh example. When we suffer, we'll remember that it was for our sake you suffered even more than we ever will. And when we taste joy, we'll remember that it was you who showed us how to laugh and love with meaning and with purpose. For ISKCON to continue, we can't just claim to be members of the Hare Krishna movement or disciples of this guru or that guru. We must be Prabhupada Anugas, Prabhupada followers. And we cannot follow you. We will fail to follow you if we don't immerse ourselves in your Leela, your Leelamrita. Aspiring to remember you, your example every day and every moment to moment, I pray to become qualified to be your eternal servant, Anuttamā Das. Jai Śrīla Prabhupāda ki jai. So that's what I wrote, Maharaj.
We're waiting for Yana to take it away. She's doing the
Okay.
next two people.
Thank you, Anuttamā Prabhu. It's really a wonderful offering. With an eye on the future, your generation has been talking lately about preservation, as time marches on and things begin to shift. And it's up to, I guess, people like me and those who come after to make sure that things don't get watered down and that Prabhupada's teachings are held intact. And I thank you very much for the reminder.
And just to add his mood, I think that's something, there's some real global discussions going on these days. And there's a lot of highly respected people I fall at their feet who are quoting, Prabhupada said this, Prabhupada said that, but they tend to rule out how Prabhupada applied it himself and Prabhupada's mood, Prabhupada's flexibility and Prabhupada's compassion and Prabhupada's all-inclusiveness. So I fear for that as well.
And I might add context to that list.
Yeah.
Prabhupada's context.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prabhu. So from the ridiculous to the sublime, Mother Rukmiṇī, I hope you're ready to speak. She was initiated by Prabhupada in 1968 at the tender age of 16. She's the founder of the Urban Devi Collective, and she's on the board of directors of the Bhakti Center here in New York. She considers herself an activist in women's spiritual empowerment and interfaith dialogue. And she is often referred to as Mrs. Anuttamā. Here's Rukmiṇī Prabhu.
Hare Krishna. Thank you, Yadanath Prabhu. Dear Śrīla Prabhupada, my eternal master, my eternal father, Namā Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale, Śrīmate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane, Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharane, Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarne. On that day in 1968 in Montreal, we ran quickly down the street, barefoot, from the bowling alley temple on Park Street to the tiny apartment a few blocks away where you stayed on West Prince Arthur Street near McGill University. Sharp gravel on the driveway pricked our feet as we ran to your door, as though they were sins, anarthas, or obstacles in the heart needing to be destroyed before seeing you for the first time. I can't deny that when I first saw you, I saw an effulgent shine radiating from you, lighting the room all around you. Like the saints and angels in ancient paintings, there you were, before us all in that room, immanent and transcendent, deeper than an ocean, yet joyful as well. You were delighted to see your dear ones, Mukunda and Janaki, Gurudas and Yamuna, and Shyamasundar and Mālati, with new baby Saraswati in tow. After pleasing you in service in San Francisco, they were now on their way to London to please you more. They had come to Montreal to seek your blessings before embarking on their new adventure in your service. Like a particle of dust blown in with a windstorm of their devotion, I'd come with them. They offered me to you, a tiny grain of sand lifted up from the suffering ocean of this world and placed at your lotus feet. Yamuni Devi said, "This is Wendy. She is only 16 years old, and she wants to become your disciple." You looked at me so tenderly, so compassionately, and said, "But where are your parents?" As though you were feeling their pain, feeling the pain of our whole culture in upheaval. With the foolish arrogance of a teenager, I said, "My parents and I get along better when we're not together." You immediately looked away, and I felt the sting of my pride that caused you disdain. Even today, I wince remembering how my conceit caused you to look away in that moment. Then the mercy of your gaze fell on Mālati and baby Saraswati, and you said, "I dreamt of that child last night. Yes, that very child." Were you seeing your future playful pastimes with her that so charmed the crowds in India and anyone who witnessed them? Were you perhaps recognizing an old friend from a previous life? When will I bring you joy each day in simple love, like an innocent child, free from false pride? When will I grow up and offer you mature and selfless love every day, every hour, and every minute of my life? I have no realization of pure devotion. I only know that you saved me from a fate worse than I can imagine. 53 years later, once again, I ask you to please accept me. This time I pray for genuine humility, simplicity, and maturity, as I beg you to kindly engage me in your eternal loving service. Your eternal daughter, Rukmiṇī Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
That was beautiful, Mother Rukmiṇī. I remember I read your offering this morning on your blog, and just thought it was lovely. Thank you. It's great to hear you speak it. Thanks so much. I'm going to turn it back over to Maharaj.
Jai. So our next guest on our collection here of devotees, interesting devotees from all over the world, hails from Australia, Kṛṣṇarūpā, and she's on the Australian National Council. She's also part of Sabha, which I'm also part of, that organization that practically nobody's ever heard of. And she was in the early pioneer days of ISKCON. She was initiated both first and second initiation in 1974. And so she's been in India and she's been in Australia, and she tries to help ladies in ISKCON, and I guess in general, with issues that they might have in their lives, with violence or anything else that they might be going through. So she was telling me recently that there in Australia, things are really locked down. They can't go anywhere. They don't even get to go to Vyasa Puja or Prabhupada's or Janmashtami this year. So let me turn it over to her without wasting any more of her time. Hare Krishna. You're there, Kṛṣṇarūpā?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much, Chandrasekhar Maharaj. as I messaged, it's a lifesaver. It's the first Janmashtami that I've not ever been able to go to the temple, or first Vyasa Puja. So today is wonderful. I just wanted to say very quickly a few things before I do my formal offering to Prabhupada. I first wanted to say Haribol to Yogeśvara Prabhu. Now, Yogeśvara Prabhu, he won't remember me, but I remember him very well, because in 1978, a small party of devotees, Madri, Tamal Krishna Maharaj's widow, myself, and Haristanu, along with my then new husband, Nṛsiṁhānanda Prabhu, we went to New York to collect for Mayapur. And we stayed in, I think it was in Philadelphia temple. And Yogeśvara, I believe, was the TP there. And he would personally make us breakfast, to like a packed takeaway breakfast that we could eat in the car on the way to the airport. And I never forget his kindness. So thank you very much, Yogeśvara Prabhu. Hare Krishna. So I don't often dream of Prabhupada, but I've been having a lot of dreams about him lately. Well, two, in fact. And before I do my offering, I just wanted to mention them, because they were just so powerful to me. And it seemed like that there was a lot of the feeling of separation in service. And like all of Prabhupada's disciples, we think of Prabhupada every day and we pray to him. And I particularly always, mea culpa, mea maxima culpa to Prabhupada. I couldn't be much better than I am. I'm such a useless disciple. But recently I saw this post that there was a picture of Śrīla Prabhupāda's old typewriter. And this must have stuck in my brain. So I had this dream, and Prabhupada was actually preparing to leave his body. And when Prabhupada left his body, I was in Mayapur. And because there were only about 4 Western women there at the time, we couldn't go to see Śrīla Prabhupada. So, I hadn't been able to see him for that last time, although he had been in Mayapur for some months. And, very fortunately had a lot of association there. But he was in Mayapur and he was preparing to leave his body. But he was still eating and talking and sitting up. And a large group of us who'd come to see Prabhupada were sitting in this kind of an ante-room, like a waiting room to see him. And I'm looking at my notes, because when I woke up, I very quickly jotted it down so I wouldn't forget. And some of Prabhupada's disciples were allowed to go in, and of course not the women. But I decided that I had the right to go in to see Prabhupada. It was my birthright to see my spiritual master. So I got up and just ignored the sannyasis and the bodyguards and just went straight into Prabhupada's room. And Prabhupada was actually eating a light breakfast, just some fruit. And I thought I should wait. So I waited for him to finish eating. And any minute I was expecting to be told, get out, get out. But I was determined to stay. And then I offered my obeisances to Prabhupada and looked up. And I was thinking, all of a sudden, Prabhupada is not going to know me. He's going to wonder, who is this, person that's just walked into my room? But when I looked up for my obeisances, he smiled very broadly. And he said, how are you? Like he knew me so well, which of course he does, as he knows all of his disciples and grand disciples. And then Prabhupada said something to me. He said, I want you to find that typewriter. He said, I've left this typewriter in America and I want you to find it. And then he said, I want you to write a book. And in that book, I want you to tell many jokes. And then I turned to Subhag Maharaj, who was in the room, and I turned to Subhag Maharaj and said, what did Prabhupada say? And then he said, I don't know what to do what Prabhupada said. So then I offered my obeisances and went running back. And all of a sudden then I had my eldest son was growing up, and I remember calling out to him, Madhava, you have to come back with me to Prabhupada's room, because Prabhupada's told me something that I need to confirm that I heard it right. So then my son said, yeah, okay, I'll come quickly. And then, of course, I woke up. So it was a very wonderful dream, to dream about Srila Prabhupada, even though I do not have an intention of writing a book. So on this very auspicious day of Srila Prabhupada's 125th Vyasa Puja, in the 8th canto, it describes how if you, in the 5th chapter, if you could count the atoms of the universe, then you could count the qualities of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But no one can count the atoms of the universe, nor can anyone count the transcendental qualities of the Lord. So just as it's impossible to describe Krishna's many attributes, it's also impossible to fully describe Srila Prabhupada's. And just like Anuttamā Prabhu was saying, one can look at Prabhupada's biography and say, okay, well, he started this on that date and then he did that and then that happened, but not meditating on what it cost to achieve those things. And, Prabhupada did go hungry. He did have sunstroke. All of these things, he was homeless, that he did for us. And so it's pretty impossible to describe all of Prabhupada's qualities, but it's also impossible to describe the debt that we owe you, Srila Prabhupada, let alone being able to pay that debt. And Prabhupada did change the world. The world may not yet know it, but history will prove it so. And we know that you have changed our lives in the most astonishing ways, absolutely astonishing ways. And in 1st canto, you describe in one purport there, by service of the bona fide spiritual master, the Lord consents to reveal himself in proportion to the service rendered. So Prabhupada, the more we surrender to you and serve you with all of our sincerity and enthusiasm, to that degree, Krishna will reveal himself to us, such as your potency and your purity. We see by your activities and your firm, fixed desire to save the world, you took the order of your spiritual master, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, so much to heart and in such a deep embrace that we ordinary souls cannot fully understand. Just like a child sees his father may be the emperor of the world, but he sees him just as his father. So we too cannot grasp the full understanding of your spiritual position, Srila Prabhupada. After all, you did tell us that if we knew who you were, we would faint. But somehow we're trying to serve you in this separation, and it offers some solace because we know you told us that the Vani is more important than the Vapu. And I'm very pleased, I'm sure you're pleased, Srila Prabhupada, when you see many of your grand disciples and great-grand disciples trying to serve you with enthusiasm and love, pushing on your mission. And I share Anuttamā Prabhu's concerns that, what happens when in the next 20, 25 years when we're not here. And sometimes I get really concerned about that. And I wonder, will all of the fine details of Prabhupada's teachings and behavior that he taught us, will that be followed through? And sometimes I have doubts about it. And then other times when I see these amazing festivals that the young devotees put on, I feel very confident that they will be following Prabhupada's instructions very carefully. And Prabhupada, as you gave so much of your consideration and love to your female disciples, I feel that it's a service that I can do to please you, Prabhupada, is to try and serve and help the Vaishnavis in your great ISKCON, in their desire to serve you. And as Jayapatāka Maharaj said on the 12th in Mayapur in 1977 to Prabhupada, he said, Prabhupada, you can put the life into the dead man. We were all practically dead, but you are putting life into us. So Prabhupada, please put life into me so I can keep serving you until it is time to see your glowing effulgence again. And there's a very short little poem I wrote. unfathomable like the deepest sea, as vast as the widest ocean. You created an intoxicating lifestyle potion, and in your followers inspired devotion. Transformed, transfixed, and strongly bound to you, we, your disciples, beg that we can remain true. Loyal to you, following your orders, we will continue to spread love of Krishna without any borders. Kindest of fathers, wisest of hearts, traveling tirelessly by sky, sea, road and rail. Srila Prabhupada, you took us on a blissful trail. Being with you, seeing your perfected bhakti, not witnessing anything ordinary but Daivi Shakti. We're bound to you with unshifting shackles. Change that are ties of love, this no battle. Please forgive this foolish daughter for mistakes and mishaps. Please firmly fix me to your divine road to speak eternally. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, you're still muted.
Yeah, I'm muted. I know. I'm working behind the scenes here, so let me unmute myself. Do you feel that ISKCON is connecting with Prabhupada or drifting away from Prabhupada? Let me ask something a little bit provocative here.
I think I have mixed feelings about it. Sometimes I feel that, devotees who have, not Prabhupada's direct disciples, but the younger devotees, sometimes I feel they have very deep, great connection with Srila Prabhupada. For example, there's one young Mataji in Sydney who's very focused on children and their connection with Srila Prabhupada. And she had a wonderful initiative that went on for 3 weeks, where she had all of the children really, not just in Australia, but around the world, listening to different Prabhupada disciples that she had asked to speak to them. And some of the questions they asked, and these were children from 9 to 17, I could see how they had a really deep love for Srila Prabhupada. So I think that it's a bit of a mixed bag, but I am optimistic.
If you could see Prabhupada today, what would you communicate to him?
Well, I first of all beg forgiveness for being such a rascal disciple, and I would, I think I would ask him, how can we help the women in Krishna consciousness? Because there's Prabhupada has given us some controversial statements. They need to be understood in context, and it's and in my service on the editorial review panel, which is a panel that the BBT and the GBC put together to review any further changes on Prabhupada's books, I would have a whole list of questions for Prabhupada about what do you think about, this revision? And when you said this, what did you mean when you said that? I think that I would be asking Srila Prabhupada that.
Do you feel that, do you spend much time outside of Australia, or you're mostly in Aussie?
Well, mostly in Australia now. We can't travel out of Australia. If you can travel out of Australia, you can't get back because of, Australia is completely locked down. But in normal times, I would spend time in India, in Mayapur, and in Australia.
So we're here together, discussing Śrīla Prabhupada, remembering him, and figuring out how, as a group, we can work together to make ISKCON better. What would your idea be to make Prabhupada more pleased by making ISKCON better? What would your approach be to that?
Well, we have got a lot of initiatives around the world now for Vaishnava care. And that's something that, despite the fact that Śrīla Prabhupāda, and I heard a very early lecture where Prabhupada said that he said that ISKCON is your family, and if any of your family members are ill, you must take care of them. And it took us how many decades before we actually realized that we should take care of each other, let alone take care of ourselves. Because I remember in the early days, at least speaking in my port, you would be near death's door and you would still be doing the service. I personally did that. I eventually went into a coma because I'd been doing my service with very, very severe hepatitis B. So, and then I speak to many of at least my god sisters, and they tell me how ill they were and still they did their service, really in great pain and very sick. So it's taken us decades to understand that when Prabhupada wrote those handwritten instructions, health was first. So health care, self-care, and also care for the others. So I think that's very important. And Rukmiṇī, my dear god sister, when I last saw her in Mayapur, beginning of the pandemic, she told me this wonderful story how one bhakta was being like a bodyguard for Śrīla Prabhupada, and I think it was in New Vrindavan. Rukmiṇī could probably correct me. And it was raining, so he'd taken shelter, I think, in the garage or something. And he suddenly looked around, and there was Śrīla Prabhupada. He offered his obeisances, and he said to Śrīla Prabhupada, how may I serve you? Do you need anything? And Prabhupada said, I want you to go where I cannot go. And this young devotee's thinking, well, Prabhupada goes to New York, he goes to Tokyo, he goes all around the world. What does he mean? Go where he cannot go. And Prabhupada said, I want you to go to the future, because Prabhupada wouldn't be going into the future because of, he was going to wind up his eternal pastimes, his pastimes. And Prabhupada said, I want you to go where I cannot go. I want you to go to the future and show the people how much Krishna loves them by how much you love them. So, of course, I probably really massacred that lovely story that Rukmiṇī told me, but the gist of it is that by our concern and care for everyone, not just ISKCON devotees, but caring for everyone, not necessarily opening hospitals or anything like that, but to show people that we care about them because Krishna cares about them. So I think that's one of our first principles in giving Krishna consciousness to people, is to show genuine care and concern for their suffering condition.
Jaya, thank you very much, Kṛṣṇarūpā. It's been a pleasure to be with you here.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Our next speaker is Guru Gauranga, who is here, and he's been involved in recently legal affairs. He's kind of taking a backdrop from that at this point. But before that, he was involved in other yatras. I'm ashamed that I don't know the particulars of them, but maybe I can call him on here and get some information from Guru Gauranga about his, we've got a few extra minutes here, so maybe he can tell us a little bit about himself before he launches into his Vyasa Puja. You're there, Guru Gauranga?
Yes, I'm here. Well, the only thing that anybody needs to know about me is that I'm an insignificant servant of Śrīla Prabhupada, and I would like to start my offering to Prabhupada, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Dear Śrīla Prabhupada, Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine. Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschati Dashatarine. All I ever really needed to know, I learned from you. You opened my eyes through your books, lectures, and letters. You enlightened me in classes, on morning walks, and in room conversations, mostly in Paris, New Mayapur, Vrindavan, Sridham Mayapur, Mumbai, and Geneva. You taught me through your disciples everywhere. Most wonderfully, you inspired me through your blue Collier Macmillan abridged Gita, teaching me that I am spirit soul, aham brahmasmi, not this body, ahamkar. You convinced me that sense gratification never leads to happiness, but to misery and repeated birth and death. You explain that all living entities have fallen under the control of the illusory energy, but may be released from the clutches of illusion by Krishna's will. You gave me hope that someday or other I may be delivered from this mire of delusion in which I am so deeply sunk. You instilled in me the conviction that I am nothing but an insignificant servant of the Almighty Absolute Godhead. As you wrote about your own Guru Maharaj, you too have proved that Absolute is sentient and removed impersonal calamity from my life. You taught me that the Supreme Personality of Godhead has a cheerful lotus-like countenance with ruddy eyes like the interior of a lotus and a swarthy body like the petals of a blue lotus. You demonstrated that if Krishna likes, he can also make my power to speak suitable to the understanding of others. You convinced me that real knowledge is that everything is the property of God, and that no land belongs to the Americans or to the Swiss people or to the Indian people. That was a quote from Prabhupada. You wrote me that, quote, we are teaching people to become first-class yogis in Krishna consciousness, unquote. You made it crystal clear that I cannot live peacefully without accepting that God is the center of everything. You taught me that there is no scarcity in God's kingdom, just our mismanagement in this world. You wrote me, quote, jnana alone is no good unless the jnani surrenders to Krishna, unquote. You made me understand that the beautiful Bhagavatam, compiled by the great sage Vyasadeva, teaches first-class religion and completely rejects Kaitava Dharma, cheating religion. You convinced me that the purpose of the Krishna consciousness movement is to make lovers of God. In Geneva, you said, quote, it does not matter whether one follows Christianity, Hinduism, Buddhism, or this ism or that ism, but one must become a lover of God. You recounted funny stories of Gopal Bhar, the court jester of Raja Krishna Chandra, to make broader, serious points. You wrote me after a visit of a world-famous Mayavadi who came to meet you, quote, we find no instruction in the Bhagavad Gita except devotional service or bhakti yoga, unquote. You demonstrated that dying will happen to my body one day too. You described in my initiation letter, quote, the process for going back to Godhead is to follow the regulative principles, chant at least 16 rounds of beads daily, read our literatures, go for a street sankirtan, etc. I love that, etc. And keep yourself engaged in Krishna's business 24 hours so that you will be really happy in this life and in the end reach the supreme destination. That was a letter that was signed by Prabhupada's hand in Delhi on December 10th, 1971. For those of you old enough to know what an aerogram is, it was an aerogram. For those of you who don't, see me later. You demonstrated in the closed quarters of a small ISKCON temple in Geneva that no matter how early I rose in the morning to sneak a peek at what you were doing, you were already up before me, chanting japa or speaking your translation of Srimad Bhagavatam, 5th canto, into a dictaphone. You once wrote me that I should, quote, work with great enthusiasm in Paris to make Krishna more prominent than Napoleon and the Eiffel Tower, unquote. You sent an aerogram from Vrindavan to warn me, quote, not to accept the interpretation of an outsider, unquote, regarding Krishna's statements in Bhagavad Gita. You showed me the love and care you felt for a devotee who had left ISKCON, a leading GBC member, a devotee who was ill, one of your earliest disciples, and a devotee who was disabled, a courageous bhaktin. You emphasized the importance of being prepared to preach by having me sit down next to you and translate aloud excerpts from the book of a famous French-speaking Mayavadi professor whom you were scheduled to meet the next morning. You remembered me, even though I was unsure you would, by beckoning for me to come sit next to you in the waiting room of Santa Cruz Airport in Bombay, in order to chat casually with me about the president of the Council of State of Geneva before we boarded an Indian Airlines flight to Calcutta. You relied on me as your French-speaking interpreter at big preaching events in Geneva and Paris. In Paris, it was his welcome press conference. You wrote me from Melbourne that you are, quote, very much encouraged to hear of our increased Sankirtan movement and return to Geneva to open up still another chapter in Lord Chaitanya's conquest of the world, unquote. You assured me that, quote, the Geneva police will eventually accept us and our Sankirtan activities, which will go on unchecked if we simply have the determination to continue our preaching work under all circumstances, unquote. And as usual, you were right. You gave me the courage to go door-to-door Sankirtan, door-to-door Sankirtan in low-income housing projects in the Geneva suburbs to sell French translations of your as yet unpublished books to be delivered at an indeterminate date in the future, but to take payment in advance. You told me that you, quote, tasted first-class milk in Switzerland and that it is the world's best unless one has got one's own cows. You showed me how to rehydrate dried sliced bitter melon and pan fry it with ghee until browned and crispy in the kitchen of Geneva Temple. Life has continuously examined me to verify whether I've understood your teachings. And ultimately, death, the great examiner, will do so as well. This too you taught me, Śrīla Prabhupāda. As I said at the outset of my tribute to you, my divine master, All I ever really needed to know, I learned from you. Your eternal servant, Guru Gauranga Das.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Guru Gauranga Das, if you would take a minute, what would you say?
Well,
Is-
with all due respect, I don't mind.
You want to pass?
No
Okay.
interviews for me. Thank
Okay.
you. Hare Krishna.
Okay. So Yadunath is on next, and he's going to introduce Kalakaṇṭha.
Yes. I'm going to do that. Thank you, Guru Gauranga Prabhu. Always moving when I hear from you at these events, always moving. Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu was initiated by Śrīla Prabhupada in 1973. He and his wife, Jita Mitra, run the very successful and influential Krishna House in Gainesville, Florida. He has authored several very colorful books on bhakti yoga, incorporating both humor and poetry, and is an initiating guru in ISKCON. Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu, please.
Pañcaratna kripa sindhubhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane. Many thanks, Chandrasekhar Maharaj, for organizing this nice event and for inviting me to take part in it. Such a pleasure to see so many wonderful God brothers and God sisters and hear their realizations. I'd like to read an offering I wrote for Śrīla Prabhupada a few years ago as an expression of my appreciation for him. Śrīla Prabhupada, Lord Nityananda's sharpest tool, today Jagai and Madhai aren't exceptions, they're the rule. You are that Senapati Bhakta forecast to appear. In this world, to Sri Nitai, how could someone be more dear? Madangas, kartals, harinam, and books and endless streams, Gauranga's mighty weapons and his Sankirtan regime. You launched this sacred arsenal throughout our sari sphere. In this world, to Gauranga, how could someone be more dear? The taste of Radha's love for Krishna prompts Gauranga's form. A taste you knew could also make the troubled heart transform. Seek out Sri Radha's grace, you urged, at Boston's battered pier. In this world, to Sri Radha, how could someone be more dear? Do not disturb the ignorant, says Krishna in his song. Their love for sense enjoyment is exceptionally strong. And yet for him, you came to us and boldly interfered. In this world, to Lord Krishna, how could someone be more dear? When Radha and her friends pulled Krishna in his stunning cart, the Rath-yatra fest began, a boon to every heart. You blessed 100 cities with its blissful atmosphere. In this world, to Lord Jagannath, could someone be more dear? When one spreads Krishna consciousness, as you did, Prabhupada, he surely will be greatly tested, as was young Prahlad. You left for us the deity who mitigates all fear. In this world, too, Nṛsiṁhānanda, could someone be more dear? The fearless Srila Saraswati urged his sons to preach, but every town and village seemed impossible to reach until you smashed the barricade and laid the pathway clear. In this world, to your guru, how could someone be more dear? Though Jesus said to love thy Lord, his order was obscured. The Buddha and the prophet, too, find chaos masks their words. But you left us your law books with a message crystal clear. In this world, to your follower, could someone be more dear? Though using faulty rhythm, tortured rhymes, and clumsy plan, a certain fallen poet sings as sweetly as he can this praise of Śrīla Prabhupada, a subject so sublime that anyone who listens savors Krishna Prem in time. Śrīla Prabhupada ki jai.
Thank you, Prabhu. Thank you. Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu, did you want to add anything?
Sure, yes, I would.
Great.
The devotees here in Gainesville celebrated Śrīla Prabhupada's 50th anniversary of Śrīla Prabhupada's arrival this year. He came to Gainesville in 1971 in July. And he was there only 24 hours. What had happened is he had issued a challenge after receiving many invitations to speak on campuses here and there. He said, "I'll only speak where the college will give me an honorarium of $1,000. Of course, that was a lot of money at that time. And so Amarendra Prabhu boldly went in and demanded the student council give, and he finally got that $1,000 out of the student council. So Prabhupada came for one day, and it's just amazing how many incredible things he did during this one short visit. I'm just going to recount a couple. First, when he arrived, he described Gainesville as this remote place far removed from the birthplace of Lord Chaitanya. He was happy to see that even in such a remote place, Krishna consciousness was spreading. So then he gave a talk on campus at the university, which was attended by about 400 students. And afterwards was invited to speak on the university television program. So he came over after a long day of preaching. It was about 10:30 at night to film the interview. And there wasn't a single car in the parking lot. So the devotee pulled right up front next to the door, but there's a sign that said no parking. So Prabhupada said, "No, don't park here." Told him to move to an appropriate spot. So it was very prescient in a way that he made that statement, because during the interviewer asked him a really good question. He said, "How can I tell you're true follower?" So Prabhupada could have answered that in so many ways. My true follower wears devotional clothing, wears tilak, reads my books, distributes my books, chants Hare Krishna, so many ways. You know what he said? "My true follower is a perfect gentleman." And by extension, ladies also, because he implied the same. My true follower is a perfect lady or gentleman. So that quote has always moved me so much, because in a sense, from the early days to today, that's one of the big differences in our Sangha, that we've come to value a little bit the proper Vaishnava etiquette amongst ourselves. To whatever extent we've accomplished that, we are Prabhupada's followers. To the extent that we treat each other with respect, that we give each other the benefit of a doubt, we speak positively and encouragingly to one another, to that extent we've come to be Prabhupada's follower. I have the pleasure of working with young people in my service, and the Krishna House Ashram has about 25 beds, and they're always full of young men and women, enthusiastic young men and women taking up Krishna consciousness. It's been such a wonderful experience to see that. So I always tell them that, yes, I'm a Prabhupada disciple, so in one sense, I'm eternally cooler than you. But in reality, what is important is to be a follower of Prabhupada. That will endure. Prabhupada's disciples are fading out of the scene rapidly, but Prabhupada's followers will not only endure, but thrive and multiply. That is the great power of Śrīla Prabhupada, to unite people and to bring diverse people together, even in this bewildering Kali Yuga. I see it every day, these young men and women from different backgrounds, entirely different backgrounds. Some of them are children of devotees. We call them organics. And some of them are converts. We call them GMOs, which means Gauranga modified organism. And these two groups are together in their enthusiasm for Prabhupada's service with totally different backgrounds. So the GMOs say to the organics, "Wow, you've been doing this your whole life." And the organics think, "Yeah, I guess I have." They see the value in their upbringing. And then the GMOs say, "Oh, I tried this, I tried that, you don't want to do this." And the organics say, "Okay, thank you for the advice. Thank you for the help." So whether they're from Indian backgrounds, Western backgrounds, men, women, it really doesn't matter. because Prabhupada is at the center, and that is the glue that holds everybody together. Just like the very early days in our ISKCON movement, we all came together in Prabhupada's service. We all shared our love for Prabhupada, our enthusiasm, and that still works. And it's only because of Prabhupada's presence. Prabhupada had no scandal. Prabhupada had no, he didn't reinvent himself. It was the same from the moment he stepped off the Jaladuta till he left this world in Vrindavan. His message was always the same and consistent. And people can see that. Anuttamā Prabhu was speaking earlier about the Lilamrita. Very, very important and powerful for this reason. People reading this and the many biographies of Prabhupada gain an appreciation for him. Yadubara's film has that same effect on young people. Prabhupada is truly exceptional, truly one of a kind, and nobody can ever take his place. So this is what I appreciate about Śrīla Prabhupada, his ongoing power to attract people, to give them shelter, to bring them together in Krishna service, to give them guidance, to give them love and support, and answer their prayers, and give them new friends and new frontiers and new challenges and new hope and new joy in life. On and on and on. This is Śrīla Prabhupada's contribution to the world. I so much appreciated what Kṛṣṇarūpā had to say, that the world doesn't yet know Prabhupada's greatness and Prabhupada's impact, but we know. And because we know, it is our responsibility to make others aware as much as possible. So the behavior of the devotees, the gentlemanly behavior of the devotees, that will attract people to Prabhupada's lotus feet. I also appreciated, I'm sorry, I've forgotten who said it, but perhaps it was Kṛṣṇarūpā also, reading this quote about how Prabhupada would be present by the love that we give to others in his physical absence. That this is how Prabhupada would touch people. I started initiating disciples about 10 years ago. And one of my disciples asked me this difficult question: do you see Krishna? And, I couldn't honestly say, yes, I'm seeing Krishna and making tasteful arrangements for him to be with the gopis, yada, yada. But by Prabhupada's grace, I had one thing to say. I said, no, but I do see other people as more lovable. Others are more lovable. That has been a change in my life through the association of Śrīla Prabhupada over the years. So when I go out to shop, I like to look at people in the Walmart or the Whole Foods or whatever and just imagine them in saris and dhotis. It helps me see them as spirit souls. It helps me remember this mood of Prabhupada, how he was so able to see the spirit in everybody. He also, it always strikes me so profoundly that he was all alone in America. He had no association with devotees when he arrived. Can you imagine? No association. He had to make his own association. And as we read in Lilamrita and other biographies, because he was so keen on bringing people to Krishna consciousness so he could have association with devotees, he took every little spark of interest and fanned it and nurtured it and cared for it. He encouraged the devotees. He recognized their progress. He gave them hope. He gave them confidence. And we can do that also in his service on his behalf, giving love, giving hope, giving light in this very dark world. So to me, this is our legacy from Śrīla Prabhupada, and our appreciation for him will be shown by how we can extend that same love and care and encouragement to others in Krishna consciousness. Thank you very much for this opportunity to glorify him and to have your association. Hare Krishna.
Thank you for being here, Prabhu. First of all, Kalakaṇṭha Prabhu, you rhyme. You rhyme all the time. But it's no crime to rhyme all the time. As a matter of fact, I find it sublime. So thumbs up for me. I also really appreciated the distinction you made between disciple and follower. It's really important, especially moving forward. And I just love how many of of you are talking today in this forward-looking, from this forward-looking perspective, and helping us to remember and know what we need to either start doing or continue doing or increase doing. So thanks again. So just to let everybody know, Urmila Mataji will be next, followed by Bādarāyaṇa Prabhu and Ravīndrasvarūpa Prabhu, if everything goes according to plan, which is a good chance it won't. But I'm just saying, if it does go according to plan, that's going to be the lineup for the next few. I want to, for the people who came in late, just let you know that I'm keeping introductions very brief, so that there's time for everyone to speak, because we want to hear from them. We also want to hear about them, but we're trying to leave enough time to hear from them. So I'm just saying a couple things in my introductions. And one other thing I wanted to mention was, I wanted to thank Chandrasekhar Maharaj, which many of you have been doing already, for organizing this. He did this, he did that complete organization on his own. He did it on behalf of 26 2nd Avenue. So I do want to remind everybody that 26 2nd Avenue is part of this presentation, and we are still closed down. It's a small storefront. We were recently talking about reopening, and then the Delta variant hit. So we said, oh, better wait a little bit more because it's so small, you know. So the doors are still closed, but we're still trying to move forward. Many devotees worldwide have stepped forward to become monthly donors. That opportunity is available to each one of you, should that be something you're inspired to do. We started a campaign last year called 26 for 26. At Jayapatāka Maharaj's suggestion, $26 a month for 26 2nd Avenue. For many devotees, it's not a lot, so we get a lot of devotees to contribute a little bit, that much, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. Then we should be on a solid footing. When I told Maharaj, Jayapatāka Maharaj, hey, we put that program into effect, that campaign into effect, 26 for 26. And he said, why stop at 26? Why not 260 a month? Why not 2,600 a month? So yeah, well, Maharaj, you got me again. You know? So don't let us limit you if you don't want to be limited. Anyway, you can go to Kṛṣṇanyc.com. That's Krishna, the long spelling. Kṛṣṇanyc is in New York City, .com, and go to the donate page if you are so inclined to become a monthly donor. Monthly donors really sustain the Tirtha. Of course, we always accept one-time donations, of course, and we appreciate those very, very much. All right, so moving forward here, I'd like to introduce Urmila Mataji. She was initiated by Śrīla Prabhupāda in 1973. She's a very popular speaker around the world and author of several books. She holds a PhD in education and consistently uses her focus to up ISKCON's game with regard to education. It's very valuable. She sits on several ISKCON and GBC related committees. Here is Urmila Prabhu.
Namā Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Śrīmati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namani Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharni Nivasesa Nivani Paskachades. So I wanted to start off with a little video. Hopefully this will work well. Try this again. Share sound.
Therefore the Vedas says, Tadvijnanatham sa gurumeva abhigachet. For understanding the transcendental science, one must approach a guru. And what is the symptom of guru? Samitmani Shrutiyam Brahmanishta. Guru means one who has complete knowledge of Vedic version And not only that, he is a staunch or fixed devotee of the Supreme Lord. These are the qualifications. The Guru strictly follows the Vedic injunction and teaches the same thing to his disciple. That is Guru.
Have come and gone, but the message is lost, that the Guru cannot repeat. Real Guru is not taught different. Guru has got only one opinion, the same opinion which was expressed by Krishna. Avigatchet means he must. There is not that I may go or I may not. No, you must. It is really serious. To enter into the spiritual life, first thing is, first of all, to accept the Guru.
So I hope you like that little video that I compiled. I wanted to spend just the next 10 minutes looking at the 7 purposes of ISKCON and how one way that we can serve Śrīla Prabhupada, that we can glorify Śrīla Prabhupada, is to really put these 7 purposes of ISKCON into action with a big vision. Śrīla Prabhupada said that he always thought big. So we don't have time to go through them in great depth. But to systematically propagate spiritual knowledge to society at large and to educate all peoples in the techniques of spiritual life in order to check the imbalance of values in life and to achieve real unity and peace in the world. So Śrīla Prabhupada here is talking about the techniques of spiritual knowledge, the spiritual knowledge, propagate spiritual knowledge, the techniques of spiritual life, and to correct an imbalance of values, knowledge, skills, or techniques, and values. Now let's say this was actually achieved. Let's imagine a world where this first purpose of ISKCON was achieved. That would mean from womb to tomb, people would have means of education. In every elementary school, in every high school, in every college, there would be classes about the soul. There would be training in how to perform bhakti yoga. People would learn how to be, as Kalakaṇṭha was saying, a real lady and gentleman with real values in life. People would learn how to have a satisfying career where they use their nature to glorify the Supreme Lord and to have society work as a coherent whole, where all the different careers of society were working together in an honest livelihood to take care of the earth, to take care of the people of the earth, to take care of the animals of the earth, and to glorify the Supreme Lord. Where people would learn how to be renunciates, how to take care of the spouse, how to raise children, and how to prepare for death. Basically, if this purpose was fulfilled, we'd see obviously a great reduction in breaking of the four regulative principles. We would see a great reduction in crime. We would see a great upsurge in environmentalism and care for the earth and care for the animals of the earth. What could we do to start this purpose in our own life? To teach. This morning in a class I was listening to from Prabhupada, he said, all of you should become gurus. Lord Chaitanya wants all of you to become gurus. He said, but don't be disappointed that how am I qualified? So somehow if we can teach spiritual knowledge, techniques of spiritual life, and in some way inculcate people with values, it can be our neighbor, our friends. It can be a whole society, thousands of people, that we are supposed to be the flag bearers of educators in the world. In that way, Prabhupada would sometimes talk about having a Brahminical society, that we are meant to be educators in any way that we can, at our workplace, with our family, when we're going shopping, when we're walking down the street, anywhere. Prabhupada talked about this for society at large. Let's look at the next one. To propagate a consciousness of Krishna as is revealed in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. And I think about what's revealed in the Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam, of course, is Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Krishna as he's standing on the chariot talking to Arjuna. In the Bhagavatam, Krishna with all of his incarnations, Matsya Avatar, Varaha Avatar, Kurma Avatar, Singha Avatar, and of course, Krishna Balaram in Vrindavan. At the same time, the Bhagavad Gita teaches us how to be conscious of Krishna in everything, how to be conscious of Krishna in the taste of water, in the light of the sun, in the light of the moon, in our intelligence and our abilities, in the life of all that lives. How to notice Krishna everywhere. And this is a technique of spiritual life, how to be conscious of Krishna everywhere. So many places in the Bhagavatam is described also how to be conscious of Krishna everywhere, that the clouds are his hair, that the trees are the hairs on his body, that the birds are his artistic sense. And we are meant to propagate this consciousness of Krishna to the world. This is an important service that we can do for Śrīla Prabhupada. Prabhupada had this vision for the world, that everyone would be aware at every moment of the presence of Krishna. Maybe they can only be aware of the presence of Krishna through the birds as his artistic sense, and maybe they can be meditating on his pastimes in Vrindavan. But to help everyone to find Krishna everywhere. Then the third one to bring the members of the society together with each other and nearer to Krishna, the prime entity, and thus to develop the idea within the members and humanity at large that each soul is part and parcel of the quality of Godhead Krishna. This is one of my favorite of the 7 purposes. Prabhupada's talking about bringing us closer together, creating a sangha, and bringing us all closer to Krishna, but also for humanity at large, to remember that we are all spiritual beings. If this purpose were achieved in the world, the disharmony between the genders, between races, between the higher classes and the lower classes, the have-nots and the haves, and between one country and another and one species and another would evaporate. That we'd see everyone as a spirit soul. The more we can do this in our own life, just like Kalakaṇṭha was talking about, to have more love for others, to really see that everyone is a spiritual being. It's amazing how a lot of our service to Krishna can just be someone who's not envious, but who's a kind friend to all living entities. If we bring this purpose of Śrīla Prabhupada forward in the world, we would also be accomplishing the first purpose of unity and peace. How can there be exploitation? How can there be violence? How can there be crime? When we see everyone as an equal spiritual being, full of the qualities of God. The next purpose, to teach and encourage the Sankirtan movement, congregational chanting of the holy name of God as revealed in the teachings of Lord Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And here I think about how most people in the world love singing and dancing, music. If this purpose were fully fulfilled, then this would be people's entertainment. I was talking with one devotee some years ago in New York, and we were saying, we should replace the nightclubs with kirtan houses. Right? No intoxication kirtan houses, and people can come together for all-night kirtans. Train people to chant the holy name of God as understood in their own scriptures. Imagine if we please Śrīla Prabhupada by fulfilling this purpose, that the holy name of the Lord would be reverberating in every street, from every shop, every restaurant, every place of business. Everyone would be involved in chanting the holy name of the Lord. I once read an astonishing near-death experience from a Christian minister who had been pronounced dead after a car accident for 90 minutes. And he said he went to a higher realm where he could hear thousands and thousands of voices, all glorifying the name of God. And although they were each singing in their own way, they all harmonized. He said he could make out the thousands of different voices, and at the same time, everybody was in harmony. This would be what would happen on the earth if we achieved this purpose of Śrīla Prabhupada. The next one is to erect for the members and for society at large a holy place of transcendental pastimes dedicated to the personality of Krishna. And I see achieving this purpose means taking care of the dhams in India. Of course, we have our temple in Vrindavan and in Mayapur. And in Mayapur Dham, we're already working at least on ISKCON property of achieving zero waste. Imagine if we really fulfilled this purpose throughout Vrindavan Dham and Mayapur Dham. If we took care of the dhams. Shivaram Maharaj tells a story that he was going with a relative to Vrindavan. And as they approached, he turned to his relative and said, "This is the most holy place in our tradition." And the relative looked around and said, "Maybe you need another tradition." If we really were to achieve this purpose, the holy dham would shine in its full glory. How Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted his followers to excavate the places of the dham. We would have everything clean, in good repair, everything ecologically sound, the cows well fed, the people well fed, the people well educated themselves in spiritual knowledge and in the techniques of spiritual life and in the values of life. And so the whole world would be attracted to come to the dham for spiritual upliftment. And then in every single city and village, there would be so many holy places where people could come for spiritual enlightenment and relaxation and rejuvenation. And every home would have an altar and be a place of transcendental pastimes. And the last one, to bring the members closer together for the purpose of teaching a simpler and more natural way of life. So this doesn't mean that all of us would move to the farms. Sometimes people think Prabhupada didn't want any preaching in the city or didn't want any cities. And although he criticized city life and he wanted us to start farms, even in Vedic society, there are cities. So a simpler, more natural way of life, how to live more in harmony with Mother Bhumi, how to live more in harmony with the cow, how to live with natural fibers and natural medicines, and how to deal with each other in a way that's not artificial and contrived. And again, imagine if this purpose were achieved. Now, this is the only purpose where Śrīla Prabhupada doesn't talk about society at large. This is the only one of the 7 purposes where he only talks about the members. But at least if in all of our centers and among all of our members, we simplified our life to be more in harmony with Krishna's laws. It strikes me that Śrīla Prabhupada would often equate the laws of nature and the laws of God. So if we really lived in harmony with the laws of nature. So I looked up on the folio one time and I found 195 references to the Prabhupada making reference to the phrase peace and prosperity. Of course, in his purposes, he talks about real unity and peace in the world. When we really put Śrīla Prabhupada's vision into action, as Śrīla Prabhupada would sometimes say, we practically have a world of Satya Yuga. Sometimes devotees think that, well, it's good if we have privation and wars and climate change because then people will get serious about Krishna consciousness. But if we're really serious about Krishna consciousness, then we will have a world full of natural gifts to use in his service. So on this day of Śrīla Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja, I'd like us to meditate. What was Śrīla Prabhupada's vision? What was Śrīla Prabhupada's goal? And what can I do? Maybe it's a tiny baby step. Maybe it's just a drop in the ocean, but it's something. It's something. You know, when we have a potluck feast, everybody brings a prep. Maybe you only bring a small prep, but if 100 people each bring a small prep, it's a very wonderful feast. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Śrīla Prabhupada ki jai, Śrīla Prabhupada ki jai, Śrīla Prabhupada ki jai.
Hi, thank you very much, Mother Urmila. Now, our next speaker will be Bādarāyaṇa. I think he's here. I saw him a minute ago on the list of participants. So he recently ceased being a New Yorker. Shame on him. And he's now down there in Florida soaking up the rays, as they say. And he's always forward thinking. He's working with a similar program to what Ādipuruṣa does over there in Manhattan. They have a set of bed and breakfasts and yoga centers where they help people to become interested in Krishna consciousness, and at the same time do some types of yogic activities. And he's a leader of a group called the Astronauts of Antiquity or something like that. So, at any rate, Bādarāyaṇa, are you there?
Hare Krishna, yes, Maharaj.
Oh, and that's Florida behind you.
Florida, yeah, what a switch. I'm sorry that I was shipped there, but I'm still there very much in spirit. Thank you so much for arranging this and allowing me to speak. Om Jnana Timrandasya Ganangana Slakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Gena Tasmai Shigurave Namaha. Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyevacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. So when Mother Urmila was speaking, and she mentioned Kalakaṇṭha and seeing Krishna in everyone and having that compassion, and the story that Mother Rukmiṇī and this other wonderful devotee from Australia was talking about, it actually came from Ādipuruṣa about going into the future. I'm just going to reiterate that story really quick and then share a quick anecdote from my life that happened recently. And just to clarify the story, Ādipuruṣa had been guarding Śrīla Prabhupāda in New Vrindavan in the wee hours of the night, about 2, 3 in the morning. And all the lights were off and Prabhupada had come down, and all of a sudden he turned around and there was Prabhupada standing right in front of him. And Ādipuruṣa hit the ground. And when he got up, he said, Prabhupada, what can I do to serve you? Prabhupada said, you can go where I have not gone. And Adi was very bewildered because he was thinking, well, Prabhupada, you've been everywhere. You just came from Japan. You were just in India. You were in Australia. So he said, Prabhupada, but you have gone everywhere. So where have you not gone? And Prabhupada was very grave and he said, to the future. And how you treat people in the future with the love that you treat them, they will know how much Krishna loves them. So I had an experience where I was I've been distributing books at Rockefeller Center in New York City for about 25, 30 years. And there was one where I used to park at the Rockefeller Center parking garage. There was one really crazy homeless guy, this black guy named Ron. He was an alcoholic, and he would sit by the garage and he would scream sometimes, just madness. But somehow I thought, this is a spirit soul, so let me treat him as such. And I've befriended him, and whenever I would see him, I would give him $1 or something, and I taught him the Maha Mantra, and we would chant together every time I saw him. I never had any thought or expectation that it would fructify, except perhaps in a future lifetime, because he was really a goner. So this went on for a couple of years, really. And then there was about a year when I didn't see him. And I thought, because he was really very, very bad shape, I thought probably he died. So it was about a year. And then after that year, it was during Christmas. And I remember coming out of the public restrooms at Rockefeller Center. Now, actually, I was going into the public restrooms, and there was Ron coming out of the public restrooms dressed in a suit with a briefcase. And he said, oh, I've been looking for you. And I said, Ron, is that you? And he said, yes. He said, I want to tell you that because of your kindness to me and you teaching me that mantra, which I now chant every day, I completely turned my life around. And I've been searching for you. I knew you were going to be here, and I just wanted to thank you. So it was miraculous to me. It brought, we hugged and we kind of shed a tear together. But just the simple act of treating people with seeing them as spirit souls and in some way giving them Krishna, really, it changed a homeless person's life completely. So just wanted to share that little anecdote. I'm going to read what I wrote in the offering book. The golden age of Kali is predicted. We are at the infancy stages, and yet we see so much increase of sinful activity and atheistic philosophy contaminating the environment. We are experiencing the predominance of fear propaganda being spewed into the ether. There are deep and pervasive levels of corruption and deception. Much of the population is waking up to this. And then there are the ever-present threats of atheistic, communist-oriented philosophy, often disguised as something benign, along with materialistic, godless science, which have both insidiously infiltrated our educational systems and think tanks of America. We, as your Diksha and Shiksha disciples, must be vigilant in this regard, lest sentimental conceptions weaken the foundation of our faith in your bold preaching vision and mission, Śrīla Prabhupāda. While the message of the sweetness of Radha and Krishna's love and the magnanimity of Nitai Gauranga Patita Pavana is the esoteric essence and ultimate goal of our Gaudiya tradition, there are formidable forces which must be overcome in order for that pure love to become manifest in the world. You, Śrīla Prabhupada, made this very clear. You didn't mince words in this regard. So this is from a rune conversation in Mayapur, 1975. This is Śrīla Prabhupada speaking. But they are uncompromising, the communists. They are staunch enemy of the capitalists. Their whole philosophy is against God and against capitalism. So if America becomes Krishna conscious and fights, they have got strength plus God's blessing. They'll come out victorious. Fight is going on. We cannot stop. But if the American people take to Krishna consciousness and fight with the communists, they'll come out victorious. Then the menace of communistic movement will stop. And we want that. We want that all these demonic communists must be finished. This is from a morning walk in December 1973. Yes, the main point is that in God we trust, on this slogan. So the same point that what do you mean by God and what do you mean by trust? That you do not know. So you have to explain what is God and what is trust thoroughly from our books. And our propaganda is like that, to teach actually what is God and what is trust. And you important men of the state, you come forward, try to understand, open schools, colleges, make it perfectly known what is God, and make America strong. As the Communist Party, they're preaching godlessness. Now America should preach, no, in God we trust. Now there should be a fight, not on the political point of view, but actually it includes everything. A class of men godless and a class of men who know God. There should be a fight. This is now a conversation with Rameśvara and Śrīla Prabhupāda. World War III. This had been a topic of great concern all over ISKCON for years. This is Rameśvara speaking. I asked Śrīla Prabhupāda if there was any chance of the war being averted. At first he said no. He said communism is so evil, we must force this war to happen. Communism has to end. In fact, Śrīla Prabhupāda said, just as Krishna appears to protect the devotees and annihilate the demons, so this Hare Krishna movement has arisen to annihilate the two great demons of our age, godless communism and godless science. So there must be a war to end it. Then Prabhupada sat back and thought for a moment. He said, but there is a possibility that this war may be averted. It depends on your book distribution. He continued to say, your book distribution is creating a spiritual environment throughout the whole world, and that will awaken spiritual sentiments in everyone's heart. As that awakens, as you continue this book distribution, that spiritual sentiment may bring down communism from within. Then Śrīla Prabhupāda said, yes, and future historians will note how communism failed because of your book distribution. They will note how a revolution, a spiritual revolution throughout human society took place. Another conversation with Rameśvara. And after, this is Prabhupada speaking, and after communism is defeated, we must attack and defeat godless science, the demons of godless science, Darwin. We must attack, we must defeat. We were traveling by train and Śrīla Prabhupada looked out the window and said, there is so much illiteracy in India right now, and that is Krishna's blessing. Rameśvara said, why Śrīla Prabhupada? He said, because so they don't have to hear the nonsense atheistic philosophies of Darwin. Rameśvara goes on to say, Prabhupada's last instruction to me as a BBT trustee was to publish books that defeat godless science and sell them to the temples at cost. They were going to be exempt from the markup that every other book had. He carved out an exception for the science books, and he ordered me to take money from the BBT as a budget for the science preaching, $10,000 to $20,000 a month, whatever they needed. That's how much he was determined that through the BBT, we're going to defeat godless science. Śrīla Prabhupada, you are the Senapati Bhakta that Sri Mahaprabhu predicted, the great general of Bhakti. As the general, you are leading the troops of the Krishna consciousness movement and the Sankirtan army into many battles, epic battles between the devotees and the demons, between good and evil. There is a war and we are in it in a fight, make no mistake about it. So we must choose our moves, decisions, and alliances carefully, based not on sentiment, but on an impartial study of your words, your mood, and your directives, such as those quoted above. And we must take up this fight for the principles of righteousness, godliness, morality. Otherwise, society is doomed. We must be the tip of the spear. That is how you trained us, a transcendental revolutionary army. And we were revolutionaries back in the day, and we must continue in that same spirit. There are forces which seek to divide us, discourage us, and weaken us. We must be vigilant and attentive to the tenor of your teachings and take heed to your instructions, even if they may seem to rock our world, our bubble. The Sankirtan mission is one that is fundamentally counter-opposed to atheistic, communistic ideology and material scientific dogma. You were adamant, quote, that this Hare Krishna movement has arisen to annihilate the two great demons of our age, godless communism and godless science. So there must be a war to end it. So let's roll up our sleeves, put on our boots, and grab our weapons in the form of your books, Krishna Prasadam, innovative preaching, loving kindness, compassion, a mature spirit of appreciation and cooperation, and armed with knowledge, O Arjuna, O stalwart devotees of Śrīla Prabhupada, O sincere dedicated followers of this glorious Krishna consciousness movement, may we stand together and fight. I am, and we are all eternally in your debt, Śrīla Prabhupada ki jai, your eternally grateful and lowly aspiring servant, Bādarāyaṇa. Hare Krishna.
Maharaj, you're still muted.
I'm sorry. I keep doing things behind the scenes, so I mute myself. And here we go. So spiritual life has so many different facets to it. What would you say is the most important thing that a person can think to focus himself or herself on to be a worthy devotee, or what would you say is the most important quality?
Wow. You know, Anuttamā, in his offering, which really touched me, he was concerned about he expressed his concern in his offering about the health of the future Krishna consciousness movement when all of us are dead and gone, which is in the very near future. And what he stressed, and what comes to my mind when you ask that question, is being very attentive to hear from Śrīla Prabhupada regularly, to not make his books secondary, to not make his lectures secondary, to not make his, as Anuttamā said, his biography, and encouraging everyone to read his biographies. There's so much wealth of inspiration and vision if we dive deeply into who is the Acharya, who is Śrīla Prabhupada, what is his mood, what is his mission, how did he apply himself in a variety of situations, applying the eternal Gaudiya teachings to the everyday realities, which can be very confusing. So I think, to me, the most important thing is just for me, and is to, as Urmila's video pointed out, that hold tightly to the lotus feet of Śrīla Prabhupada, to hear from him daily, to focus on his instruction, just like Urmila gave the 7 missions of the Krishna consciousness movement, to really meditate deeply on what Prabhupada has given as a daily meditation, to dive deeply into not only his books, but biographies, so we can imbibe that mission and that vision and the mood, as Anuttamā pointed out, the mood of Śrīla Prabhupada in spreading this Krishna consciousness movement for many generations to come.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Bādarāyaṇa. So now we're going to move over to Ravīndrasvarūpa, our philosopher, who has a PhD in philosophy from Temple, and is writer of books, and was on the GBC and engineered many changes in our organizational structure, and helped ISKCON get through a very difficult time in ISKCON's history. And he's on right now. So let me give the floor here to Ravindra. Thank you so much, Bādarāyaṇa, and welcome, Ravīndrasvarūpa.
Thank you. Panchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindubhyevacha patisanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. This offering, I'm just going to read it, is addressed to Śrīla Prabhupada. I was in the room when a reporter asked you, "Why have you come to the West? Your answer remains one of my most cherished memories of you. You said, "I have come to give you a brain." That reply stopped the journalist's pencil from moving and made her countenance lift up, displaying eyes and mouth wide open in amazement. The look she gave was priceless. Your explication, though, was the very best part. The social body, you explained, is articulated like the individual human body, with head, arms, belly, and legs, Brahmanas, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras. But our so-called advanced society has no head, no brain. In your society, you announced, everyone is a Shudra, and there are a few Vaishyas. To remedy this, your audacious mission was to construct or reconstruct a genuine human society, and that construction would begin with the head. Accordingly, you stressed your books. But as a famous 18th century German aphorist observed, a book is like a mirror. If an ape looks into it, an apostle is hardly likely to look out. Books were necessary for your project, but not sufficient. And so paired with your books, you labored as much to bring forth the apostles who would be able to read and realize them. In Sanskrit, jnana indicates knowledge. But when the all-purpose intensifier prefix vi is added to it, then it denotes directly experienced knowledge or science. In this sense, you have quite correctly called Krishna consciousness a science. For this science to develop and to bring forth its fruit, the society's brains, we naturally have to practice it properly. This requires that we strictly follow the 4 regulative principles. Without this practice, human society will continue to be misled and misguided by the impaired and incapacitated. The 4 regulative principles should be recognized as more than merely principles of morality. They are that, but more importantly, they are also principles of knowledge, of cognition. When joined with the practice of Nam Japa and Kirtan, their observance endows the practitioner with pratyaksha, direct perception of themselves as everlasting individual spiritual entities who belong to or part and parcel of that supreme entity from whom all comes and in whom all eternally dwell. We will see God and God's energies united together, perceiving that while nothing is different from Krishna, Krishna is different from everything. For this reason, we praise you for making it possible to cure our blindness and so restore in us our powers to see the complete whole, both matter and spirit, and the origin of both. And for us to properly honor you, to receive your gifts, and to distribute them, we must make ISKCON itself become the brain for human society that you wanted it to be. And to do that, we need to follow your directions with reverent care and attention. That will be how we pay true homage to you, your fallen servant, Ravīndrasvarūpa.
Thank you.
All right. Go ahead. Go ahead, Yana.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Srila Prabhu. for
Good to see you.
focusing us in. Sorry?
Good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Always good to see you. Always good to hear from you and hear what you have to say. So thank you for being here with us today. Hare Krishna.
Thank you.
I will let people know who's supposed to be coming up. I will have Drutakarma Prabhu next. He, according to our schedule, will be followed by Rameśvara Prabhu and then Brahmatritha Prabhu. So the fun is not stopping anytime soon. Drutakarma Prabhu was initiated by Śrīla Prabhupada in the early 1970s after receiving a Gita at a Grateful Dead show. What a long, strange trip it must have been for you, Drutakarma Prabhu. Best known for his epic work, Forbidden Archaeology, which he co-wrote with Sariputta Prabhu. He's written several books and articles on archaeology and the antiquity of the human race. He's also an initiating guru in this context. Oh.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes.
I'm going to read the offering that I wrote for the Śrīla Prabhupada tribute book. Dear Śrīla Prabhupada, please accept my humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace on your appearance day. When you arrived in America on September 17, 1965, in fulfillment of your Guru's order that you introduce Krishna consciousness to the West, I myself had returned to America after a 3-year stay in Germany, where my father had been stationed with the American military. Now in Florida, I was starting my final year of high school. I graduated in June of 1966. And in the fall of that year, I entered the George Washington University in Washington, D.C., in the School of International Affairs. I was 18 years old. Unknown to me, you were in New York City, where, motivated by selfless pure love for Lord Krishna, you were manifesting the first elements of your International Society for Krishna Consciousness at a storefront temple on the Lower East Side, engaging whomever Krishna brought into your sublime association. In late 1966 and in 1967, I passed through New York City a few times, even visiting Greenwich Village and the Lower East Side, but I did not encounter you or your fledgling followers. In 1969 in Berkeley, as I was running down Telegraph Avenue with a crowd of young people, chased by the police and the National Guard, who had broken up a huge anti-war protest on the university campus, my eyes burning from tear gas, I saw and heard a chanting party of Hare Krishna devotees, not really understanding who they were. Not long thereafter, I was sitting on a bench in a park in St. Petersburg, Florida, when I heard the sound of the chanting of the Hare Krishna mantra. A small party of your students were strolling along one of the streets bordering the park. A girl in a sari was walking through, approaching people, distributing your Back to Godhead magazine. She offered one to me. I refused it. At that time, I did not want to have anything to do with counterfeit spirituality. I felt these Western people were just faking it, putting on some Indian clothes and thinking that that made them spiritual. But eventually, in 1973, I did get caught in the loving network you had spread across first America and then the world. I received a copy of your Bhagavad Gita as it is from your disciples at a Grateful Dead concert in upstate New York. I took it home, read it, and following the invitation on the copyright page, wrote to the Bhaktivedanta Book Trust in Los Angeles. They sent me a catalog. I ordered more books, a subscription to Back to Godhead magazine, some posters of Krishna, and a subscription to your tape ministry. Hearing the sound of your strong voice, uncompromising yet compassionate, in your transmission of the teachings of Lord Krishna and Lord Chaitanya, convinced me that your followers were not something counterfeit. Soon I joined your temple in Washington, D.C., and eventually in 1976, you accepted me as your disciple. The Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adi Lila, chapter 7, text 35 to 37 says, quote, after accepting the sannyas order, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu attracted the attention of all those who had evaded him, beginning with the logicians. Thus, the students, infidels, fruitive workers, and critics all came to surrender unto the lotus feet of the Lord. Lord Chaitanya excused them all, and they merged into the ocean of devotional service. For no one can escape the unique, loving network of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, end quote. In your purport to that verse, you say, quote, as an ideal acharya, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu devised ways to capture all kinds of atheists and materialists. Every acharya has a specific means of propagating his spiritual movement with the aim of bringing men to Krishna consciousness, end quote. Now that you have captured me, please do not let me go, hoping to remain your servant eternally, Drutakarma Das.
Thank you very, very much, Drutakarma Prabhu. And thank you for all the important service you've done for Śrīla Prabhupada and the rest of us in your unique field, your unique and important field that meant so much to Śrīla Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Is Rameśvara Prabhu, does he happen to be with you, Drutakarma Prabhu?
He didn't say he needed to come.
He's outside your door, or at least he was a few
okay.
minutes ago.
Drutakarma Prabhu, this is your life, right outside that door.
I'll be right back. Yeah,
Drutakarma's just finished, so he's going to go outside his door to see if...
Okay, Rameśvara Prabhu will come in. I want to thank the devotees in the meantime for being here for this 26th 2nd Avenue celebration of Śrīla Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja, spearheaded by His Holiness Chandrasekhar Maharaj. We're going to, I mentioned before, we are, oh, wait, let me see if there's an update. Did you find Rameśvara Prabhu out there?
No, but I'll call him on his phone, or maybe Chandrasekhar Maharaj could do it. And he's welcome to come in and use
yeah,
his
we were thinking that, he said that he would contact you, but we made a mistake that it was, I gave him LA time and he thought that was New York time, or it was the other way around, one of those things. And so he thought it was later, but he wants a few minutes to put on T-lock, and he's going to come back to your door. So from what I understand, there in LA, you all are doing some festival, some commemorative festival for the LA temple at this time. Is that correct?
That, I mean, technically, yes, but those events were on, the main events for those were on, I think, Saturday and Sunday.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And today,
What was the commemoration?
50th anniversary of the installation of Rukmiṇī Dwarkadish, the Radha Krishna deities here.
Uh-huh.
It was a lot of fun. They some devotees rented a double-decker bus, and all the Prabhupada disciples and whoever else could fit on the bus. It was a double-decker bus like you see in London or something, you know, with the top open. Yeah, so we just drove around LA, you know, and chanted Hare Krishna. It was really blissful, really ecstatic. I suppose there'll be some video someone will post of it, but it's pretty amazing. Had a really good time. And then, you know, different devotees who were around at the time of the installation and were, you know, gave memories and recollections. So, inspiring event.
That's wonderful. Thank you. I was wondering, I know that the Brahmatritha Prabhu is on. Oh, okay, I just got a text. Okay, he also needs a few minutes. So it's a race between Rameśvara Prabhu and Brahmatritha Prabhu. Who will it be? Stay tuned. It's going to be one of them. Let me just see, I can announce who's scheduled after Rameśvara, then Brahmatritha Prabhu, then Mālati Devi. And another Anuttamā Das, if he's here. I'll have to check this. I don't know if he's on. Yes, with this 26th Avenue program, you get 2 Anuttamās for the price of 1. So we'll see if Anuttamā Prabhu is here. Mahātmā Prabhu, Arundhati Mataji. We have a recorded message from Jayapatāka Maharaj. Lots of really juicy stuff coming up. So stay tuned. And let me just see, just to keep things moving along, I'm wondering, Mālati Devi.
Well, let's do this. We've got, we'll see if Mālati is ready to go on. We'll move her up, and then we'll put Rameśvara after.
You have to do a little shuffling.
After Brahmatritha, right?
Here, okay.
Is Mālati on?
I don't see her so far.
No, she's not queued up. Is Anuttamā here? Anuttamā Morrison.
No, I do not see him either.
Okay. Mahātmā's here though, right?
I saw him earlier. Thanks for bearing with us here, devotees.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I do see Arundhati Mataji.
Well, Mahātmā's here, if he's willing to go on. Are you there, Mahātmā? Would you mind going now, or do you have some issue with that?
Can you give me a few minutes so I can run into my office?
Okay, yeah, we can hear.
I'm not in the right place. I'm going to run into my office and then I'll check in with you.
Okay.
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 Now's a good time to go to the bathroom, stretch your legs, grab a snack, but hurry back. Because all 3 of these exalted devotees are going to come back at the same time. We're going to be elbowing each
Then we'll
other.
have a fight for who's
Right,
going to go on. So. Well, I'm going to put on Ādipuruṣa's video That's what I'm going
That's
to
a
do
great
here.
idea.
So let me roll that one. So here we go. He was the one that gave the memorable anecdote from the last one. So
Okay. All right. So we'll do Ādipuruṣa.
we're going to roll it here.
I was born in the darkness of ignorance. My spiritual master is kindly opening my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge. Let us offer respectful obeisances unto him again and again. So we ask everyone to make a prayer that what we have to say is what Krishna wants us to say. There's so much what we can say about Śrīla Prabhupada. And lately I've been feeling Krishna nudging me to speak about Śrīla Prabhupada in the present tense. We can say Prabhupada loved us. Nothing wrong with that. But what I've been doing lately is saying Prabhupada loves us. That it's going on. He hasn't stopped doing what he's doing. And there's a quality of consciousness where someone is aware, like if you're talking to somebody who's asleep, they have no idea that you're even there. Śrīla Prabhupada's at the other end of the spectrum. His intelligence, his awareness at the highest level, he's thinking of Krishna and he is there for us constantly. I felt the first time that I actually looked into his eyes, I had been reading some of Śrīla Prabhupada's books that I came across and seeing pictures. And I put one picture up in my room of Śrīla Prabhupada. And I would look at Śrīla Prabhupada. And he is so dignified, aristocratic, so regal in his deportment. And I was thinking, is this pride? Is he a proud person? Is he arrogant? But when I first looked in his eyes, when he came to visit us at Vrindavan, I could see this is a genuinely humble person. That's such a beautiful thing. And people have said this before, many people will say, in Śrīla Prabhupada's presence, it's almost as if he's in Technicolor and everyone else is in black and white. And his presence is so powerful. And it's based on his consciousness. He's a diplomat, Krishna's representative. And the power of the Lord is flowing through him. I can remember we had this take care of distributing Krishna's prasadam to the homeless people in the street. And one girl told me, I first came to that table and everyone I knew was smoking something, shooting something, popping something, drinking something, snorting something. We were continually intoxicated. And I was living in a cloud. I was basically almost living there in Tompkins Square Park. She said, one day I found myself at that table where the prasad distribution was going on. And she told me, I can't tell you who was on the other side of the table. I couldn't see that far. I was so absorbed in myself and so covered over. Prabhupada uses the word covered over, bound up by the modes of material nature. And in that condition, our awareness of other people and reality is clouded, but Śrīla Prabhupada's awareness is so sharp. And it's very interesting contrast that he is so relaxed and casual and gentle, and yet even in a very easygoing mood, what he has to say is pierces the heart. What Śrīla Prabhupada is saying pierces our heart like a thunderbolt. very simple, instructive phrases, give them prasad. We hear his voice. Prabhupada is saying, give them prasad. Śrīla Prabhupada is saying, distribute my books. Śrīla Prabhupada is encouraging us to dedicate ourselves. I can remember one time in Philadelphia, the Rath Yatra, he said, please chant Hare Krishna. Very sincerely, very humbly, begging us to take up the holy name. So we have just a few instances of being in Śrīla Prabhupada's direct presence. And one of the realizations that I strongly felt Krishna was giving me, Prabhupada comes to Vrindavan, and my perception was, he's been here all along. Prabhupada, he is here, but he's always been here. We're doing exactly what we do every day. He's saying the same things that we hear. And one time, he put a cookie in my hand. He was sitting on the Vyasa, and Ravīndrasvarūpa Swami brought him a tray of prasadam, and he took a little prasadam and he began to distribute it. And he looked at me. There were other devotees in front of me, but he looked at me. And I understand he is looking at me. And then he just put this piece of a cookie into my hand with the subliminal instruction, do like this. I'm giving this to you. And when we thank Śrīla Prabhupada, we ask him, how can we thank you? Śrīla Prabhupada tells us, if you want to thank me, you must give what I've given to you to someone else. And this is the only way to thank me. So my impression is that like an ocean, there's so much to say about Śrīla Prabhupada, but I'm going to leave it at that. And let us end by saying, Prabhupada loves us. Prabhupada loves you. Okay, Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. So this was Ādipuruṣa, and now we can hear from Rameśvara. I think he set up. Where is Drutakarma?
Hare Krishna.
Oh, please forgive my offenses. I take this one on my head. I do this, I leave things a little ambivalent, and so it's my fault that this all got turned up here. So without further ado,
I have no idea what you're talking about. Now, how much time does a speaker have? I have my watch.
Usually about 15 minutes. Everything will get kind of jogged back a little bit, but we should be able to work it.
New York time. That's New York time, that 15 minutes.
Not ISKCON time? Okay.
That's the opposite way.
Yes. Okay. Omagantimanandasya Garanjana Shalakaya Chakshusун Militan Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Shall I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, one of the things I love about listening to my god brothers and god sisters speak on Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja festivals is I get the chance to see how uniquely distinct each devotee's feelings and experiences and memories are in the way they loved Prabhupada and the way he loved them back. It's beyond superhuman to have so many souls that you touch and that they love you and would do anything. Like, as Prabhupada once said to his godbrothers, you see her, pointing to Mālati, she would do anything I asked, even cut her throat for me. And I would do the same for her. So Prabhupada loved every single soul, but especially his children, his sons and daughters. He had to act like a father because for most of us, when we came to this movement, we were teenagers or just starting our 20s. We didn't have life experiences. We were literally completely inexperienced people in most cases. And spiritually, we were babies. And he acted as our loving father. So that's what I love about Vyasa Puja speaking, that you get to hear all these devotees describe how exactly they felt and remembered Prabhupada and how they loved him and he loved them back. But having said that, my experience is somewhat different. Not that I didn't have a personal experience of Prabhupada loving me. We all do. But somehow or other, at the very beginning of my devotional life, I was brought to his world headquarters. And shortly after arriving, within a few years, I was helping to manage what was happening at his world headquarters. He was using his new Dwarka world headquarters to establish the most amazing standards of Krishna consciousness for every temple. He called it, this will be the model temple. And he had presidents and kirtan leaders and senior devotees from all around the world, which at that time was 26 temples, fly in to New Dwarka throughout 1970, spend days with him, asking any questions they wanted directly of Prabhupada, but having them be trained by, well, let me just use an analogy, as strict and as amazing as Jamuna Devi was in the kitchen, that is how Prabhupada trained Shilavati Devi to be when it comes to the deities, dressing them, decorating them, cleaning them, doing pujas. This is where Prabhupada introduced 6 artiks a day. This is where Prabhupada introduced that you don't even walk into the back deity rooms until you're fully cleansed, freshly showered, all new devotee cloth on, new tilak. You're not even allowed in without that level of cleanliness. And then the training began. Vishnu Jan was here training devotees in the melodies that Prabhupada wanted sung in all the temples for the different times that we were chanting artiks, or for going out on Harinam Sankirtan. He had them go out with Vishnu Jan 6 hours a day or more. Imagine being trained by Vishnu Jan chanting Hare Krishna, and trained by Shilavati Devi and how to worship deities. This and trained by Pradyumna in how to pronounce Sanskrit slokas for the first time, because that's when Prabhupada had introduced the chanting of the Srimad Bhagavatam texts in the morning class, and on and on. This is so that was my upbringing in Krishna consciousness here in this world in New Dwarka. But what I remember most about New Dwarka and my relationship with Prabhupada is that from the time we acquired this temple, which was in February of 1970, from that time on, there's no place in the world where Prabhupada spent more time specifically writing his books. So for me, the greatest feature of New Dwarka as his headquarters is this is where he had his library, his reference books, and this is where his rooms were set up, so that perfectly set up for him to take 2 hours rest. And while all of the rest of us were asleep, write and translate and speak his purports 3-4 hours every morning. More books came out of his quarters in LA from 1970 on than in any other place on earth. So that's what I saw of Prabhupada. I saw it, and once in a rare while, he would actually, it's unbelievable but true, let me hear him as he was dictating his books. And it's an indescribable experience. And I'm going to tell a true story of a Prabhupada story, which will give you some idea of the concentration that he underwent to select each word in his books. This is during his last visit to New Dwarka in 1976. We were driving Prabhupada to his morning walk. This particular morning, we were going to Santa Monica Park, overlooking the Pacific Ocean. We had a driver, and I was sitting in the front seat next to the driver. I wish I could remember that Prabhu's name. And in the back seat, directly behind the driver was Śrīla Prabhupāda, and directly behind me was Tamal Krishna Goswami. So it was just the four of us. And Prabhupada liked when I spoke to him about events that were happening in the world on our earthly plane. So I had just recently read something in the New York Times about a sensationalist propagandist artist named Andy Warhol, very popular in the 60s and 70s. And he had events, he called them happenings, where he would invite influential people from all fields to attend these events and art shows and whatever they were. And then he would serve meals. And so after this big event, he was being interviewed about how successful it was and how people were raving about it. And he disclosed to the interviewer, according to the New York Times, that he served the choicest meat he could find. And please don't be offended by what I'm about to say, because I said this to Prabhupada. It was the flesh of aborted fetuses. None of his guests were told, because they would have thrown up and ran out, I think. Maybe some wouldn't, but. So I told this story to Prabhupada, and I expected that he would be as disturbed as I was grossly disturbed to hear this, and baby killers and meat eaters and flesh eaters, and nothing could be worse in our Kali Yuga. And I thought Prabhupada was going to talk about how demonic this age is in that respect. But that's not what Prabhupada said. He sat back in his car seat, paused, and with a grave expression, he said, yes, they have not yet discovered that the flesh from a fetus is the tastiest of all meats. So I'm just trying to set the scene. Tamal Krishna Maharaj's jaw had dropped, obviously. And when Prabhupada said things like that, my mind would be spinning rapidly. And I was just looking at Prabhupada as he said this and trying to understand, how could Prabhupada possibly be describing what meat tastes like? And then in another moment, like an instant, how could Prabhupada possibly know which flesh tastes better than other fleshes of animals? And on and on. And all these thoughts were like flooding into my mind. And so I blurted out, which I tended to sometimes do with Prabhupada. I blurted out, Prabhupada, you know everything. You know what's going to happen in the future. You're describing to us that you're going to discover this in the future. And then I said, and Prabhupada, this is an amazing feature of your books, of your writing. You are not only writing your books for the time that we live in now, but you are, because you can see into the future, you are writing books that will be relevant for the future. And some authors might have just smiled and taken it as a compliment, but Prabhupada was, when it came to talking about his books, nothing was more grave and more serious, because he had come down from Goloka for this purpose, to write these books for the salvation of humanity all over the universe for thousands and thousands of years. That is his sacred divine mission. That's who he is. So Prabhupada looked at me very gravely when he said the next words. Yes, that is why I have to concentrate so deeply. And we all know that meant concentrating on hearing and speaking back and forth with Krishna. And then he said, as I choose and select so carefully each and every word, so that just what I had said, the books will be relevant now, the books will be timely in the future. And then he said to Tamal and myself, that is how I think as I choose these words, because my books will become the law books for humanity for the next 10,000 years. He directly said that to Tamal and myself, 1976, his last visit to New Dwarka. So my relationship with Prabhupada is primarily all about the books, publishing them, mass distribution of them, and following his orders for the art, for the size of the book, the look of the book, everything about the book. And I just have to jump to a year later. Well, for 6 months later, I'm in a train car traveling with Prabhupada around India, and he allowed me to share a sleeper car with him as his secretary. And once again, we are talking about his books and history, and he's describing to me how the Soviet Union began with communist literatures. Communist literature propaganda changed that part of the world and now threatens the world. A revolution came out of those books. And Prabhupada said, that is how I think when I choose my words and write my books. If there can be such a nonsense revolution, why not a spiritual revolution? And he told me during the month that I traveled with him that by the mass distribution of his books, the performance of that sun, Kirtan Yagya, the atmosphere of our earthly realm is becoming re-spiritualized, and religious sentiments in the hearts of people will awaken. And whether they are in the Christian tradition, Muslim tradition, Jewish, it doesn't matter. People will become religious. They will become spiritual. They will demand something much better than godless communist government that kills priests and shuts down churches. They will demand something much better eventually than godless science that teaches how life comes from matter and the universe comes from a big bang of nothing exploding. I mean, Prabhupada knew that his books will be the only hope for humanity to get out of the bodily concept of life in this age. So now I'm going to jump one more story to the summer of 1977, when it was brought to Prabhupada's attention that some of the editors, both the Sanskrit and English editors, had taken some excess in their enthusiasm to edit his books. And as these devotees, including Tamal Krishna Maharaj, were showing Prabhupada the changes that had been made, he became very disturbed. He had said to me 6 months earlier that his greatest fear after his disappearance, his greatest anxiety is that in the future they will make changes to my books. And if they do that, it will ruin the entire purpose of the Hare Krishna movement. It will ruin the entire objective and function and responsibility of our movement to smash the godless scientific teachings in schools and the godless scientific governments and so on. He said, "You cannot let this happen." This is the greatest anxiety he had. So a few months later, when Prabhupada heard that some editing had been done that he didn't approve of, it's very, very serious. He had conversations which euphemistically have been called rascal editor conversations. He wrote letters to me. I spent a week with all the devotees at the press crafting a response. We weren't going to shut down the editing because Prabhupada was still dictating volumes of the 10th canto, so we still had to edit. So we carefully crafted a letter that I wrote to Prabhupada describing 3 categories of editing that we would like to perform on his remaining volumes of his 10th canto. And they dealt with grammatical errors or corrections, spelling corrections, just basically predominantly focused on corrections, or if something had been omitted or misheard by the typists when they first heard his dictation, that would be added. But very select, very restrictive categories. And Prabhupada wrote back to me, to Radhaballava, to Satsarup. He wrote back to all of us saying, "I approve this limited editing, but nothing further. Nothing further. Just this. You're not going to edit his books in the name of, I'm going to be making it more clear. You're not going to be editing his books in the name of, I'm going to make it more consistent with what Prabhupada has said somewhere else. You're not going to tweak words because you think it sounds better." These were very specific and restrictive limits so that in the future, his books would become the law books of humanity. And everyone at the BBT knows this letter came back from Prabhupada with that instruction. So it is my final offering to Prabhupada on this occasion of his 125th birthday appearance in this world. Without his appearance in this world would have gone to hell 1,000,000 times over, and every one of us would be the biggest, probably rascals, sense enjoyers, addicts. God only knows what we would be eating and how we would be living had he not come. We know that about Prabhupada. But his books, the message of his books can never be changed. So I humbly submit, we should shut down, by unanimous vote of the GBC and the BBT trustees, shut down all editing of Prabhupada's books for the future. And who would follow that 50 years from now? Make it a GBC rule that if you touch Prabhupada's books, you'll be excommunicated from our movement. That's how serious Prabhupada was about it would ruin the movement. That's how serious we should be to make sure that all editing stops. And when that anxiety is gone for the future, then in a very mature, calm, thoughtful, deeply spiritual way, then we could select who should review the editing that's been done for 40 years and see if it crossed the line. Some of it might be rolled back. But first, shut it down for all the future. Then go back and look at what's been done. Let us preserve what Prabhupada said has to last for 10,000 years. And so every morning when I pray, Janme, Janme, Prabhu say, please, I accept you as my Lord, birth after birth. I pray in all my births, Prabhupada, Let me come back as your BBT servant until this is accomplished. Thank you all very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Rameśvara Prabhu. Very impassioned. Get a little like on the Academy Awards when they start giving their political messages. But you,
Prabhu, this is not political. And this is from my taking Prabhupada into me and what he instructed me to do and what he feared for the future. This is me sharing as best I can what Prabhupada wanted me to say and what he wanted for all of us, so that we know his books will last as law books for humanity.
Prabhu, yes, I feel it coming from your heart. It's fascinating. You know, we've all heard, you know, my books will be the law books for the next 10,000 years. It's fascinating to hear from where that came, you know, the backstory on that.
It was the second time Prabhupada told me that.
Huh. Well, thank you for all these wonderful stories.
The third time was when I was traveling with him in that sleeper car in January of 77. And he was describing to me his fear for the future of his books. He also mentioned then the role of his books in the Kali Yuga for the golden age of Lord Chaitanya. He is non-different from these books. As the Bhagavatam is a literary incarnation of Krishna, Prabhupada's books are the literary incarnations of Śrīla Prabhupāda. Haribol.
Hare Krishna. So we've had some switcheroos here. Mālati, I can't get a hold of her. So Brahmatritha says he's ready to go. So we should be able to roll on into him. Brahmatritha has been with the BI, and he's very interesting personality, works on a lot of levels. He's down there with all the fluorides down there in Floristan and fighting off alligators. And they're, you know, got a lot going on there with the preaching to the scientifically minded. So Brahmatritha, here you go. Thank you very much for attending.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. You can hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, make sure. First, I want to thank Chandrasekhar Maharaj and Yadanath for organizing a simply wonderful evening. I can't remember Vyasa Puja in which it's been so many different interesting speakers, and I just assembled the A team and a few of us from the B team. So I really appreciate that. I'd like to speak in the few minutes I have on a few topics. May not get to them all, but I'll do the best I can. First, I want to give a report to Prabhupada, which is standard at Vyasa Puja. Then I also want to talk about events that occurred with me and Prabhupada in New York, because this is being broadcast from New York. And I will also discuss a little of the mystical, affectionate, and practical aspect of Śrīla Prabhupada. Obviously, I won't get to all of this. So we'll begin with the report. In 1977, I had the great fortune of being one of the speakers at the first international conference From Life Comes From Life. And I present to you the Changing Body exhibit. And there I am in the middle with Madhava and Sadaputa and Subdamodar and Gyana. And this picture was taken at the Krishna Balaram temple 1 month before Prabhupada left. So I had the honor of working with the BI on and off. And my close friend and colleague and mentor, Drutakarma, spoke earlier. And he's I'm getting an echo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that maybe Chandrasekhar.
Henry, can
maybe Chandrasekhar.
Henry, yeah.
Is your wife on another line in your house? Because that's where you'd get an echo.
I think so.
Let me see if there's someone that's not muted, it should be muted. Henry should be muted. I think that's where it's coming from.
Okay, thanks. Hearing myself speak once is difficult. Twice is impossible for me. So our BI has taken off now. About 6 years ago, we decided to revive the BI by getting all of Sariputa's books back into print. And when we did it, we realized we can do more. And we started working to gather and get the BI going for Prabhupada's pleasure in a unified manner. And you saw the picture there. We had maybe 5 of us. When we gathered a few years ago for a conference, we had over 50 devotees, mostly PhD, gathering together. And now we have devotees working together peacefully from at least 5 continents on BI matters. And recently we had the good fortune through Hṛdayānanda Maharaj's family trust of getting a new headquarters for the BI, which is dedicated to Prabhupada. And this is the our Bhaktivedanta Institute headquarters and library in Gainesville, Florida. We'll do workshops, retreats, and all kinds of interesting events, and it's very near the campus. So that's what's going on with the BI for Prabhupada's pleasure. I never thought when the BI, I began service in the BI in 76 timeframe, that I would end up in my last leg of my service back to doing the BI, but Krishna arranged. And I'm surrounded by many great nerds. All I have to do is keep them working peacefully, which has always been the challenge of the BI. The other service I have, speaking of peacefully, is ISKCON Resolve. Prabhupada had said, "Blessed are the peacemakers." Well, in 2002, an interesting event happened. There was a training program in Tawako for mediators, and I was invited, and my temple president said, "You ought to go." So on a lark, I went. And from the first words out of the instructor's mouth, Raj Bihari had ordered, I was on the edge of my chair. I had a problem in the movement. The movement was based on a principle of Samadarshana, and it was always us and them, karmis, devotees, whatever. And I didn't want to be in that mindset, and this was my ticket out of it. Then I saw it as another opportunity to follow Prabhupada's last instruction to us, which was, and one of the most important, how much you love me is by how you work together. So Krishna is giving me a chance to spend every day of the week swallowing my false ego, serving as like a porta potty for the problems in the movement, and trying to help sort it out. And so the two things that I needed, get some Samadarshana and some false ego smashing, Krishna has provided to me as very intimate service to Prabhupada. So I wanted to give a report of things that are going on. Now, in New York, I first met the devotees, and Jayapatāka Swami was likely on the Sankirtan party in 1968. And I heard, I saw this weird party, socks didn't match, bed sheets, and they were either exhibitionists or transcendental. I did not know which. and I was darn curious which it was. And I got a mantra card, and somehow or other, the mantra really stuck with me. So that was the beginning of my Christian conscious New York. So I decided to find the temple, and there was no Google then. So after many months, I found 26 2nd Avenue, where this was being sponsored from. Unfortunately, there was something that had not yet been invented in the movement. That was the forwarding address sign. They had moved down the street, I think the 61 2nd, and they had not put a sign up. Many months later, I found 61 2nd Avenue. Again, they moved to Henry Street without a sign. Finally, I made it to Henry Street. Now I will tell you the mystical story that's associated with all this. It's extremely mystical, and only Prabhupada could pull this one off. During this time frame that I was looking for the Krishna temple, I was like the chanting, so I was chanting, but I didn't know what it was. I had read Franklin Edgerton's Gita. Then I was in college studying Radha Krishna's Gita in my Oriental philosophy class. And we came across one verse that ties very much into my ISKCON Resolve work in some odd way. That verse is Api Chetsu Dacharo. Even if one commits the most abominable activities, he's to be considered, if he's on the devotional path, saintly because he's rightly situated, to paraphrase it. Now, that verse bothered me. Those of us who were anti-war in that time, remember, we were very black and white. We could only see one side of things. We couldn't see the other side at all. I remember when we took over the president's office at our university, he's sitting there, a World War II vet, wondering, what are they doing? He was just, I remember deer in the headlights look, and I felt so bad for him because we could only see one side of things. This verse said you could be a saint and a sinner. I couldn't get it. I thought in terms only of or. I didn't really understand the word and. Now, fast forward, I decided I would go to India to see if the Hare Krishna movement's legitimate. I want to go to India since I was a little boy. That's another story. And so when in India, I had the good fortune of meeting Prabhupada in Mayapur. Now, I knew no Sanskrit, a little bit of Hindi, no Sanskrit at all. So when I meet Prabhupada, he quotes a verse to me early on in our conversation. And the first verse he quotes to me, you can guess what it is. Api Chetsudarchara. And not only does he quote it, he turns to me and says, so you know that. It's the only verse I knew in the whole Gita. And it's the only first one, and I might add the last one, he quoted to me. That was a mystical event. That he quoted the only verse I knew, and he knew I knew it. Okay, so past that mystical event, because we always like hearing something a little mystical about these things. That verse tied in to another theme. And that theme was Prabhupada's ability to help us get past, as I talked about a moment ago, or to and. We tend to think very much, at least in the West, or it's this way or that way. I'm a Republican or a Democrat. I'm this, I'm that. I'm a vaxxer, I'm an anti-vaxxer, I'm whatever. And by the way, don't be an anti-vaxxer. But besides that point, we tend to think that way. Prabhupada then introduced to us Achinta Beta Beta Tattva. And in that concept, Achinta Beta Beta, it's the ultimate and concept. It can be this and that. So when I was sitting with Prabhupada, I was still struggling with my or concept. How can I get past or to and? And this is, again, the exceptional brilliance of Prabhupada, because Prabhupada would give examples that any of us could understand. And the example he gave was very simple. He said to me, You take an iron rod, you all know this example, and you put it in fire, it assumes the quality of fire. Is it iron or fire? It's both. Chinta beta beta tattva. So Prabhupada explained to me, and all of a sudden, all the light bulbs went off in my head. I spent 4 years in college, 4 years in high school, debating in my mind politics. Is it this way or is it that way? Which side is right? Which is wrong? And then all of a sudden, Prabhupada coalesced it all at once. That's the special brilliance that Prabhupada gave us. Finally, I want to tell a few New York stories to round off my offering tonight. 2 minutes left. Okay. The New York story, first one is I'm driving Prabhupada to the airport. Then one time before that, Prabhupada was walking down the steps and I was just a bhakta and I thought, should I or should I not offer obeisances on a New York street? What should I do? I should. It's Prabhupada. No, I shouldn't. It's a filthy, dirty New York street. I shouldn't. Angel one shoulder, devil the other, going back and forth. Finally, at the last moment that I could offer obeisance, I said no. At that moment, I stepped in a big pile of dog poop. So after that, I said, when I see Prabhupada, I'm going to offer him obeisances. So then I was sitting in the driver's seat, about to drive Prabhupada, and the car was surrounded by devotees. I couldn't open the door. Prabhupada's walking very fast to the car. I'm figuring out, what do I do? What do I do? I got to offer obeisances. I never forgot that dog do incident. And then I'm trying to figure out what to do. Next thing I know, Prabhupada's getting in the car. I can't even offer obeisances on the seat because he'll sit on my head. So I'm trying to fit underneath the steering wheel in my awkward, silly way. And Prabhupada goes, pats me on the head and goes, that's okay. So that takes us to the final theme I have, which is Prabhupada's affection. Now, the final one of the story I'll tell of that is around that time, a year later, I was feeling very low, a little depressed, to be frank, because some devotees like Atreya Rishi and Gopal Krishna, Grahasta then, and others were really nice to me. I was a little odd. I joined the movement, engaged. I was in graduate school. I wasn't initiated. I was following everything, but I was waiting for the right time. And they were on my case. What's wrong? Why aren't you initiated? What's wrong with you? After a while, I started believing that there was something wrong with me. Really something wrong with me. Yadunath is shaking his head. He's wondering, might still, okay. So anyway, there was really something wrong with me. So I said, I don't want Prabhupada to see my face. Why should he see this horrible face? So I'm a little depressed. So I'm thinking like that. So then I'm standing in the hallway of Henry Street. Prabhupada's about to round the corner, walk down the hallway, then turn into the temple room. So I say, I'm going to stand in the corner. Before Prabhupada comes, I'll offer obeisances. I'll say the prayers as slow as a human could say it, stand up and just sit in the hallway of the temple room so Prabhupada, in the doorway of the temple room so Prabhupada would see me. So Prabhupada, I see the dandas coming. I hit the dirt. Nama Om. A long Om I did too. Vishnu, just like that. And Prabhupada, I hear all the feet walking by. I finish the prayers. I say, okay, Prabhupada will be sitting on the Vyasa by now. It took so long. And I stood up and there was Prabhupada 2 inches from me. 2 inches. He somehow, me with my rear end in the air and face on the ground, he recognized me. And he stood there waiting. And then he turned to me and said, so glad to see you, and gave me a big hug. And Prabhupada wasn't so usual. And it wasn't a tiny one either. And then I knew that I was doing the right thing on the path. I was going to get initiated at the right time, in the right way, under the right circumstances. And Prabhupada gave me a full blessing, and my depression disappeared immediately. So the point I'm trying to make here is Prabhupada's affection is boundless. And I wanted to share with you a story of Prabhupada's special affection shown to me in New York City. Thank you very much, and thank you, and I wish for the blessings of all the wonderful Vaishnavas. I see their names who are on here. So many of you are my friends and mentors and colleagues, and I am honored beyond belief to be with you. Hare Krishna.
Brahmatritha Prabhu, we are honored beyond belief to have you here with us. You know, Brahmatritha Prabhu is not my Diksha guru, and he's not my Varma Padarshika guru either, but he is my jokester guru. So I bow down, Prabhu. Thank you. Thanks for your stories. Thank you, Mahātmā Prabhu, for patiently waiting. First we said, hurry up. Then we put you on hold for, I don't know, half an hour. So thank you very much. Mahātmā Prabhu was initiated by Śrīla Prabhupāda in 1970. He travels widely, facilitating unique interactive workshops and retreats focused on japa, forgiveness, sexual purity, and more. He's also a renowned recording artist. Mahātmā Prabhu is also an initiating spiritual master. Peace.
Hare Krishna. So nice to see all of you. What an honor. I tell everyone that on Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja Day, you should tune into Alachua because there are 100 disciples there. And now I'm going to change my instruction, my advice. Tune into this. This is, well, I guess actually you can tune into both. Alachua's in the morning. But this is amazing. When I saw the lineup, I felt very humbled and honored to be able to speak. Hare Krishna. See so many of my old friends. I heard the story of Drutakarma about the gassing in Berkeley. I was there in the library. I got gassed out of the library, tear gassed out. I know 5 other devotees that went to school there. I was there at installation of Rukmiṇī Dwarkadish. That's when I got my second initiation. And of course, work with so many of you. So normally, I just speak what's on my mind, what's in my heart. I think about it, I meditate on it, and I didn't do that. I never read my offerings, and I decided this time I want to read my offering because I wrote it to Prabhupada, and it should be, I feel it should be read. By the grace of Jayapatāka Swami, we have the tributes book, which is really the reason that I write an offering every year. I think for many years I didn't because there was no occasion to. So, but I think the offering touches on some of the themes that have come up about our responsibility, as Ravīndrasvarūpa said, and Urmila Prabhu said, and Bādarāyaṇa said, about this big responsibility that weighs on our head, and it always weighs on my head, and I express that in this offering. My dear Śrīla Prabhupāda, please accept my most humble obeisances in the dust of your feet. Namā Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale, Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami iti namane, Namaste. Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nirvisesha Shunyabhari Paschati Dashatharini. You sit in Mayapur crying as you chant on your beads. You are in the temple at the home of Nandan Acharya, begging for blessings before your maiden voyage to America. The pujari, who has seen you before as a grihasta, at first doesn't recognize you in saffron. He comes closer and sees your tears. Now realizing it's you, he asks, "Why are you crying?" And you say, "My spiritual master has given me an order that I have no qualification to fulfill. I am simply begging for his mercy to fulfill that order." Śrīla Prabhupada, I am also burdened with a similar feeling. You have given me and all of us the impossible order to make the world Krishna conscious. And I haven't the slightest qualification to do this. I wish I had special powers to turn people into pure devotees of Krishna in the same way you did. I long for deep intelligence like yours so that I can understand how to bring the masses to Krishna's feet. If I were only empowered to do something significant for your Guru Maharaj. The world is suffering, and you have huge plans for saving it. Yet, unfortunately, when you look at me, you can see that I have huge disqualifications to help you realize those plans. How much I want to understand your heart, your mood, your deepest desires. How much I want to know your vision for the future, your insights for establishing Varnashram. How much I long for the intelligence to reconcile the many controversies and paradoxes we face. But despite my disqualification, you still ask me to be a leader. This lack of qualification is painful to bear because you deserve better, and so does the world. I sometimes think that if I have to come back, let me be blessed with 100 times more purity, 100 times more sense control, 100 times more compassion, and 100 times more intelligence. But such wishful thinking is useless. So I ask you, Śrīla Prabhupāda, can you bless me now with 100 times more purity, sense control, compassion, and intelligence? I really want to be an instrument in taking your movement to the next level. Yet without your blessings, I can't do much. Would you consider making me a puppet? I am willing. I am at your feet, a beggar crying to execute the impossible task you have given me. With tears in my eyes, I remain your worthless servant, Mahātmā Das. Śrīla Prabhupāda ki jai. So I wanted to tell a couple stories. Some of you may have heard that when Prabhupada went to Mauritius, he said Mauritius would be the first Krishna conscious country in the world. And I was asked to be president in Mauritius. I ended up being president twice, 2 different occasions. I spent almost 4 years there. And somehow or other, that statement that Mauritius will be the first Krishna conscious country in the world didn't sit right with me, because it just seemed like the way things were going, it wasn't going to happen, and we would have to do something to make it happen. And every time a God brother would visit and give class, he would quote Prabhupada as saying, and as we know, it's so good to be here because Mauritius is going to be the first Krishna conscious country in the world. And I would be sitting there thinking, I'm not sure Prabhupada actually said that. So I had the opportunity to speak about this with the man who was with Prabhupada the most, who was Prabhupada's host. He was a minister. He took Prabhupada everywhere. If there was anyone to ask, he was the one. So I said to him, did you ever hear Prabhupada say that Mauritius would become the first Krishna conscious country in the world? And he thought for a moment. He said, no, I never heard that. And then about 10 seconds later, he said, what he did say, it could be the first Krishna conscious country in the world. Small difference, right? Would and could. Actually, major difference. Another time, Pushta Krishna Prabhu asked Śrīla Prabhupada, Mahaprabhu said every town and village. He was questioning that, like I was questioning the so-called prediction of Mauritius, but this is not a so-called prediction. But he was questioning it, and he asked Prabhupada, well, how true is that prediction? And Prabhupada said, that depends on the preachers. So it was with this mood that I wrote this offering. And I think my whole life as a devotee, I've been asked to do things for which I wished I would have had more ability, more intelligence, more purity. But still, Prabhupada asked me to do it. He's asking all of us to do it. And who else is going to do it if we don't? So my experience, in the last 10 years, I've traveled a lot. And I've given lots of classes and workshops and really got, you could say, a bird's eye view to see how I can help people and what do I say and do that helps them the most. And if you're a teacher, you're always thinking about what to teach it, how to facilitate it, how to get them to understand it. What can you do through exercises, through role play, the Socratic method, asking questions, getting them to reflect, share. You do everything you can. And through all of that, I realized that who I am, my level of Krishna consciousness is affects them infinitely more than anything I can teach or any way I can teach it. And that has always weighed heavily on my mind. When I was a young devotee, I was a temple president, and at that time, the GBC had just formed. So they weren't so active. So we were asked to write letters to Prabhupada every month. So I got to write for about 10 months, I think it went on, before the GBC started getting our reports. So we would report the activities of the temple. And so I thought, well, if I have any questions, I can write Prabhupada and ask him, take advantage of that. So I asked Prabhupada a question about how to be Krishna conscious, meditating on Krishna and so forth. And Prabhupada said that if you want to think of Krishna 24/7, then you should think that although you're the temple president, you're not qualified to do the job. And then you should pray to Krishna to give you the qualifications. So that theme kind of has been the theme of my life. Always feeling unqualified and always feeling this like tremendous burden that Prabhupada has given us the world. Like Urmila said, what's our vision of making the world Krishna conscious? I think Ravīndrasvarūpa also mentioned that, Bādarāyaṇa. This huge, huge burden. Oh, do I wish I had a brain that actually worked, that could think clearly, that didn't spend the first 19 years of its life getting contaminated. How I wish I were more pure. At the same time, I've seen time and time again, amazingly, that if I'm just willing to try, and so often Prabhupada will put the right words in my mouth or allow me to do the right thing. And so this is kind of my constant meditation and prayer to Prabhupada. I'm not qualified, but you want me to be qualified, and you've asked me to do so many things that I'm not qualified. So I remember when I finally decided to become guru, I had to talk to Krishna about it, because I was about 25 years before I actually decided to do it. Someone asked me and I said no, and I never really had an intention. I never really felt qualified, but people started asking and I started feeling, well, isn't this really what Prabhupada wants me to do? I really don't know how to do anything else. I'm not good at this or that, but I've been a devotee. I know how to speak about the philosophy. I can chant my rounds, so maybe I should do this. So I said to Krishna, I said, okay, let's make a deal. I'll do this, but I don't think I'm up for the task entirely. So you're going to have to team up with me and you're going to have to help me. Otherwise, I can't do it. So is that a deal? So I felt like Krishna said, okay, I'll catch you, just jump off the mountain. And that's always been my mode of operandus, feeling just so unqualified. And I think in writing this offering, I was expressing the feelings of all of us and the guilt that goes with our failings in knowing, like Bādarāyaṇa said, how much Prabhupada wants us to expose the atheistic science, impersonalist, and how I'm just amazed at how pervasive evolutionary theory is. It's I study a lot of speakers because I speak a lot, and both to devotees but to non-devotees, and so I study speakers who are well known, and everybody believes in evolution. Like every speaker brings it up. They talk about when we were caveman and when our brains were not formed, and this is how evolution. This is why we do what we do now, because evolution caused this and that. It's everywhere. And just such an amazing burden I feel that Prabhupada's placed on us, and so many times feeling guilty. Prabhupada, I wish, I could actually be better. I actually could, I have the intelligence to understand how to do what you want, have the intelligence to understand how to make the world Krishna conscious. But then I know, as Brahmatritha was saying, that Prabhupada is so merciful and so kind that if we just try, that's our success, and Prabhupada will accept that. So my solace in my own life, in spite of all my lack of qualifications, is like, at least if I try, what more can I do than that? And I always put my faith in Krishna that he will help me in any way I can. And you all are helping me. You're such an inspiration, all of you. You're doing so much service. You're all like little aspects of Śrīla Prabhupada. And without you, I would be useless, for sure. You're all such, some people sometimes praise me, oh, you do this, you do that. You are all sons. I'm reflecting what you all give me. What I see in you, what I hear from you, your sincerity and so forth. Hare Krishna. Śrīla Prabhupāda ki jai.
Jai Prabhu, thank you very much. Wonderful written offering, and then following up with these very important points. It really resonates with me. I find, it's written everywhere too, but it's really true that humility is so much the foundation. And to accomplish anything, it seems to me that we just have to get out of the way. Get out of the way. And I guess I mean by that our mind, our ego, because only then will Krishna and Guru do these things, and it will come out of us and it will look like we're doing it. So I take what you say to heart, and it really is very powerful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let us move forward to Anuttamā Prabhu. So I don't have a lot of information on Anuttamā Prabhu. I know him. I think he was initiated in the early 70s. But, in lieu of facts and resume items that I've been sort of giving, I will tell you this, that whenever I see Anuttamā Prabhu, he is always upbeat. He is always enthusiastic. He is always spiritually minded. His conversation is always Bhagavatam and Prabhupada. And he's always Krishna conscious. So that to me is one of the best resumes of all. So forgive me for not having more Anuttamā Prabhu, but we're all looking forward to hearing from you. Thanks.
So I'm not a Zoomer. This is probably the second time. Can you hear me, first of all?
Yes.
And you can see me?
Yes.
And we're good to go?
Do it now.
That's all we need. Well, thank you. Anuttamā M Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Śrīmati Bhaktivedanta Swami Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pacharanena Visheshas and Nirvadi Paschachati Satarane. So interesting you were mentioning enthusiasm, because I did not prepare something, although we just had Vyasa Puja in Baltimore Temple midday, and I was there for that. And the other Anuttamā was there, and Shastivar was there, and everyone else was second generation. Nice festival. They had 400 offerings they made for Prabhupada. That was quite elaborate. But I do remember Prabhupada saying that this word utsaha, enthusiasm, and he said it was because I'm enthusiastic that I have come to you to bring Krishna consciousness. That is why I started this movement, because I was enthusiastic. I had the order from my spiritual master, and we all get the order. And Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada gave the order to all his disciples to spread Krishna consciousness, but how many actually went out in a big way and did it? Only really Śrīla Prabhupada. First one out, certainly to come to the West. So that enthusiasm is the main key for our spreading Krishna consciousness. We're all inept, lack of abilities. Mahātmā kept talking about lack of ability. We wish we had a bigger brain. We wish we had more purity. We wish we had more talents. Personally, we all know what our shortcomings are. But if we have enthusiasm, then that's the key. So I was thinking about New York, because I spent a lot of time in New York in the early days, and I wanted to tell some stories of my experiences with Prabhupada in New York. I joined in 1971 when I was in high school in Washington, D.C. But originally I am a New Yorker from Long Island. But then my parents moved to Washington area when I was in elementary school. So I joined at the temple in Q Street, which was a small row house in D.C. We had 8 devotees. And Damodar and Mriganetri, he was the temple president. She was the wife of the temple president. Tosan was there, Tosan Krishna. Shrudadev, who started the Sankirtan newsletter, was there. And Petit Pavan was there. Not Udaran, the other one, not the one who does astrology, but I think he's in San Francisco. He was there. 1 or 2 others. Astarata joined there just a little bit before I did. He was a German devotee. He went on to do a lot of service over the years. So anyway, small little temple. We'd go out on Harinam. I'm actually in high school still when I'm a devotee. When I finished 11th grade, I said I'm moving in the temple full time. I used to live at home and come on the weekends and Easter vacation and holidays. So, everybody's older than me. Damodar is a great temple president. I always remember his kirtans. A small temple, it's a house. The living room was the temple room, so there wasn't ambiance in any which way. It was a small little outpost to spread Krishna consciousness. Damodar had joined in 1966. He was one of the early devotees, and he came down to start the temple in Washington. Prabhupada, interesting, from talking about enthusiasm, Prabhupada, from that small group in New York, he encouraged everyone to go out and spread Krishna consciousness, even though we hadn't read a lot of books, or they hadn't read a lot of books. There weren't a lot of books to read. When I joined, we still had the original 3 Bhagavatams from India. I still have some of those right behind me. And we had Nectar of Devotion. We had the small abridged Bhagavad Gita, the blue one with the Vishnu drawing on the front. The complete edition wasn't published yet. So that came out, and Macmillan edition came a little later. So the devotees didn't have a lot of knowledge, but they just knew chanting the faith in chanting and the faith in Prabhupada. I remember Tosan telling me when I was a new devotee, he said, we don't know anything. We're just a bunch of guys and girls, from America trying to do this. But Prabhupada, he's a pure devotee of Krishna. He's the one. Everything centers around Prabhupada. And they would all talk about Prabhupada. I hadn't met Prabhupada, but all the devotees would talk about Prabhupada and how he started the movement and how he's a pure devotee and, just wonderful things all the time we hear about Prabhupada. So that summer of my summer vacation of 11th grade, Prabhupada was coming to New York, to the old Brooklyn Temple, 439 Henry Street. And he had not been there in more than a year because he started his projects in India, coming back to India and starting Krishna consciousness in India. So he hadn't been in America in more than a year. And there were lots of devotees waiting to get initiated. So Damodar, we had a temple van, and we all piled in the van, a van with no seats. This is not, everybody a seatbelt and a seat. This is a cargo van. And we're just sitting on cushions in the back, rolling around, men and women, women on one side, men on the other, all 8 of us. And we drive up to New York to see Prabhupada. And, and I had no, I'm just with eight devotees is my world of Krishna consciousness, and going on Harinam with 2 or 3 people a day for 6 hours a day. That was Krishna consciousness, and selling back to Godheads. And that was our life. So we go up to see this pure person who's everybody's been talking about, who I see pictures of all over the building. And I see he wrote the books, and I don't really know him. And so 1971, we drive up to see Prabhupada, and we come to the Brooklyn Temple, which is a big building, 2 big brownstones together there in an Italian neighborhood in Brooklyn, just out of downtown Brooklyn. And I'm like, wow, I see devotees walking on the street. I see girls in saris. I see devotees chanting japa walking around like a whole village of devotees. And so Prabhupada's giving the morning class. So we arrive, I think, maybe the night before, and everyone there's no such thing as staying at hotels. We didn't do that stuff. Everybody stayed in the temple. There was no room at all because there's Philadelphia, there's Buffalo, maybe some other places, but those temples definitely all came to see Prabhupada. And many people were waiting to get initiated. So when we walked in to Prabhupada, he was finishing the initiations. And Trivikram Swami was just receiving sannyas. So that will date the actual day. The day Trivikram Swami took sannyas is the day I saw Prabhupada. And there's a number of pictures of these things. But we're all like, this is Prabhupada, and this is the representative of God. We're just in awe. I mean, the other devotees have seen Prabhupada. Damodar, of course, is from '66. Prabhupada was there every day. Mriganetri had come from Los Angeles. She had seen Prabhupada a lot. The others had all seen Prabhupada. Tosan Krishna joined in 1968 at 61 2nd Avenue. He had seen Prabhupada, but I had never seen Prabhupada. So this was my first experience, and I had never seen all these devotees. There were so many devotees, and our prasadam in the morning, the men were in one section, the women were in another. Just wonderful experience to see Prabhupada first time, 71. So then, we stayed a couple days. We went on Harinam during the day because that was our activity. All these devotees, Harinam downtown Manhattan, very exciting. Down to 42nd Street area. Must have been 75 devotees on Harinam, something like that. Huge, because all these visiting devotees were there. So eventually, we're there for a couple of days, and we finally go back. I just got to see Prabhupada at the morning class a couple of times, and that was my experience with Prabhupada. for the beginning. Then we went back to Washington, back to 8 people, back to routine, quiet life, shall we say, trying to spread Krishna consciousness in some way, 8 of us in the city of Washington. And Damodar was struggling, with the finances. He would go out in the day selling spiritual sky incense. And that was his activity, to try to pay the rent and keep things floating. I remember I had a car, an old car, and I would we would drive the devotees to college programs. And Shrudadev said to me, he said, "You're doing devotional service. You are serving Krishna by driving his devotees around." And I'd never heard of devotional service. What is devotional service? I was brought up going to church regularly, but devotional service was a term that is not used in church that I ever heard of. We just go in Sunday services. So he's explaining to me devotional service, a new person, no experience, no background. So doing devotional service. Exciting, all exciting. College, go to the college program. I was not even in college. I was only 17. We go to the colleges, we're dealing with people who are 20, 22, college students, and we're preaching to them about Krishna, and we're making prasadam, and that was all exciting. So then the next time was 72, Prabhupada was coming back again. I was still in Washington, but I had finally graduated from high school. I stayed at the temple, and I went as a devotee to high school for the whole year, in a dhoti, with tilak and shaved head. Because back in those days, we didn't wear Western clothes. It was just not done. No Western clothing. So somehow or other, I didn't get beat up. I didn't get killed in high school. I graduated, and I was free from my obligation to my parents to finish high school. And the next summer was, we're going to see Prabhupada again. And I had it in my mind that I want to serve in New York, because New York has the artists, the press, and there must have been 75 men and 75 women there. There must have been 150 regular devotees. So many people were there. So when we went up the next time, I told Damodar, I'm going to stay in New York and serve in New York. And of course, they used to have this program of trading devotees. We'll give you one man, you give us one man, because everyone's short of manpower. So there's a trading program. So they try to arrange, when Bali Murdan was the temple manager at the time, and with Damodar, they tried to make some arrangements. And anyway, I ended up staying in New York and engaging and working in the press and doing different services. And I stayed in New York for all the way up till we moved to Manhattan. It was just, there was nothing more exciting than New York. Preaching in New York with all those devotees. Maha Harinam Sankirtan with Bhargraj leading and other devotees. So it was just all the time. And Prabhupada would come every year. So 72 he came. I had already gotten initiated in Washington by letter. Prabhupada was in Bombay at the time. So January 72 I got initiated. So I was already initiated, but I hadn't gotten second. I got second in 73, along with Janardhan Das was a devotee there. He's a sannyasi nowadays with the Gaudiya Math. I remember Janardhan saying to me, "This is just like Lord Brahma receiving the Gayatri from Krishna. We get this transcendental, the sound of Krishna's flute." He's enthusiastic, and people's enthusiasm, it rubs off on everyone else. So I just remember so many enthusiastic devotees. I remember Daiva Shakti. We all know Daiva Shakti in Vrindavan. So she was married to Nayana Brahma at the time. Every morning I come down the steps to go into the temple room. The temple room was on the main floor. She's at the bottom of the steps waiting for her husband. And when Nayana Brahma comes down the steps, she offers her obeisances to Nayana Brahma every morning. I just remember seeing things like that. It's all, something unique. My mother never paid obeisances to my father, but I see Daiva Shakti paying obeisances to her husband every morning at 4:20, at the beginning, before the start of Mangalarti. So anyways, like Shastivar was speaking in Baltimore today. He said, I did not see Prabhupada walking down the street and I, like Kirtanananda did and Hayagriva did. I met the devotees first. And through the devotees, I learned about Prabhupada. And was most of our experiences. Most of us were not around early enough to just meet Prabhupada in the early days. So we meet Prabhupada through his followers. Through their enthusiasm, we learn about the qualities of Prabhupada. So 73, Prabhupada came twice in 73, came in the spring and in the fall. I remember Shruti Kirti was his secretary or his servant at the time. I remember Pushta Krishna was also there in Brooklyn for a little bit. And Shruti Kirti comes out of Prabhupada's womb runs with a plate of Mahaprasadam, and there's a half-eaten orange, and he gives it to me. And he says, here, this is Mahaprasadam from Prabhupada. So little memories like this I have of. Some devotees said describe themselves as rank and file. We were rank and file devotees. We were not the secretary. We were not the president. We were not the GBC. We didn't travel with Prabhupada. We were lucky if we got on a walk or two, which I did. I went on a few walks with Prabhupada, but just, with others, just walking with Prabhupada. We went to parks in New York. But we were just we were the manpower. We were Prabhupada's army to spread Krishna consciousness. So now time has gone on, and we're still in the army. Hopefully, Prabhupada wants us to move up the ranks and gradually take responsibility. So anyway, that's my memories of Prabhupada. And of course, 76, we had the Rath Yatra on Fifth Avenue, and Prabhupada was there for that. And I was on that cart, the same cart as an assistant pujari. So that was the last time I saw Prabhupada, was 76 in Rath Yatra in New York. There.
All right. Thank you very much, Anuttamā. So I think Mālati's next. She's on. I'm hearing, I'm not finding her, but she's there, I think. So we all know Mālati was there from the very beginning in the 26 Second Avenue days, and was in New York City and then Los Angeles and London and back to New York City and then New Vrindavan and Ohio and all those kind of exotic places. Mālati, are you there?
Please unmute, Mother Mālati.
How to unmute? Your mic. Okay, is it unmuted now?
Yep.
Yes.
You're coming in loud and clear.
Okay, well, I was not at 26 Second Avenue. I was in San Francisco.
Oh.
That's when I started out. When Prabhupada came into San Francisco, January 67, and we had been, prior to that, getting things ready for him to come. And that was historical in one other way, because it was the first time Śrīla Prabhupada actually flew in an airplane, when he flew from New York to San Francisco. Okay, so should I start?
Yes.
Okay. Om Gyan Timrandasya Janana Sakalaya Chatumlitamina Tasme Sri Gurave Namaha Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Namine Pañcaratna Vyasa Puja Sindhu Vaivyacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. I want to thank you very much, Ādipuruṣa Swami, for the kind invitation to say a few words on this wonderfully monumental occasion. I'm running out of voice, which would probably make a lot of people happy. So Sri Gaur Mohan Dey and Srimati Rajani Devi became the proud parents of a baby boy on the 1st of September, 1896, naming him Abhay Sharan Dey. And it was a foretelling birth in many respects. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, the great spiritual visionary and seeker of the truth, who became the father of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who became the spiritual master of our Śrīla Prabhupada. So Bhaktivinoda Thakur appeared in West Bengal on September 2nd, 1830, making him 38 years older, almost to the date of Abhay Sharande, our Śrīla Prabhupada. And in that same year, 1896, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur sent a copy of his English book, The Life and Precepts of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, outside of India to McGill University in Montreal, Canada, as well as to the UK, where a copy was found in 1968 by His Grace Gurudas Prabhu in the British Museum, which was a block up from our Little Bury Place temple. So these books mark the first steps in presenting Lord Chaitanya's message in English to the West, outside of India. So Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada Arabai Saran, as he was named, was born on the occasion of Nandotsava at the home of his maternal grandparents in the suburb of Taliganj. As such, another of his pet names was Nanda Dulal. This fortunate child took birth beneath a jackfruit tree. And I have been informed that that tree is still standing. I saw it in 6 years ago in 2016. But it's still standing and it's still bearing fruit. So decades ago, I had heard from a godbrother whose name I couldn't recall until just a few minutes before this broadcast. And I realized that it was Shankar-san, who was actually a nephew of Prabhupada and his disciple. And Prabhupada had told him that he wanted the place of his birth and other pastimes to be secured by India. And this was not an unimportant request, because it would make a valuable link to Śrīla Prabhupada's spiritual heritage accessible to the world of devotees at large, and as well become another permanent reminder of his extraordinary life, exposing his humble roots, because it was just a small little 2-room cottage. It was like what you'd say a birthing cottage, was set apart from the main house, in fact. So humble roots, and we can marvel and meditate on this beginning. And when recalled in context to what he was famously became, a world-renowned spiritual teacher with tangible links to 6 continents, actually 7 continents. But by tangible links to his ISKCON temples are his Brihat Mridangās, his books, which expound the tenets of the Vaishnavism that has brought life to the Yuga Dharma, Sri Harinam Sankirtan, and the worldwide promulgation of the Harinam Hare Krishna Mahamantra, as was predicted by Chaitanya himself. So 7 continents are there. 6 of them during Prabhupada's times received his mercy. And in 2016, the Brihat Mridanga presence of Śrīla Prabhupada's books was brought to Antarctica as an offering to Śrīla Prabhupada for the 50th year celebration of ISKCON. So Śrīla Prabhupada had 1 brother, Krishna Sharan, and 3 sisters, Rajeshwari and another one whose name I don't have, plus Her Grace Bhavatarini Devi Dasi, who was simultaneously his sibling and his god sister, as she was initiated also by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta. So as was the social custom at that era, his parents arranged his marriage when he was 22 years old to 11-year-old Radharani Dey, although naturally they were not immediately living together. But she gave birth to their first child, a son, when Abhay was 25, and in all there were 3 sons, Vrindavan Dey, Prayagraj, and Mathura Mohan, and 1 daughter, Sulakshman. That was Prabhupada's children. So Abhay met his eternal spiritual master Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, 1922, in what became a very fateful meeting, because immediately upon introduction, he was given his first instruction. He was introduced. There was no small talk, just right away. You are an educated young man. You should take this message of Mahaprabhu to the West and preach in English. But as a follower of Gandhi, who was advocating peaceful resistance to end British domination over India, have I countered, who will listen to us? We are a subjugated nation. First, we must get our independence. But his argument was countered by Srila Bhaktisiddhanta that Lord Chaitanya's message was devoid of any such material calculation, and our Śrīla Prabhupada admitted to defeat. In fact, he had commented that among his peers, he would always win a debate. And now, for the first time, he was defeated. And he said, I liked it very much, indicating his newfound connection and surrender to his guru, although he did not take initiation until almost about 11 years later in 1933. But the formality was a formality in his heart. Upon that first meeting, the connection was established. So today we are celebrating the 125th anniversary of Śrīla Prabhupada's appearance in this world. And by an incredible stroke of good fortune, visionary devotees and grand disciples of its divine grace have secured the very place of his birth, this area and with the 2 rooms and the jackfruit tree. And like all magnificent efforts, it was not without challenges and oppositions and difficulties. Yet it was due to the persistent faith and strong desire of these wonderful disciples and grand disciples to manifest and preserve this most sacred holy place of Śrīla Prabhupada's appearance, that the endeavor has met with success after years and years of arduous effort. So the sacred places of pilgrimage offer a tangible place to more deeply connect with our gurus, our parampara, and in this case, connect with the life of His Divine Grace, Śrīla Prabhupada, the founder and acharya of the Hare Krishna movement, ISKCON. In these holy sites, one is able to feel the presence of these influential personalities, and we find deep solace and inspiration when we are able to visit these places and take some time to just reflect and meditate upon Śrīla Prabhupada. And this experience will not be limited to ISKCON members only, but indeed people of all ranks and faith, they already find themselves drawn to the magnificent mercy of Śrīla Prabhupada. And this wonderful effort of securing his birthplace will only serve to strengthen and expand such opportunities to connect with his divine grace and his inconceivable mercy. I have personally seen here in New Vrindavan, I've seen ordinary visitors to his palace of gold. And by ordinary visitors, I am speaking about, we get hundreds, thousands of people coming, and many of them are actually devotees already, are on their way to being devotees. But we also get a very large number of what I call ordinary people. They're just coming to see the site. It's a tourist site. It's the top tourist site in the area where we are established in West Virginia. So they come there to see the Palace of Gold, but they find themselves inexplicably drawn to his presence. And I've seen tears falling from their eyes upon gazing at his beautiful lotus face. So this sacred place of his birth will offer the same powerful impact and magnetic-like attraction for persons of all backgrounds, all countries, walks of life, religions, and faiths. And restorative work has begun, but I understand they took a pause in order to have the celebration and offering made today, because they didn't want to make the offering with, all kinds of work going on, so it took a little pause. But the work is in progress, and every listener, every viewer, every devotee is heartily invited to welcome to participate by making your own contributions to ensure the timely completion of this monumental effort. There's some beautiful plans, and I don't exactly know where the link where you can make a contribution is. And no, I've not been paid or prompted to say this. I'm inspired so much by this incredible, it doesn't stop. There's always wonderful things about Prabhupada that are being revealed and revealed. And they're important to our lives and will be important to the lives of others, as I already mentioned. So we should be honored and enthused to make some kind of contribution according to our ability. So I thank, again, the organizers for this opportunity, in this case, Chandrasekhar Swami, to speak something on the occasion. And I want to thank especially all those who took part in the effort of acquiring this place of Prabhupada's birth. I mean, just like the story of the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the 2 months it's got to be done, and just what an epic that was. And so many challenges, but they overcame. And in the same way, this was another glorious effort, more in line with, I guess, securing the manor, but it was a great effort, and just in time for Srila Prabhupada's 125th, we can proudly proclaim and make this offering to him. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you very much, Mālati. Always nice to hear from you. And this is an amazing thing. I think Kṛṣṇarūpā posted the link for the whole thing with Prabhupada's birthplace.
Yeah.
I think, is Hṛdayānanda Swami on? I thought I saw him pop. Yeah.
No, I was speaking. His face was there, not yours. So
I am here. I am here.
Good.
I don't know.
Is that my cue?
That's your cue. So you're on. This is like Ed Sullivan here, the finger points. And
okay. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. And of course, it's a pleasure to have this association with so many senior devotees. In trying to understand Prabhupada and trying to understand how we can best serve him, it came to mind just now that if we look at Krishna, when Krishna came 5,000 years ago, and the variety of devotees that he engaged, that served him, of course, we know very famously they're the residents of Vrindavan who had a special relationship with with Krishna. And the residents of, and then the Yadu dynasty had a different relationship. There were the devotees in Hastinapur. When Krishna would go to Hastinapur, he had many devotees there, even before Yudhisthira took over. And so somehow all these devotees were serving together. They all loved Krishna in their own unique way, and yet they all worked together because Krishna came, of course, with a mission, which he defined in the Bhagavad Gita, yada, yada, dharmasya glanya, so on. And so Krishna sent Prabhupada with that same mission, really dharma samstapanartaya, to restore dharma and ultimately the supreme dharma, Krishna consciousness to this world. So we have different relationships with Prabhupada, not in the sense of the 5 rasas with Krishna, but we do have different relationships. I remember when Bhakti-Charu Swami, when I was Prabhupada's secretary in Mayapur, and Bhakti-Charu Swami's there, and I saw that there was such an easy relationship between them. They came from such a similar culture, and Prabhupada was happy to finally get a really high-class Bengali disciple. And I could see there was a type of really like family relationship due to all the cultural and spiritual factors that was not really me. I can understand that it's not something I aspired to, and it just wasn't my relationship with Prabhupada. And for example, I was very fortunate because the first instruction I received from Prabhupada became the mission of my life. I mean, don't want to compare myself to Prabhupada and be foolish here, but still the first instruction did become my mission. I wrote to Prabhupada in 1969, having just a few days before joined the Berkeley Temple, asking Prabhupada whether I should study, continue in the university, or drop out and just, sell incense. I didn't say that in the letter, but just do regular temple service. And Prabhupada wrote back to me and told me to finish my education. And then he said, I want you to be nicely educated so that you can preach to similarly educated people. So that became the mission of my life, to somehow present Krishna consciousness to rational Western people so that it makes sense. In 1972, I believe it was. No, it must have been around 73. Before 1974, there were no annual GBC meetings. Whenever Prabhupada wanted to talk to the GBC, or there was some important matter, he would just call them and they would all fly to wherever Prabhupada was. So there was a time like that. I think it was roughly perhaps 1973, and the GBC met. And at that time, the GBC was sort of inspired by the fact that I'd had that debate with the Professor Bharati, that kind of clownish scholar. And so the GBC voted, because they were kind of redrawing the map. And that's when Bhagavan went to South Europe and left his Midwest zone and so on. So the GBC voted that I should go to India, because I could quote Sanskrit verses. I should go preach in India. And so as usual, GBC would present all the resolutions to Prabhupada, and he would say yes, no, or rethink it. And so when they told him that I was to be sent to India, Prabhupada said, no, what will he do in India? He has no service in India. Let him preach in the West. And of course, other devotees, Prabhupada demanded they go to India. And I mean, one example that comes to mind is Giriraj Swami, that did such extraordinary devotional service in India, or Jayapatāka Maharaj. So we have these individual relationships with Prabhupada. And one aspect of Prabhupada's genius, which is multifaceted, is that he not only taught personalism, but he himself was supremely personal. And he understood all of us. Prabhupada once said that, not once, he said it many times, that my spiritual master, Krishna, has sent you, like sort of some past life devotees, sprinkled them around the world so they could get the movement going. But Prabhupada really understood us, and he dealt with each of us in a perfectly personal way. I had one experience in New Vrindavan in 1972, the famous Bhagavad Dharma discourse time for Janmashtami and Vyasa Puja. Actually, it was this time. And a New York Times reporter came to interview Prabhupada. And that was a big thing. I mean, it still would be, a New York Times reporter. And I remember I was sitting right there. Whoops. I was sitting right there and watching Prabhupada talk to this person. And I had a very amazing experience, because the New York Times.
I might not have to. I can put this off.
Oh, Mālati, maybe you've got to do your mic. Oh. So sorry. Yeah, because the New York Times reporter actually believed that he was a New York Times reporter, and Prabhupada saw the soul. Prabhupada was seeing him as a soul. And so as he was asking his questions, the reporter, I could see that Prabhupada could see directly into his heart and was speaking directly to the soul. And the New York Times reporter, not that he was a young guy, he didn't become, I wouldn't say flustered, but he was just sort of taken aback. And Prabhupada took over the conversation and just told him, why don't you surrender to Krishna? Not the kind of thing we would say to a New York Times reporter, but Prabhupada did. And how did Prabhupada get away with this? Because it was real, because he was actually seeing the soul of this person. So Prabhupada engaged all of us in different ways, and that's something we all have to respect, because ISKCON has to remain united, even though we are so diverse, in the same way that Krishna's devotees 5,000 years ago, with all different rasas, with different personalities, sometimes they fought with each other in different ways or quarreled, and yet they all worked together. The Pandavas worked together. all 5 Pandavas had very different personalities. That's I won't go into it here, but I mean, if you just say the names, Yudhishthira and Bhima are practically opposites. The 2 oldest brothers are they have opposite characters, Yudhishthira and Bhima. And I mean, Bhima is just kind of, it's clobbering time, if you know that old cartoon. And then you have Arjuna, who's kind of in between them. Then you have Nakula and Sahadev, who we don't hear too much about, but if you sort of piece together all the hints we get in the Shastra, very interesting personalities, all unique, all different. And sometimes they were arguing with each other. Sometimes they were very angry with each other. And then Draupadi entered into the mix. And Draupadi was a very fiery personality, had very strong views on things. And there was Kunti with her views. And so these 7 people were all very different, and more than once, quite a few times, would engage in heavy arguments and disagreements. I mean, one that comes to mind when Bhima said that he had to go kill the demon who was terrorizing the town of Ekachakra when they were staying in a Brahmin's house. And Yudhishthira said, that's crazy, you can't go. The world depends on your living. You can't fight that Rakshasa. But he went. And so all 7 of them had many different views on things and different ways of serving Krishna, different relationships with Krishna. And yet the fact that they were servants of Krishna was so powerful in their minds that they worked together throughout their lives. And there were thousands of other devotees that may not be so famous in ISKCON, but at the time were extremely important and famous, like Satyaki, also called Yuyutsu. If you read the unabridged Mahabharata, he's a very, very major figure, and yet you hear very little about him. I mean, in the comic books anyway, Amar Chitrakatha. So that's, I guess, I think obviously nothing can please Prabhupada more than if all of us, with our very different personalities and our different instructions from Prabhupada dealt with all of us in unique and different ways, because we are unique and different. And so somehow or other, our desire to serve him has to be so strong that we stay together in the family. And I have to say, just sort of, confessing here, that one thing that I've never been able to really look at, how should I put it, as, well, that's not such a big deal, is leaving Prabhupada's mission. My undergraduate major was in world religions. I'm sort of a lifelong student of world religions. And I understand how we have to be nice to everyone. But somehow or other, to me, that's a line you don't cross. It's a line you don't cross. One line you don't cross is that you don't leave Prabhupada's mission. Another line is that you don't change Prabhupada's philosophy in terms of Siddhanta and Tattva, as I explained in the paper. And another line is that we never act against Prabhupada's interest because we're very angry or because we really want to do something or blah, 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 this or that. That really, to me, what it comes down to is, despite our natural human feelings and desires, that somehow or other we have the integrity to always ultimately do what, to the best of our knowledge, is in Prabhupada's interest. And if we do that, I mean, anyone who thinks it's in Prabhupada's interest that someone leave ISKCON obviously either knows virtually nothing about the history of world religions or is somehow such a nuisance that Krishna in their heart is sort of inspiring them to go play in some other playground. But in any case, that's really the test of our love for Prabhupada, is that number one, that we really try to understand to the best of our ability what is best for Prabhupada. We do it, even though it may not be exactly what we wanted to do, and we don't do anything which will harm Prabhupada's mission, not consciously. So those are some of the thoughts I wanted to share. Like the Pandavas, like Krishna's many devotees, we have to, I mean, I'm not saying rise the occasion, because, I mean, all of you are already risen. But we have to push on in this way and somehow or other try to reestablish the great inheritance that Prabhupada gave us. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Chandrasekhara Swami.
Haribo, thank you. I'm just the stick in the mud that these nice flags are hooked onto. So we appreciate all the devotees speaking. This is, such an interesting collection of devotees here, worldwide. Now it is time for Arundhati. I slighted her and we've been shuffling and moving people around, and I'm committing offense after offense, but are you there, Arundhati?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
That's so good with the Zoom. So thank you for inviting me to speak. Usually I tell some stories about New York because Chandrasekhar Swami, he's one of the New York Swamis, and often we've talked at 26 Second Avenue. But this is kind of a world meeting tonight, which is very nice. Seeing so many of my God brothers and God sisters. And I thought I would just tell a few little stories first, little personal stories that I had with Śrīla Prabhupada. And it's not going to be New York stories, it's going to be LA stories, because I was just watching some things today. It's the 50th anniversary of the LA temple. I think Rukmiṇī Dwarkadish deities. And I was watching the devotees there talking about that, and it reminded me of my time in LA. I lived in LA from 1972 to 1974. And I ended up there because Śrīla Prabhupada, he took my husband, who he married me to, Pradyumna. He took him with him to travel with him and do the Sanskrit. And Śrīla Prabhupada, he wrote me a letter long ago, and he said, "Your husband is with me now, and he will remain with me always, to help me with the Sanskrit on my books." So eventually Śrīla Prabhupada said I should move to LA because Śrīla Prabhupada was going to LA often, and that became the headquarters. I'm not sure if it was called the world headquarters or the US headquarters for sure, of ISKCON. So Śrīla Prabhupada was going there quite a bit, and he was doing a lot of translating there. And I got to do a lot of transcribing. That was one of my main services, was transcribing Śrīla Prabhupada's tapes, working on his books. I did most of the time from the time I joined, which was in 1968. There was often a lot of interactions between Prabhupada and Pradyumna, and sometimes Prabhupada and myself, to do with the books. So anyhow, I just was remembering this one story in LA, very sweet story, that I worked I was transcribing Śrīla Prabhupada's tapes, and I was downstairs from Śrīla Prabhupada's room, so he could actually hear the typing, and he actually liked the sound of the typing, especially if it was fast typing. And so one day I was in this, it was like a little kind of closet room. And I heard that Śrīla Prabhupada was coming in from his morning walk. So I rushed out to offer my obeisances to him. And so I did that. And as Śrīla Prabhupada was walking up the stairs to his room, he turned around and he said to me, "You are very speedy," talking about my typing. And he called me up a minute or two later. His servant came and said, "Prabhupada wants to see you in his room." So I went up there, and Śrīla Prabhupada asked his servant forget who it was at the time, but said, get this box. And he gave him this box. Śrīla Prabhupada opened up the box and he took out a gold bangle. And he held up the bangle and he said, an Indian lady from Mumbai, she has given me this bangle. And he held it up, held his arm up like that. And he looked at the bangle and he said, it is solid gold. And he handed it to me. He said, I want you to have it. You have been working so hard on my books. So this is the bangle. I don't know if you can see it. I don't wear it that often because I don't want it to get, I don't want to mess it up. So I just wear it on special occasions. And so I was pretty tongue-tied when Śrīla Prabhupada gave that to me. So I just thanked the Prabhupada and offered my obeisances and left. And so that was one very sweet pastime with Śrīla Prabhupada. He was very appreciative of everybody, of everyone that did service for him. And there was a lot of different kinds of reciprocation between him and his disciples. So I'll just tell you one other story in LA. There was a darshan in Śrīla Prabhupada's room, and the dancing in kirtan had changed recently. We used to always, at the beginning, we used to do the Prabhupada step, which was, I don't know how to describe it, but, it was a simple step that Śrīla Prabhupada taught that we can dance to the kirtan. And somehow along the way, devotees started going to India, and they saw that the Bengali devotees, they were dancing in a different kind of way. They were going back and forth and in circles and kind of having fun with the dancing. So devotees in the West, they started doing that kind of dancing as well. So one day, that dancing was going on during the kirtan, and my son, Aniruddha, he used to always go up front. He was around 3 years old then. And so he was doing that dancing as well, going back and forth. And so anyhow, later on in the room, Śrīla Prabhupada brought it up. And he said, Aniruddha was imitating the dancing that everybody was doing. And he said, in children, imitation is a sign of intelligence. And I think it was Shrita Kirti said, yes, he's intelligent like his father. And Śrīla Prabhupada said, no, he is intelligent like his mother. His mother is more intelligent. And everyone was laughing. And Śrīla Prabhupada was laughing. And I don't know what it means. I think he just was very encouraging. And, he wanted to encourage the devotees in any way he could. So that was another very sweet little story. Many go on too much about those because I thought I would change the mood slightly and just read my offering that I did this year for the Vyasa Puja book. So, just 1 second. Okay. So this is, I guess a lot of you know, there's a Vyasa Puja book that I believe Jayapatāka Swami started especially for the Śrīla Prabhupada disciples to put their offerings in. So that's what that book just came out. Okay. Dear Śrīla Prabhupada, please accept my most humble obeisances at your lotus feet. Anuttamā M Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarane. Well, glories to you on this day of the 125th celebration of your birth. I give thanks and gratitude for my good fortune of your coming into my life way back in 1966, when I first glanced upon you in Tompkins Square Park. Previous to that auspicious moment, I was engrossed in darkness, knowing nothing of who I was and what my purpose in this lifetime was. You gave me that greatest gift, and I am forever grateful. In the last year, we have been having this terrible pandemic, something none of us would have imagined could happen. Millions have died, including a number of devotees. Even as I write this, one of your most sincere disciples in Mayapur is gravely ill with the virus. Dear Śrīla Prabhupāda, you gave us Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, our dearmost Lord, that beautiful blue boy, the killer of so many demons, the protector of his devotees. You gave us the great understanding that we are not this body. We are pure spirit soul, eternal sparks, everlasting, undying. There is no death. How amazingly fortunate your disciples were to be given this teaching. So in the midst of this terrible pandemic, where so many are fearful that they may get the dreaded virus and die an awful death, we have this higher knowledge that in fact there is no death. Death is simply the shedding of this body, just like taking off a coat and then putting on another coat. It is simple. It is the fear of the mind and the identification with this body that causes so much misery. Śrīla Prabhupada, I'm such a fallen soul, but still I do not have true realization that I am not this body. I'm still so identified with it and even want to be it sometimes. Suffering is a great gift because that is when you don't want to be your body anymore. Śrīla Prabhupada, please forgive me for being so fallen. Still, I pray to you, for your mercy is my only hope now and always. I pray for your mercy and the mercy of the whole disciplic succession. I pray I may chant better japa, because I know when I concentrate and chant good rounds, I feel so much better and my understanding becomes greater. I trust in this process to bring me to the realization of Aham Brahmasmi, and to someday have the good fortune of being a blade of grass to be walked upon by Sri Hari and Goloka Vrindavan. That seems far away from me, except for the fact of your infinite mercy making it possible. I hope I can have more good devotee association for the rest of the time I am alive on this planet. Sincere, fixed-up devotees are such a gift. I remember how you wrote me early on that I was fortunate to have the association of Jadharani and Satsarup, and I can see that was truly fortunate. Yesterday I was thinking of your dear Giriraj Swami, how he also was there in Boston in the early days, and through good association became such a strong devotee and servant of your mission. I miss your association, but always feel you in your books. You are right there. I give thanks that I could serve your mission through transcribing and composing your wonderful Bhagavad Gita, Nectar of Devotion, Srimad Bhagavatam, and all the others. I give thanks that I got the opportunity to cook for you. That was so wonderful. That I could learn to cook was a miracle you brought to me, as I could barely boil water before becoming a devotee. It was your grace that gave me the ability to learn the basics of rice, dal, chapati, and sabji, and all the wonderful variations. And then, of course, sweet rice, samosas, kachoris, etc., etc. How ecstatic to become a vegetarian, with you teaching us how to make such wonderful preparations for the Lord, and how to prepare with cleanliness, always thinking of pleasing you. Gauranga Radha Krishna, offering and taking the blessed remnants. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. All glories to the holy names, to Shri Krishna Sankirtanam. All glories to your lotus feet, Śrīla Prabhupāda. Your fallen servant, but aspiring to aspire to be better. Arundhati Devi Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're moving right along here. We've got Kavicandra Swami on, and then after him, we have Nṛsiṁhānanda.
Thank you very much. Anuttamā Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharane Nirvistesha Shunivari Paschatya Desatarane Panchakalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnave Vyo Namaha. Well, I thank you for getting all these devotees together. It's a wonderful thing. I hope that the recording is going to be available so we can hear all of them. I feel a little out of place from the ones I've heard, because they all had so much personal, association with Śrīla Prabhupada. I try to think I have had also by, reading the books and distributing. I've been isolated a lot from God Brothers anyway. I don't know by my choice or because I was preaching in places where other people didn't want to go, but or a combination. But Hṛdayānanda Maharaj was talking about something that is on my mind all the time. I wrote about it in my offering. As one of the main two things that I'm thinking about Prabhupada gave us unity and diversity. So we all heard of this famous letter written to Kirtananda, 1973. With all GBC men, senior men present, we should discuss how to make unity and diversity. But if we fight on account of diversity, it's simply a material platform. Please try to maintain the philosophy of unity and diversity. That will make our movement successful. One section of men have already gone out. Therefore, you must be very careful to maintain unity and diversity. And remember the story of Aesop's fables of the father of many children and the bundle of sticks. When the father asked the children to break the bundle of sticks wrapped in a bag, no one could do it. When they removed the sticks one by one, it was easy. So that is the strength and unity. If we are bunched up, we can never be broken. But when divided, we can become broken very easily. So like Maharaj was saying, no one should ever leave. Then we're alone and can be broken, knocked out, bewildered by all kinds of materialistic or Mayavadi philosophy. I personally think we haven't discussed this enough. In the GBC, we had one whole morning dedicated to this discussion. It was very blissful, actually. And a few other times. But we're just dealing with it constantly amongst ourselves as we get devotees joining from so many different backgrounds, even from the same country, but so many different types of people, different languages. And I was in Bali, so, we had the COVID one thing, and then being harassed by the local Brahmins, so-called Brahmin Hindus. And the motto of that country is unity and diversity, India also. But now we have a problem with the Indian devotees trying to separate from the Western. We're focusing on the diversity, so I hope we can focus on the unity more. So for myself, I had very little experience with Prabhupada, except seeing what he was saying to others. For myself, I had not even a real conversation ever. No. When I got second initiation, I went upstairs and I was quite nervous. And Prabhupada was completely nice, but so he asked me how many are waiting downstairs, and I told him some number. And then he said, his eyes lit up and he said, there's one Indian boy. And that was Swarup Damodar. And at that time, we didn't know, I didn't know. He would come in the morning and greet the deities, or he would go on a walk with Prabhupada and greet the deities and then go because he was studying in Laguna Beach or that side. So Prabhupada was all excited that there's an Indian boy getting initiated. And I said, I think he's Japanese. I'd never really seen Indians, and he does look more Oriental, because from Manipur, is on the border of China. Prabhupada, then his face dropped, and I felt like, okay, that's about my contribution to, serving. But I remember when I was fairly new, I was in Dallas, and I had started to go a little bit for book distribution in the evening. And a letter came from Prabhupada. That was in like 72, and Prabhupada was really pushing. So he said, these boys and girls who distribute books, they should get special prasadam and they should get extra rest, extra sleep. So I thought, I'll do that, then I should distribute books. That was one of my first motivations. So, but hearing all these devotees and how much Prabhupada was able to interact with so many people here in New York on Harinam, every once in a while I meet somebody. I knew Prabhupada. I knew him in Second Avenue. I knew him in somewhere else even before that, and they're still very friendly. They liked him very much, but they never were able to surrender. So I want to thank everyone for giving me a chance to have this association. And, we have the unifying force of Śrīla Prabhupada. If we can keep him in the center, we talk about that all the time. It doesn't mean we're just selling a lot of books or getting a lot of people to come to the temple, collecting a lot of money. I read one book by a Christian, The 7 Habits of an Effective Church. He's a famous, popular guy. He goes around to churches to, like businessmen do. And he said, you don't judge the success of your church by how many people come on Sunday or how much money you get, but how many people feel the presence of God. That sounds, nice. So we should be looking for that we really feel Prabhupada's presence in everything we do and say, that we're representing him, not only by words, but, by our actions. Prabhupada came, and many of you have, really personally witnessed his activities, how he did everything, and amazing, miraculous things. I'm reading Gauranga Swami's Juhu story, and it's amazing. And he has, everything Prabhupada said in dealing with that issue to so many people, and how Prabhupada dealt with the lawyers, and he dealt with the contractors, and he dealt with the life members, he dealt with the devotees who were always quarreling and having trouble staying in India. And, just unbelievable, miraculous things, his whole life, and how his birth was so, undercover. It was no big fanfare. Some of our acharyas, Narottam and their fathers were like kings. Some of them, when they were born, it was a big event for the village, and they were, blowing everybody's mind as children with their genius. Prabhupada was good, but nothing, when he was born, probably mostly only his parents took much notice of it, because it was right after the Janmashtami festival and a lot of other things are going on. And his leaving for America was also an unknown event. We heard only his son was there. His arrival in America was unannounced, except for that agent there that put him on the bus to go to Butler. But then, he just somehow or other, Krishna used him and showed us just push on, never give up. And within a few years, when he went back to India, in India, nobody noticed him. They gave him small donations. A few people helped him for the books. But when he went back to India after being in America a few years, he was a big hero in all the radio. And
Hello.
Everybody was following him along, He got radio shows, he got newspaper interviews everywhere he went. He was meeting, big politicians and being invited to speak on the Bhagavad Gita all over the place. So Krishna, the time came. Now we have to keep that up. The humility, his poem when he arrived, all these things are just mind-boggling. His incredible humility all along, no matter what happened, no matter how, he was being treated in such an amazing way. And he was never affected by it. He just took it as like, okay, this is good for the devotees. So hope I didn't make too much disturbance. Kind of in that mood. I feel like, just trying to get out and spread the holy name. The only time I ever felt like I was actually pleasing Prabhupada was when I distribute books. I did a lot of other things and I was never sure, is this really the right thing? Am I doing the right thing at this moment? Is this what Prabhupada wants? But somehow there's been some results. It's all by the mercy of the devotees and by, Prabhupada's Shakti. All right, so time is about up. Thank you again, Chandrasekhar Maharaj. This is
thank you very much,
wonderful
Kavicandra Swami. Everybody is adding so much to this. I really appreciate this. And I'm going to try to post this on YouTube when it's all copied, Zoom will have to give me a copy of it and I'll mangle it with some software and put it up on a new YouTube channel that I'm putting up. So let me move right to Nṛsiṁhānanda.
It's what everybody wants.
So let me move right to Nṛsiṁhānanda. But before, I just want to mention that looks like Pañcaratna speaking after Nṛsiṁhānanda, and then Garuda will speak after Pañcaratna. And stay tuned even after that if you can, because we have a recorded presentation by Mandakini, who is just in Russia celebrating a festival that they're doing there. And she tells the story of her getting married to a Russian man. And we have Jayapatāka Swami, a really interesting recorded message where he explains how his father wanted him to die in the Vietnam War. So anyway, so it ain't over yet. So let me put on the Nṛsiṁhānanda. Haribo.
Hare Krishna, Anuttamā M Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Nite Namane Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharine Nivishesha Shunyavati Paschachadesha Tarine Panchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripasindu Vyevacha Patitanam Pavanevyo Vaishnevyo Namo Namaha. Śrīla Prabhupāda ki jai. Well, thank you very much for including me. Hearing from Kavicandra Maharaj and his preaching in Bali reminded me of Prabhupada's story that's not often told. And that is of a devotee who came in 1967 or 8, Jivananda. And he actually ended up leaving ISKCON, and I bumped into him in Bali back in 1992, I think. And he has a house there and a business up in Ubud. And so we sat for a while, and he told me one story which was just fascinating that one day in San Francisco, he came to Śrīla Prabhupāda's quarters at Śrīla Prabhupāda's request. And Śrīla Prabhupada pointed to a box of books in the corner. And he told Jayapatāka, these are for you. So Jayapatāka went over to that box of books, and they were all Gaudiya Math books. And he was puzzled because he had been told by Śrīla Prabhupada that we weren't to read anything other than those books written by His Divine Grace. So he questioned Śrīla Prabhupada about it. And Śrīla Prabhupada turned to him and said, yes, that's true, but you are very intelligent, so you can read. And I found that story so instructive because it really points out how uniquely individual Śrīla Prabhupada was when he dealt with each one of us according to our various mentalities. And a lot of times, we'll take a quotation out of context, and it's meant for a specific person, specific time, Patra, Desha, and Kala. And it's really interesting because I started to look back at how Śrīla Prabhupada treated me. Here in New York, here in Los Angeles, we just had this big celebration, the 50th anniversary of the installation, etc. This also happens to be my 50th year associating with devotees. Thank you, Śrīla Prabhupada. And I look back to the first letter that Śrīla Prabhupada wrote to me. I had joined in Chicago. There was only about 3 devotees at that time. And then quickly couldn't handle the vibrations of the city and found myself amongst the 2 or 3 other crazies in New Vrindavan. In those days, it was just up a dirt road, a couple of miles you had to walk. And Śrīla Prabhupada wrote me a letter. I'd written to him. And on the letter that he wrote me, the address was 439 Henry Street. And to me, at that time, that was wherever Prabhupada was, that was the center of the universe. So he wrote to me in this letter, he said, he was in receipt of my letters. I'm glad to hear you are happily engaged in Krishna's service there at New Vrindavan. Simply, if you will go on working with great enthusiasm for making our New Vrindavan community project a grand success, then Krishna will surely bless you. And he goes on, and then he says, by your description of the cows, the crops, and devotees, I was put in charge of the garden because there was no one else, and I had never done any gardening in my life, but there I was. I'm becoming very, very much attracted for going there, but presently I'm scheduled to go to Europe for some time. But when I return to the USA, perhaps at that time, I may come and visit there. So meanwhile, you should work very hard for Krishna, try to grasp a deep understanding of this philosophy, and if there are any questions, you should refer them to the elder members. Chant at least 16 rounds of beads daily, follow the regulative principles, and be happy in Krishna's service. That was my first introduction to Śrīla Prabhupada coming from New York. So, of course, sometime later, Śrīla Prabhupada did return from Europe, and I found my way to New York, where he was giving lectures on Queen Kunti at the New York Henry Street Temple. By that time, I'd already was on my way to becoming somewhat anorexic because I was very much engaged in service. And at one point, Śrīla Prabhupada, unbeknownst to me, but later Rupanuga revealed it many, many decades later, that Śrīla Prabhupada pointed to me in the assembly of devotees, and he leaned over and told Rupanuga, he should eat more prasadam. Give that boy more prasadam. Now, in those days, and I think Pañcaratna will remember, Prabhupada was preaching the austerities of Queen Kunti. Eat less, sleep less, serve more, chant more rounds, everything. So I was just taking Prabhupada at his word. And, if there was a little extra prasad, I'd give it away. Or if we were in Harinam, I would give it out to people instead of eating it. And in this way, I was performing those austerities and also on my way to becoming from 180 pounds to about 108 pounds. And it had a deleterious effect on my health, obviously. But when my mother came to New York, having heard of this, unfortunate situation, she got very concerned and to basically badger Rukmiṇī to release me and let me go to the hospital and get treated. Now in those days, family was skin disease. So anytime anyone wanted to draw you away from the Sangha of devotees, it was Maya. Now, one of the things we were distributing at that time, I worked at Tiffany Press, was this wonderful pamphlet, Transcendental Teachings of Prahlāda. This is one of the originals. And we would always show people Śrīla Prabhupāda's picture on the back. It was at that time also that we did the David Susskind show. That was our first national appearance, and it had a big effect. Both it galvanized the anti-cult people against us, and at the same time promoted our message wide and far. That particular night was an ecstatic night. Although Prabhupada wasn't there, we had his picture front and center. Our mood at that time was just by seeing Śrīla Prabhupāda's picture, people would become purified. So when we went out on Harinam in New York, we always had a big picture of Śrīla Prabhupada with us. And we would place it in a very prominent place in our kirtan. And in this way, the ecstasy of being in New York increased because more and more people were becoming attracted. Our Sunday feasts were very well attended. And at those Sunday feasts, which Prabhupada, of course, for some time that he was there, was always attending, we put on plays. I was one of the members of the Vaikuntha Players. I just I've been looking for this for a long time, but I just happened to finally come across all of the scripts of those plays. Pañcaratna, take note, of the Vaikuntha Players, Deliverance of Lord Shiva, the Pardoner's Tale, the story of Narada Muni, the appearance of King Prithu, Narada and the Cobbler, Bird in a Cage, Lord Nṛsiṁhānanda play. It's so many. Theater of Illusion. And I'm going to scan all of these and put these, make these available for the devotees, because really Śrīla Prabhupada loves plays. He loves sitting, and our satisfaction was when he was satisfied, his big smile watching those plays of the Vaikuntha Players. So that was part of the whole mood of New York City, that the preaching was very dynamic. They called Los Angeles the world headquarters, but in fact, it was New York that was really leading the charge in making devotees. I unfortunately got sick, had to leave and go to the hospital. And in those days, devotee care was not a word we would banter about. Nobody knew what it was. But now we understand it's really at the center of our devotional life. But then it was just a natural thing that some devotees would care for other devotees. So I was in a hospital in Chicago, and one devotee in New York wrote me a letter. Actually, two devotees wrote me 2 letters. And one of the letters will give you a little sense of how the preaching had been so spiked by Śrīla Prabhupāda's presence in New York. He says, and I'll reveal who wrote this letter. He said, and all these letters always contain Prabhupada pastimes. So I received your letter. I'm happy to hear from you, he said. There's no temple in Chicago. At that time, it has closed down. This action was taken in accord with a new plan to consolidate our strength, merging smaller temples like Chicago and St. Louis with the mother temples and increasing traveling Sankirtan. Rupanuga, Bali Mardan, Satsvarup, and Jayapatāka are all taking sannyas from Śrīla Prabhupada in Los Angeles. Śrīla Prabhupada invited the whole GBC to take across the country in a school bus. We just got the movie film Yadubara of Śrīla Prabhupada and the groundbreaking ceremony in Mayapur. We got a whole bunch of slides of the event. The movie's fantastic. Prabhupada's descending into the excavation to install an Ananta deity. And he goes on and on to describe what's going on throughout the society. It's almost a page and a half letter. And that letter was written by no less than our dear Bhargava Prabhu. And then I got another letter while I was in the hospital. And this is a letter about somebody who cared very much, hardly knew me. I mean, we were just, only a few months together in the New York temple. Prabhupada had finally left after giving the series of lectures. And he says, are you chanting 16 rounds daily? I mean, how many times do you ask your god brother, your god sister, how's your spiritual life? How's your sadhana? How's your chanting? This is most important. Also reading. Prabhupada has recently been giving more and more instruction on how to be Brahminical. First is suci, cleanliness. Cleanliness is godliness. And we must read profusely, become fully conversant with the science of Krishna consciousness. Find enclosed a recent letter from Śrīla Prabhupāda. Aside from continuing your work on the film, I had been working on a film in New York at that time at the press, which is very important. I can't really think of anything for you to do now, but I suggest you write Bhagavan in Detroit. Perhaps I'll have some devotional service. This is real devotee care when we didn't even know what that word meant. This was a letter from our dear Pañcaratna Prabhu, who we know is one of the most caring devotees in our movement. This is a copy of the actual original Gita Back to Godhead magazine that we were distributing on the streets. We really weren't distributing books at that time, just pamphlets and magazines. And as you'll note, Śrīla Prabhupada is featured on the cover. And with that potency, we would go throughout New York in the subways and in Times Square, and we would go door to door in the evenings, distributing those literatures in the most difficult neighborhoods, but nothing ever happened. And we were spreading the love of Krishna throughout the city. New York City, Sri Sri Radha Govinda, it's a very special place that Śrīla Prabhupada landed there. He made it his first desha place of preaching. He was so proud when the devotees acquired that skyscraper. It was, New York will always and forever be a beacon of spreading Krishna consciousness throughout the world, because Śrīla Prabhupada put his first footsteps there. Oh, of course, he stepped off the gangway in Boston, but it's really New York City that has opened the gates for a flood of Godhead throughout the world, and therefore it's someplace that Śrīla Prabhupada's presence and his potency and his vision and his mercy will be felt forever. And I just wanted to share that though New York Dham is one of the most wonderful places in the world, it can never replace that founding place of New York City. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you so much. Now, with that intro, we'll move right to Pañcaratna, who is waiting in the wings there. He had to go to the Bhakti Center to speak, but now he's back, and he promises to enlighten us. As Nṛsiṁhānanda said, he's the beacon of caring for devotees.
Well, Nṛsiṁhānanda is such a great soul that he sees light and heart where there is simply stone. But that is his kindness. And somehow or other, perhaps I've done a little service somewhere. But what you've said about New York is definitely true in my mind. And I'll relate why I feel so. I was, as Nṛsiṁhānanda was saying, I was here. I came here in 1971. I was initiated here by Śrīla Prabhupada on July 23rd, 1971, and remained here until 1976. We had purchased the West 55th Street building. I helped to move all the devotees in there. And I went to Mayapur, as I had done the previous year, in advance of the festival, so that I would be able to return when the main group came to make sure that the temple was running smoothly, etc. So I did that. And when I arrived in Mayapur, probably about a couple of weeks earlier than the festival, 2-3 weeks. At that time, there were very few devotees in Mayapur serving. The Namahata was there, and Banabhatta of the Namahata had taken on the temple commander role. And I don't remember a lot of things, but I do remember the staircase to the Lotus building in Mayapur being greeted by Banabhatta, who's saying, "So you're here? Okay, we need help. The festival's coming, and just could you help out?" Yeah, I guess so. I could do something. So within the next 2 weeks, I got this service and that service and that service, and I just got loaded up like I was back in New York. And so by the time that the main party came, Bhavananda, who had gotten to know me in New York City, he had come into New York City with Gargamuni just a few months earlier. He proposed that I should stay in Mayapur. Madhavisa arrived, and he was going to take over the temple president position and GBC position. That, I think New York is probably maybe unique in this. I'm not sure that very often we had a GBC temple president. The temple president and the GBC were the same person. Rupanuga was in that position. Bali Mardhan, Bali Mardhan had a temple president, but he was his zone was New York City. So anyways, Madhavisa came. He said, "Well, I'm not so sure. I don't know. I'm just coming in. We'll have to go and ask Śrīla Prabhupāda." So we went to Śrīla Prabhupāda's room, and Śrīla Prabhupāda was in a, as I recall, and I have to say that my recollections today, and I give so much credit, and I guess I'm envious of all those devotees who recall their experiences with Śrīla Prabhupada as if they were reliving them. I can only recall my experiences because I wrote them down a few years later when I was interviewed for the Lilamrita. And so I'm recalling my recollections. It's not a picture in my mind. But according to my recollections, when I entered, Śrīla Prabhupada was musing, you could say, in a grave way about the state of affairs of India. And he must have made some sort of comments about some political affair. And he then went on to say, we can't expect the whole world to become Krishna conscious, but there should be one ideal place. And he motioned in such a way that I took it to mean that this Mayapur development, that was meant to be an ideal place. So Madhavisa began, and he began by saying, "So Śrīla Prabhupāda, we know that your Mayapur project is your most important project." And Prabhupada stopped him and said, "No, New York is my most important project." It's not recorded anywhere, but that was what I heard. Śrīla Prabhupada saying that New York is his most important project. Perhaps that's why I'm feeling very blessed to be here in New York City. I began coming here a few years back to try to help with the New York City Renaissance. We're a bit behind. Nṛsiṁhānanda, how many New Yorkers are out there? Arundhati. Yadanath lives here now. Be nice to see a show of hands. I'm proposing that we get together next year for the 50th anniversary of Radha Govinda's installation in 1972. And I'm hoping that all of you will also, be inspired to remember New York City and perhaps help us to revive the preaching here and the outreach and everything. It's a new world in New York City. It's not exactly the same, but still many things are the same. One of which is now we're back on the streets with Harinam every day. And Kavicandra Maharaj can attest to how wonderful it is to be there giving the transcendental vibration. As Maharaj pointed out, I couldn't attend most of it. I do look forward to watching the recording, because not only I went to the Bhakti Center, but I also spoke to a group of people who have just begun coming to our center here in a project we call the Lotus Room. And there I was trying to introduce them to Śrīla Prabhupāda. And this is a meditation that I invite all of you to help me with. How do we introduce people coming now to our movement to Śrīla Prabhupāda? How do we introduce him in a way that he is meaningful? When I began my talk, I was talking about how one might approach Śrīla Prabhupāda as an historical person. And certainly his life, I mean, Yadunath can relate, if you, it has made a great movie. It's made a great movie. Yadubara has made a great movie. But, that's not all. And of course, that's meaningful. I mean, we watch, I'm sure Nṛsiṁhānanda has seen many wonderful biographies of great people, Martin Luther King or some other great personality who's inspiring. But it's my proposal to these new people that they should approach Śrīla Prabhupada not simply for the inspiration of his life, but also to make a personal connection and to establish themselves as one of his family. I have just a few more minutes, I think, right, to 8:30. So I thought I should also read my offering, which expresses what I'm trying to say. I want to give thanks before this to the devotees who put together the Śrīla Prabhupada Tributes publication and program. It's really a blessing to see that. I just caught a little bit of Anuttamā Prabhu's talk earlier and reading from his offering, and I'm looking forward to reading that and many others. So this is mine. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami iti namine. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Sunyavari Pashtade Shatarine. Om Agyanatimanandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakchurni Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Surrounded by crisis, through the door of your shelter shines the light of true friendship, the promise of a true well-wisher. Your friendship and love, flowing without restriction, offered to us all, Nitai Gauranga's mercy extension. When walking amongst us, we felt your friendship directly, and now it continues. The wealth of your legacy, you've bequeathed this to us, so we may forever realize those same qualities that manifested when you sat before our eyes. The qualities of a true friend, so rarely found in this world, always there to help us, even when we don't deserve. When in pain, you comfort us with the promise of our Lord, never passing judgment, accepting us as we are, and holding out your hand to lift us from below. We simply have to grab on, knowing you will never let go. To repay such friendship is an impossible quest. Still, we try to return your love and give you all our best, serving your mission to reconnect every soul with their friend in the heart, who makes us all whole. I pray to remain always grateful and ready to be your willing instrument serving humanity, offering everyone the medicine of the Hare Krishna mantra for curing the heart disease, freeing us from Maya, to return to our eternal home, where there is only love. Following you, our dearest friend, we are sure to arrive. Your unworthy disciple and most grateful recipient of your loving friendship, Pañcaratna Das. So this poem, I tried to find that which I shared today with these new people coming. This idea of Śrīla Prabhupada as the one who has lit the path for us and who remains there ahead as a whole, like a lighthouse, you could say, fixed there, shining its light in every direction, so that we who are in different stages on this path can take shelter of that light and continue to move forward and to point that light out to others who can also take shelter from it. I do pray, just in conclusion, my other meditation today follows in the same line of Anuttamā Prabhu, who was speaking about unity and diversity and reflecting how we can hope, and we know by Śrīla Prabhupada's instructions and teachings to us, that we are moving forward to a world where there is ideal unity in diversity, the unity of Krishna's world, where all the differences that we have today amongst us even will pale. And Mahātmā, I think I saw that he was here. I think he wrote a poem or an offering years back, talking about entering into Krishna Loka, Goloka, and looking around and saying, "Oh, that's my old temple president who was so bad to me. Oh, over there, that's my my Sankirtan. Oh, wait a minute, that's it." And just all that stuff, all that stuff gone, all gone, and all together in service. So I see that we have an opportunity to manifest that now. One of the Śrīla Prabhupada's lectures that stuck with me and has stuck with me since is where he spoke about the character of the spiritual world. He says the spiritual world is simply a place where there's no envy. And that where you have no envy, you are in the spiritual world. And that is my prayer, that one day all the tendencies that I have to find fault and to find something wrong with everybody, except myself, will really go away. And I will simply see everyone in the way that Śrīla Prabhupada has seen us, with pure love. That is my prayer. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much, Pañcaratna. It's always nice to hear from you. So we had a special guest star pop in. Garuda is here, and he agreed to say some few words to us. Jai, thank you, and welcome to our devotee Zoom on Prabhupada's Vyasa Puja, where we started with a few stones, and now we've made a really wonderful soup.
Thank you, Swamiji, for the opportunity. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Śrīla Prabhupada Vyasa Puja Mahotsava Ki Jai. Well, I think that I keep trying to have Prabhupada appear all the time. I think this is something I strive for. The first time I ever saw Śrīla Prabhupada was at Henry Street. And it's very fitting that Pañcaratna ji should be speaking before me here, because out of all the devotees, they crowded into the temple room in 1972. For some reason, the only person I remember is Pañcaratna. I didn't know Pañcaratna. He was just there, and he worked out of a little closet. Isn't that right, Pañcaratna? You worked out of a closet. I didn't know what you were doing in the closet. I thought, this is weird, but whatever. Devotees are very creative people. So no one really knew me. I was a new devotee. We drove all night from Baltimore to get there in time for Mangala Arati to see Śrīla Prabhupāda. So it was extraordinary. The temple room was so crowded. I didn't really have to move because I was moved. When it was time to offer obeisance, I just went down with the devotees that were squishing me, and it was very crowded. The temple room was not that big, but I remember vividly the first time setting eyes on Śrīla Prabhupāda's form. I'll never forget. As tired as I was, exhausted, it was a glorious moment. So I have this special affection for New York, Henry Street Temple. And then, this is the beginning of the semester. I'm a university professor, and every beginning of every semester, I force feed, I'm saying that a little facetiously, Śrīla Prabhupāda's Gita. Now, I'm not brave enough to go out on the street like so many of you still do. And back in the day, they sent Saraputta and myself out for book distribution with the big Macmillan Gitas back then. And we went to a shopping center and we distributed 2 books all day, each of us. And we were extremely excited because we talked to each person to whom we gave a Gita, sold a Gita, for 3 hours. And we went back to the temple. We were, as they said, blissed out, but the temple commander and the Sankirtan leader said, only 4 books all day long. I said, Prabhu, but you don't understand. These people are going to read Prabhupada's books, Prabhupada's Gita. We were never allowed to go out again. I was put out in the middle of intersections with BTGs, dropped off, never to know when I'd ever be picked up, and, distributing 40 were in a box, I remember, 80 magazines. And, back then they had mostly roll down windows. So you'd go like this, get people to roll their windows down. So anyway, those were the old days. But then, I had moved to Philadelphia, and I learned what it's like to disappear from Prabhupada. I was in Prabhupada's room when he came to Philadelphia. I was in his room, sitting right at his desk, the perpendicular edge of his desk, just a few feet away. For hours, different people would come in and out, and different discussions. Well, Ravīndrasvarūpa brought a professor of his at Temple University. I even remember his name, Professor Yadav. And he was so disrespectful to Prabhupada, not intentionally, he was just extremely full of himself. And Prabhupada was, opposite me, by the way, was Swarup Damodar, on the other side of Prabhupada's desk. And Yadav said, I am teaching, Prabhupada, I am teaching this Hinduism, but I do not know what this Hinduism is. Prabhupada looked around and said, you're teaching Hinduism and you don't know what Hinduism is? He said, yes, I am teaching for years. I still do not know what this Hinduism is. This was intolerable to Prabhupada. He turned to Swarup Damodar and said, this is our PhD. What do you think? Swarup Damodar, Swarup Damodar never pronounced the name Prabhupada. He always said, Prabhupada, he is rascal. And at that point, Brahmananda removed him. This was so dramatic. And no one had ever seen Prabhupada so angry. This was a good lesson for me. there is no time to be false in scholarship. Now, at this point, I didn't know I was going to be going into scholarship, and there's no point in going into how that happened. But in the last year, Prabhupada would be with us, and even the last summer, I just completed my first year of graduate school at the University of Chicago, and I'd written the thesis, a master's thesis. Satsvarupa and Rupanuga were kind of overlooking me. They were taking care of me, making sure that I wasn't falling in too much academic maya. I was on my way to Harvard, and Rupanuga said I had to cut the shika and I had to wear normal clothes. I couldn't go in devotee garb and shaven head. He said, Harvard doesn't give degrees to people looking like that. So this was a big surrender for me. I didn't like that. But at the same time, Satsvarupa said, you have to send your master's thesis to Śrīla Prabhupāda. Satsvarupa had seen the thesis and read it and loved it. It was on the Chaitanya Charitamrita and scholars' critiques of the Chaitanya Charitamrita and my critiques of their critiques. Now, I might as well share with you the embarrassing title that I gave my thesis, trying to match the expectations of this very lofty intellectual world. And I'll read it to you. This is what Prabhupada read when he received the thesis. Axiological Analysis in Phenomenological Method, a study of the hermeneutic task in comparative religion. You might say, what in the world does all that mean? Okay. But what the contents was, it was about the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Prabhupada received my letter, and I asked him to accept this thesis as an offering to him. Apparently Prabhupada was going through each of the pages according to Satsvarupa Maharaj. And he gave Satsvarupa Maharaj a message to send back to me, which was very encouraging. The point is this: I want to keep bringing Prabhupada into the academic world as what Tamal Krishna Goswami said in his book that I completed for him, a living theologian. He was a truly living theologian of the most powerful kind. And this is what I keep trying to do. So when I force feed my students at the beginning of a semester, 100 Bhagavad Gitas going out to 100 students, it wasn't going out, to shopping centers, but at least 200 Gitas go out every year to my students. And I have them read it and understand it and appreciate it. And I try to bring them into a relationship with Prabhupada. I try to have Prabhupada appear to him. I try to have them experience an appearance day with Prabhupada. So this is what I try to do. So the appearance day, the Vyasa Puja every year reminds me that I'm trying to have Prabhupada appear to others that don't know him. Or I try to have Prabhupada appear in the writings and the books that I publish in terms of his mood. This is what I strive for. Whether I'm successful or not, that is, that can be judged by all of you or any of you. But this is what I try to do. This is my heart's desire, and it's been a long journey. But I do, and I'll just close with this. When I went to the first Mayapur festival in 1974, that was the first big official Mayapur festival. I remember that that was an opportunity to be with Prabhupada every morning, every evening. And the reason why there were plenty of opportunities to be really close by with Prabhupada and go on many morning walks was because the devotees were mostly sick. Bhavananda had arranged for cooks in tents outside of the Chandrodaya Mandir, which was still under construction. And my wife at the time volunteered to cook in the kitchen on the first day we arrived. She came back and said, we cannot eat the so-called prasadam. I said, what do you mean so-called prasadam? Said there are little Bengali boys preparing potatoes by squishing them under their feet on the ground with worms and other bugs crawling into the potatoes. I said, no, you can't be serious. She said, yes. Well, sure enough, only 20 devotees would attend Mangala Arti and Bhagavatam class with Prabhupada. And there were hundreds of devotees there. They were all laid up sick. Well, all we were eating were the bananas and dab juice because we didn't trust what was being cooked. So I remember hearing Prabhupada recite the one verse near Gaur Purnima, Jayatam Surato Bangur, Mama Manda Matergati, Mat Sarva Swapadam Bojo, Radha Madanamohano. This verse where Krishnadas Kaviraj goes from and says he's just, his mind is gone. But the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna are everything to him. And then he goes on and writes these beautiful volumes. It was at this point, when we went to Vrindavan and we were at Fogal Ashram because the Krishna Balan temple wasn't finished. I really was, even though I was with Prabhupada every day, I couldn't wait to get back to the States because I knew I could be more intimately connected with Prabhupada if I would study his books. And this is the way Prabhupada is appearing to me all the time. But I keep wanting him to appear more and more in what I teach devotees, what I teach university students, what I write, and what I hear. So appearance days are very special for me. I think this is my 49th one or 50th. I can't quite recall, but I'm not good with the math. I think it might be the 50th. I'm not sure. No, it's 49th, I think. Thank you all. I thank you, Swamiji, for the opportunity. Jai Prabhupada.
Thank you all for attending. We have two more. They're both recorded ones, but they're very interesting. I want to roll the one from Mandakini. She's in Russia right now. Of course, she's originally from France, but you can imagine Prabhupada asked her to marry a Russian man, and she just did it, and she wound up being involved in Russia. She says a little bit about this story. So they're celebrating a big festival in Moscow right now. So she's there with Sati and some of the other Russian devotees that we know. So let me roll this one. We'll see how it works here.
Hare Krishna, dear devotees. Hare Krishna, dear friends. It's such an honor to be with you today to glorify Śrīla Prabhupāda. And I want to thank so much Chandrasekhar Maharaj to have invited me to join you. We were actually discussing how this pandemic brought us together on internet, on Zoom, and now we're a very large, expanding and caring and loving Vaishnava family. So I'm very grateful to be with you today. Ādipuruṣa Gyanam Shanam Sarakaya Shaksur Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I affirm my humble obeisances unto the lotus feet of my spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who has opened my eyes with the torchlight of knowledge, for I was in the darkness of ignorance. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutali Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravane Prachadine Nevise Sashunyavadi Pashadya Deshatarine. Śrīla Prabhupāda ki Jai. Dearest Śrīla Prabhupāda, Evangelic Angel, Eternal Father, compassionate ever well-wisher, best friend and only solace in this dark world. While attempting to write the Vyasa Puja Offering, today I would like to be a Kavi. I would like to have thousands of mouths to express my endless gratitude for your endless, matchless gifts. Blessed was the day a little more than 50 years ago when I caught sight of your soft golden lotus feet. They became my ultimate shelter in joy and in grief forever. My friend Jyotirmayi and I came the first time to meet you in the burial place temple on that day. The temple room looked like a Buddhist cave. The atmosphere was very mystical. All of a sudden, everyone fell flat on the floor. We did the same, not understanding why. But so curious I was that I looked up and saw your beautiful golden lotus feet passing near my head. Then I saw you. You looked like the emperor of the world, and yet at the same time, you looked at the most humble sage in the universe, and that moment was eternal present. In that beautiful burial place temple, you called me one day, and you asked me very simply, Mandakini, would you like to go to Russia and to marry that boy, Anatoly? And by the mercy of Lord Chaitanya, you could assist the mission there. That was also eternal present. I had prayed for Lord Krishna to arrange that you would ask me something a little difficult. And Krishna very, very kindly agreed. So when you asked me to go to Moscow, I remembered by the grace of the Lord to say yes. And then I could see your beautiful oceanic smile. And all of us, your boys and girls, the greatest joy of our life is to see your beautiful smile. You told us how every day in Krishna consciousness is a festival. But this festival today is the sweetest. It's a mixture of spiritual joy and of intense separation. You once said one day, I would have to go. You will be chanting Hare Krishna here, and I will be chanting Hare Krishna there. And that spiritual sound vibration will circulate all over the universe. We will never be separated. And when one God brother asked you if we will recognize you in the spiritual world, you say, yes, you will recognize me. But more than that, you will also recognize each other. Such an eternal, purified family at your lotus feet, at your divine lotus feet. My duty, you said, is to take you by the hand and introduce you to Krishna. This year, dear Śrīla Prabhupāda is so special. It marks the 125th anniversary of your appearance in this dark world, when your lotus feet brought joy to Mother Earth. She saw you spread the message of Lord Chaitanya all over the planet, fulfilling his words. In every town and village, my holy name will be sung. Hare Krishna is now a household word all over the world. And also, 50 years ago, you came to the Soviet Union. Full of compassion for the people there who were starving for spiritual knowledge, you planted the seed of love of God. of love of Krishna fearlessly. Our dear Srila Prabhu called your visit of June the 20th, 1971, the 5 days that changed the world. The streets in 71 were black, white and grey. People walk fast on the street, looking down, not daring to look at each other, with a sad face. It was Sunday when you came back to your hotel and you observed the weekly military parade from your window at the National Hotel. And you said, a civilization cannot be controlled by fear. That was your commentary. This won't last more than 20 years. Answering your intense prayers and compassion, Lord Krishna sent you that young boy Anatoly, who became your Ananta Shanti. He drank your eternal words and took up the mission. He asked you, in order to spread the mission, should I become a pope? You smiled and you said, it's not necessary. And during these 2 days, you empowered him in a way Shyamasundar never saw before. From him, you understood the potential of the Russian youth. You described how by picking a grain of rice in a big bag of rice, one can judge the quality of the whole bag. Then Anatoly met many other wonderful spiritual seekers who, like him, were ready to give up their lives, their health, their mental health, their freedom, everything, to distribute to the other spiritually starving people that eternal knowledge that only can nourish and satisfy the soul. All these special fortunate souls were just waiting to re-establish their lost relationship with Lord Krishna. So, Śrīla Prabhupāda, you already had the vision. Actually, you had the vision for everything. You also had the vision when you came to New York, when you had no followers. You sat on a bench near Madison Square, and it was very freezing winter. During that time, you saw actually for the first time the snow. And in the beginning, you didn't understand. You thought somebody had actually painted white all the buildings. So it was a hard time. You had 2 chadars on you. It was freezing cold. You hardly had no money. Just this wonderful first canto of Srimad Bhagavatam that you had printed and brought on the Jaladuta ship from India. And you were going to sell your books to the bookstore everywhere you could. And it was very hard because people couldn't understand your language, your accent. Your English was very beautiful. It was Victorian English, but they had a hard time with your accent. And you had a hard time to understand the New York accent. So sometimes you didn't have any money to buy food to offer to Krishna. And you were starving. And at night you couldn't sleep because the pain of the stomach. But you were going on, you had faith in Lord Krishna and in the words of your spiritual master. So on this bench you had the vision. When that man came, and he was very surprised to see an Indian sadhu with white plastic rubber shoes and just a few shawls to fight the cold, the freezing cold of winter. He's asking you, why have you come here? And you told him, actually, I have a lot of opulence. I have so many followers, and I have opened 108 temples. But time is separating. So you definitely had the vision, and you had the vision for Russia too, for the Soviet Union. You called the Russians the greatest theist, and you name the country Russia, the land of the wishes. And today, the ripe fruits of your visit are there, all gathered in Moscow and all over Russia on this day to celebrate your appearance day. And Moscow is not black, white and gray anymore. It's full of colors. People are smiling in the street. Harinam is going on in so many cities of the country. And your books, that priceless devotional science, are distributed enthusiastically all over the land. And with thousands, people know about Krishna all over the country in so many different ways. I know you are so proud of your grandchildren all over the world, Śrīla Prabhupāda, and in Russia. They express their sadness not to have met you physically, but even if they didn't see you, I'm convinced you see them with great happiness and accompany them in their daily spiritual endeavor. Because you are the universal Siksha Guru of all generations to come, your instructions are timeless, and they speak to everyone in this world, all generations combined. No matter what the national culture is, you have the right words. You are just blessed by all our disciplic succession and empowered by all our acharya. This year, for your jubilee of coming to Russia, the devotees have taken the vow to distribute 1 million of your books. We call this team the millionaires. Simultaneously, there is a blissful Harinam party called Śrīla Prabhupāda Caravan in memory of the time when, urged by Lord Nityananda Prabhu, Srinivasacharya, Narottam Das Thakur, and Ramachandra, they actually took the manuscripts of the Goswamis and all the beautiful spiritual books from Vrindavan, and they, with the caravan, they took the book to Bengal. So that was the first Sankirtan party. And this Śrīla Prabhupada caravan is following in their footsteps. This is actually chanting the holy name, sharing the holy name in at least 50 different cities all over Russia. And they distribute your books from north to south and from east to west. Dear Śrīla Prabhupada, once in London you asked a few of us gathered at your lotus feet during Vyasa Puja to tell how the spiritual master had changed our life. We were maybe 15 of us in that mythical temple. And my gratitude is infinite. And I feel so guilty not to be able to repay you better, not to be already a better devotee. You gave us so many treasures, the holy name, the transcendental literature, devotional service on a daily basis, the joy of singing and dancing for the Lord, and above all, you gave us that extraordinary Vaishnava family you created, that priceless gem of devotee Devotees Association. Once in America, a journalist asked you, you left everything. You don't have any more your friends, your associates. Are you not missing them? And with a big smile, you said, I've created my own association, showing your disciples, your young disciples. Thank you for everything, Śrīla Prabhupāda. Thank you to have been always present in my life and in the life of all of us, to have been present in dramatic situations and in blessed spiritual moments of grace also. Thank you for your patience. Thank you to allow us to try to be your unworthy instruments, begging to reach your lotus feet anywhere you see fit. Dear Lord and Master, may it be in hell if you so desire. But please, please, never, never, never let me go away from this beautiful golden lotus feet of yours. Your grateful daughter, Mandakini Devidasi. Jai Śrīla
Now we
Prabhupāda.
saved the best for last here. This is Jayapatāka Swami, and he's telling us many things. Among them, the interesting story about how his father wanted him to die in the Vietnam War. So we'll roll this one.
Shri Chaitanya Mishwaram.
Hari Om Tat Sat. On this occasion, I was thinking of the New York observation of Śrīla Prabhupāda's Vyasa Puja.
On this occasion, speaking at the New York observation of Śrīla Prabhupāda's Vyasa Puja,
I remember that I went to see Śrīla Prabhupada.
I remembered that I went to see Śrīla Prabhupada.
He was in Montreal.
He was in Montreal.
At that time, there were 3 temples in ISKCON.
At that time, there were 3 temples in ISKCON.
San Francisco,
New York,
and Montreal. I flew from San Francisco to New York.
I flew from San Francisco to New York.
From New York to Montreal.
And then from New York to Montreal.
And then I visited every temple in ISKCON.
Then I visited every temple in ISKCON.
And I saw Śrīla Prabhupada. He was very merciful on me.
Then I saw Śrīla Prabhupada. He was very merciful on me.
I was so happy to receive the shelter of Prabhupada.
I was so happy to receive the shelter of Śrīla Prabhupada.
I called my mother and father.
I called my mother and father.
Told them how happy I was.
Told them how happy I was.
But my father, he did not appreciate.
But my father, he did not appreciate.
He told me I should return immediately, and he would have me turned over to the American Army.
So he told me that I should return immediately, and he should have me turned over to the American Army.
So I may die in Vietnam.
So I may die at Vietnam.
I asked Śrīla Prabhupada, what should I do?
I asked Śrīla Prabhupada, what should I do?
He told me, better you join Krishna's army.
He told me better you join Krishna's army.
So I joined Krishna's army, and
So I joined Krishna's army, and
I took shelter of Śrīla Prabhupada.
And I took shelter of Śrīla Prabhupada.
Then I had entered Canada on a tourist visa.
And then I had entered Canada on tourist visa.
But I needed to enter as a landed immigrant.
But I needed to enter as a landed immigrant.
So Hans Duda was my temple president.
So Hansadutta was my temple president.
He gave me $900.
He gave me $900.
I went to New York.
And then I went to New York.
And entered into Canada again.
And entered in Canada again.
After he gave me $900.
After he gave me $900.
Then he was worried. He told Prabhupada that I gave him locked up $900.
He was worried and told Śrīla Prabhupada, I gave a bhakta $900.
Thought, don't worry, he'll be back.
Prabhupada told him, don't worry, he will be back.
So then after going to New York again, then I entered into Canada as a landed immigrant.
After going back to New York again, I entered into Canada as a landed immigrant.
I took my first initiation in Montreal.
I took my first initiation in Montreal.
About 13 months later, I went to New York to take my second initiation.
Then 13 months later, I went to New York to take my second initiation.
At that time, the temple was moved to Henry Street.
At that time, the temple was moved to Amy Street.
And there, in the temple room, Śrīla Prabhupada, he gave me the second initiation.
There, in the temple room, Śrīla Prabhupada, he gave me the second initiation.
He told me I had to learn to count.
So he told me I have to
learn to count.
Learn to count.
So he was showing me the mudras on the finger.
So he was showing me the mudras on the finger.
Then if I not getting it right, he said, if you don't get it right, I won't give you initiation.
Then he said, if you don't get it right, I won't give you initiation.
I was really nervous.
I was really nervous.
And then somehow I got it right.
And then
he gave me the mantra.
And then somehow I got it right, and then he gave me the mantra.
He gave me in the temple room.
He gave me in the temple room.
On many devotees.
In front of many devotees.
But he whispered in my ear.
But he whispered in my ear.
So these were the 2 times I was in New York during the presence of Śrīla Prabhupada.
So this was the 2 times I was in New York during the presence of Śrīla Prabhupada.
And so Prabhupada was very merciful.
And Śrīla Prabhupada was very merciful.
At that time, his son had no books.
At that time, ISKCON had no books.
Except the Macmillan Bhagavad Gita.
Except the Macmillan Bhagavad Gita.
So I had to read that 10 times to get the first initiation.
I had to read that 10 times to get the first initiation.
And I still have the copy of the Bhagavad Gita with 10 marks in it.
I still have the copy of Bhagavad Gita with 10 marks in it.
So Prabhupada, he comes to the temple every evening and give a lecture.
Śrīla Prabhupada, he would come to the temple every evening and would give lecture.
Someone told me that I should ask Śrīla Prabhupada questions that were pertinent at the end of the lecture.
Someone told me that I should ask questions to Śrīla Prabhupada that was pertinent at the end of the lecture.
So I tried to ask different questions.
So I tried to ask different questions.
One time I asked a question.
But one time I asked a question
about Radharani.
About Radharani.
And Prabhupada blasted me.
Then Prabhupada blasted at me.
He said, who are you to ask about Radharani?
He said, who are you to ask about Radharani?
I'm very humbled.
I was very humble
by his statement. Somehow in Montreal, he had me assist his secretary, and while he would rest in the afternoon.
So sometime In Montreal, he would had me assist his secretary while he would rest in the afternoon.
And secretary go out
The
to
secretary,
shopping.
the secretary would go out to do shopping.
I had to sit outside, sit, and in case he ring a bell, I go in to see what he needed.
I had to sit outside. In case if he rings the bell, I had to go in and see.
Usually he didn't ring the bell.
Usually he didn't ring the bell.
One time he rang,
One time he rang.
and there was a cockroach in his room,
There was a cockroach in his room,
which was bothering him.
which was bothering him.
And then he said, open the window.
And then he said, open the
He
window.
held the cockroach by the back.
He held the cockroach by the back.
He said, I give you the whole world to enjoy.
He said, I give you the whole world to enjoy.
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 Throw it out the window.
Threw it out the window.
So like that, when he had me close the window after,
Like that many, and he closed the window after.
he said, well, fly lands on the house. He thinks it's his house.
What's the window?
If a fly lands on the house roof,
So if a fly, he said, if a fly lands on a house room, that he thinks that it is his house.
like that, I was always very instructive to be with Srila Prabhupada.
That had always been very instructive to be with Śrīla Prabhupada.
And then he asked me what I wanted to do. He asked me what I wanted to do.
He asked me what I wanted to do.
I told him I'd like to go to India.
I told him I would like to go to India.
He looked at me and said, I will send you to India.
He looked at me and he told me I would send you to India.
But first stay here and I'll train you up.
But first stay here, I'll train you up.
Then I'll send you when you're ready.
And then I will send you when you are ready.
So, like that, I had the mercy to serve Prabhupada.
So like that, I had the mercy to serve Śrīla Prabhupada.
Then in 1970 or so, he told me to go to India.
So, and then by 1970 or so, he took me to India.
To go to India.
To go to India.
And I reached India in mid-1970.
So I reached India in mid-1970s.
And then, I was Atītaguṇa Prabhu was in India before me.
But Achyutananda Prabhu was in India before me.
He had said that he had a separate house.
He has said that he had a separate house.
But he didn't.
But he didn't.
And I was staying in the Gaudiya Math.
And I was staying in the Gaudiya Math.
For about 2 months.
For about 2 months.
And as a result, the Gaudiya Math considers me a veteran of the ashram.
So as a result, the Gaudiya Math considers me as a member of their ashram.
But we had to get a new place.
But we had to get a new place.
And Prabhupada agreed to come.
And then Prabhupada agreed to come.
So Prabhupada was very concerned that some of his sannyasis had preached.
Prabhupada was very concerned that some of his sannyasis had preached
that he was Krishna.
That he was Krishna.
And this was apparently because some Gaudiya Math sannyasi had told Achyutananda, Achyutananda, I think.
So this was apparently because some sannyasi from the Gaudiya Math had told Achyutananda
that he was empowered by his Guru Maharaj.
That he was empowered by his Guru Maharaj.
And he speculated.
And then he speculated
that if he's empowered by Bhakti-siddhanta Thakur, then somehow thought he was Krishna.
Then he speculated if he's empowered
I
by,
don't know if he speculated or Ramananda speculated, but somewhat.
so he speculated or Brahmananda speculated somewhat.
Prabhupada was very upset.
So Prabhupada was very upset.
And when he arrived, he brought Studananda in the room. They started yelling at him and
So when he arrived, he brought Achyutananda in his room and he started yelling at him.
And we thought first he was going to give him sannyas. We don't know what was the ceremony for sannyas.
So he taught him that he was going to give a son.
And I thought, he's not giving sannyas for sure.
Then I thought he was not giving sannyas for sure.
Then Prabhupada brought me in. He started asking me questions.
So Prabhupada brought me in. He started to ask me questions.
But I didn't know anything.
But I didn't know anything.
And then he looked and said, "Oh, he's all right."
Then he looked at me and said, "He's all right."
Later he asked me if I wanted to take sannyas.
Later he asked me whether he wanted to take sannyas.
And I didn't know what it was about, but it sounded very auspicious.
So I didn't know what it was all about, but it sounded very auspicious.
I agreed.
So I agreed.
And on Radhashtami, Prabhupada, I gave me sannyas.
On Radhashtami, Srila Prabhupada gave me sannyas.
He said, Achyutananda is 10th and I'm the 11th sannyasi.
He said, Achyutananda is the 10th and I am the 11th sannyasi.
Apparently, he gives sannyas to 8 others in LA.
Apparently, he had given sannyas to 8 others in LA.
Anyway, somehow I was president in Calcutta.
Anyway, somehow I was president in Calcutta.
Then from Calcutta, Srila Prabhupada sent me to Mayapur.
Then from Calcutta, Srila Prabhupada sent me over to Mayapur.
Living in the grass hut.
So we were living in the grass hut.
And there were about 7 devotees.
There were about 7 devotees. Including me.
And Prabhupada was coming out and we were walking with him.
So Prabhupada was coming out and we were walking with him.
He would come every year twice.
He would come every year twice.
Once at Gaur Purnima.
Once in Gaur Purnima.
And once in the fall.
Once in?
The fall.
The fall.
Sometime maybe before or after the Damodar month.
Sometimes before or after the Damodar month.
Kartik month, it usually spent in Vrindavan.
Kartik month, he usually spent in Vrindavan.
So, like that, we heard stories that someone walked in with his shoes on to the New York temple.
So we heard that someone walked with his shoes on into the New York temple.
And he had a box in his hand.
And he had a box in his hand.
And Prabhupada said, "What's that?"
And Prabhupada said, "What's that?"
He said, "Oh, that's toilet paper."
He said, "Oh, that's toilet paper."
Put it by the toilet.
And he said, "Put it by the toilet."
And then the man walked out.
And then the man walked out.
Prabhupada said, he has a nice service attitude.
And Prabhupada said, he has a nice service attitude.
Everyone was thinking that he walked in the temple with his shoes on.
Everyone was thinking that he walked into the temple with his shoes on.
But Prabhupada was seeing his service attitude.
But Prabhupada was seeing his service attitude.
Like that, Prabhupada would appreciate everyone's.
Like that, Prabhupada would appreciate everyone's
good qualities.
And
overlook all the offenses and mistakes.
And overlook the offenses and mistakes.
So I'm very happy to be here tonight.
I'm very happy to be here tonight.
And I thank you for inviting me.
I thank you for inviting me.
I don't know what else I should say.
I don't know what else I should say.
Once we were walking with Prabhupada,
Once we were walking with Śrīla Prabhupada,
Prabhupada was saying that we should buy wholesale vegetables.
Prabhupada was saying that we should buy wholesale vegetables.
And immediately a man appeared with a basket of vegetables on his head.
Immediately a man appeared with a basket of vegetables on his head.
He told the man to stop, put down vegetables.
He told the man, stop, put down the vegetables.
And he Christ said, why don't you sell me all the vegetables?
So he wanted to sell all the vegetables.
Then you can save your effort to go to Navadvip.
Then you can save your effort to go to Navadvip.
You go back home and do your work.
You can go back home and do your work.
And so like Prabhupada made a price for the whole basket of vegetables.
So like that, Prabhupada bargained the price and
he bought the whole basket.
He bought the whole basket of vegetables.
He sent somebody to go with him and the kitchen and dump the vegetables there.
And he sent someone to go to the kitchen and put the vegetables there.
And give back his basket.
And give back his basket.
Give the money for the vegetables.
And give the money for the vegetables.
And that Prabhupada was very spontaneous.
So like that, Śrīla Prabhupada was very spontaneous.
And I remember at Montreal one time, he was telling us, I see a healthy person, like Indians would call healthy people like fat person, but healthy.
So sometime in Montreal, he saw Indian, tall, fat people, very healthy.
Just that, and he said, ask him where he does his shopping.
What's that about?
Ask where he does his shopping.
Ask where he does his shopping.
It must be a good place.
It must be a good place.
So then a taxi driver drove up. He was very healthy.
Then a taxi driver drove up and he was very healthy.
And let out his passenger.
And
he let out his passenger.
And he let out his passenger.
Oh, so you asked him where he do shopping.
Prabhupada said, you go and ask him where he does his shopping.
I remember what he said, something like the AMP grocery store.
I was thinking that you were saying something like the.
I don't remember what he said, but.
Oh, sorry. I don't remember what he said, but.
You know, in America, I can't have those supermarkets.
We have this kind of supermarkets.
So he said he went to some supermarket.
So he said that he went to some of the supermarkets.
Like that, Śrīla Prabhupada was very spontaneous.
So like that, Śrīla Prabhupada was very spontaneous.
And he said something.
When he said something,
he would do it.
He would do it.
So anyway, I'm very happy to be here. You must see many speakers tonight.
Anyway, I'm very happy to be here, and you must have many speakers tonight.
I'll just say these few words and thank you all.
So I would just say these few words and thank you all.
Yours in service.
Yours in service. Jayapatāka Swami.
Hare Krishna. So that brings us to the end of this Vyasa Puja presentation. And we will try to stitch it together. It got broken in two pieces for me, but I think it won't be too difficult to do. I see that the first part is doing its little deal to uncrypt itself, so it should be available. And then we'll try to get it up on the internet. We'll put it on, Yarunath's, whatever, his website or his YouTube channel, and I'll put it on my YouTube channel. So thank you all very much for attending. It was a nice get together with so many God brothers and God sisters from all over the world. We got to hear a little bit about Russia, about India. We got to hear about LA. We got to hear about so many different places. So thank you all again. If Yadanath can stay as we wrap up here, but everybody else, we will bid you a fond adieu. Hare Krishna, forgive my offenses, and all glories to Śrīla Prabhupada, all glories to the Vyasa Puja Day of Śrīla Prabhupada.